hello to everybody's friend, training mentor, our very own man with the plan, John, a.k.a. The Hogue. Hoagland. Good morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie. Good morning, everybody. Welcome. Yeah, it's Monday already, September the 23rd. We are officially in autumn now. It's good to see everyone. I got Rima top of the list, Pete, Nick Nichols, C. Walsh, Eddie's Bong, John Jones, Dan Trader,
It made it.
Jenny, C. Walsh. So sorry to hear about that, my friend. We can talk more about that later if you'd like. But it's great to be with you, Eddie. Great to be with everybody. Great, Eddie. It's good to have you back. How you feeling, pal?
You know what? Better, but I tell you, as we age, things start to kick in. It's like, when you were young and your grandfather said, "Hey, when you get old, it's tough." And we're hitting those speed bumps, but I have not hit the wall yet. So we're here, ready to go, and I'm excited about being back. And thank you very much. So, yes, what do you say we get busy here, get the news out, because I know that a lot of people want to see Hoag's charts. What do you say?
Do it up. Let's do it.
Let's do it. All right. Well, U.S. stock futures were swayed both sides of the flat line today as investors looked ahead to an upcoming raft of fresh economic data this week that could factor into how the Fed approaches monetary policy for the rest of the year. Dow pretty much flat, S&P up 0.2, at least I'm looking here, and the NASDAQ up 0.3%. Now, the main averages on Wall Street were pretty quiet this past Friday with a frenzy of buying, easing somewhat after a rally sparked an aggressive interest rate cut, yet 50 basis points earlier in the week. However, the 30 stock Dow Jones Industrial Average touched a fresh record high. This week, Feds are coming out guns a-blazing. We're going to be seeing Fed Bostic today. Goolsbee, followed by Goolsbee a little later on. I know Michelle Bowman, the first official to hold decision by the central bank since 2005. She's going to be speaking Tuesday again and again on Thursday. Now, last week, Bowman voiced concern about if you want to call it a big, huge jumbo drawdown that would send the wrong signal with the pace of price increases in the U.S., currently above the 2% goal. Her comments did clash with those of Christopher Waller, who argued that the big cut was needed to keep inflation from undershooting the Fed's 2% target. Also, we got Uncle Jerry going to be speaking here, Williams and Barr later this week. Johnny, what do you got?
All right. As far as economic numbers today and for the week, Bostic already spoke this morning at 7 o'clock this morning, talked mostly about, it looks like more about employment. He does not expect to see unemployment increase much further. And as long as consumer spending continues, there will be demand for products and therefore new workers. We also had Cash Carey speaking early this morning. I don't see him on the schedule till noon today, but he was already speaking. So he's talking about uncertainty where the Fed will cut to. He's penciled in 50 basis points of cuts for the rest of 2024. And he does expect smaller cuts moving forward. 7:30 this morning, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index came out a little bit higher than expected. 8:45, we've got U.S. Service Index and U.S. manufacturing indices. These are flash numbers, just preliminary numbers. We've got Goolsbee due to speak at 9:15, 10:30, 3 and 6 month bill auctions, noon, Cash Carey. Now, for the rest of the week, tomorrow, we do have some housing information, the Case-Shiller Home Price Index, FHFA Housing Price Index, both out. Consumer confidence is due out tomorrow. We do have a 2-year note auction tomorrow at noon Central Chicago time. Wednesday, new home sales. Of course, the EIA Petroleum Status Report on Wednesday. Thursday, durable goods orders, GDP. The second look at Q2 GDP is due out on Thursday. Jobless claims as usual. Lots of talking Feds on Thursday. Collins, Powell, Williams, pending home sales, nat gas report due out, of course. cash carry speaking later on Thursday. And then the big one this week is going to be the PCE numbers. That's at 7:30 a.m. Central Time. There's also international trade at the same time, retail inventories at that time. Also, the Michigan consumer sentiment at 9 a.m. on Friday. And then the Baker Hughes rig count. That's going to wind up the economic numbers, or at least the known economic numbers for the week. This morning, we've got the VIX up a little bit at 16.41. On Friday, it was 16.19. No major changes there. Dollar index up slightly again this morning, 101. Last I looked, it was at 100.72 at this time on Friday. And the yield on the 10-year, a little bit higher on the day, but lower than at this point last week at 3.67. It was 3.73% last week. Now, that's as far as economic numbers, that's all we've got. Eddie, dude, where's your crude?
Let me tell you. Well, crude today, we did see prices hovering above the flat line. And we did have concerns that heightened conflict in the Middle East may curtail region supply. And gosh, this is just a repeating story. I mean, it goes with the territory. Brent gained about 0.2. We also saw the U.S. crude WTI also higher about by 0.2. Now, traders were seeing attaching a risk premium to oil prices as Israel continued to carry out strikes into Gaza and Lebanon, keeping concerns of an all-out war in the oil-rich region in play. The constant fighting threats, war pushed up concerns that a bigger conflict in the Middle East will disrupt supplies. Crude prices have seen a 2-week rebound from a near 3-year low, boosted by supply fears, and also in the wake of Hurricane Francine. So there you have it. Once again, crude traders, just keep your eyes open, both of them, all three of them. I mean, anything can happen here. That's one of the biggest markets that is very fragile. So, all right, with that said, let's get to tip of the week. What is the tip of the week? I know Gabe's got it for us here. And, there it is, risk management. God, risk management, I tell you, a crucial aspect of successful trading. Huge. It involves strategies and tools to minimize potential losses while maximizing your biggest and potential gains. Risk management, remember, you've got to take this with you. Management is so important in this business. So keep that in mind, allowing you to trade, stay in the market, and protect your capital. Be a manager, be a CEO, be the boss of your account. So there you have it, risk management. Johnny, what do you got for us on risk management?
Well, that's really our job here is to manage risk, right? I mean, that's how we make our money. We assume risk from other traders, and management of that risk is of ultimate importance. You should know, or at least have a good hypothesis where each trade that you've taken is invalid, and that's where you should be getting out of that. I think there's a big kind of miswiring in the human brain that says we want to avoid risk, but avoiding risk usually just generates bigger risks and then smaller rewards. So being a good risk manager, know, or at least have a good hypothesis where each trade that you take is invalid, and get out of that trade. Take smart losses. That's risk management. We'll have lots more to talk about through the week about risk management. But that's my thought today is, know each trade, where it's invalidated, and just get out. Don't fall in love. Don't hope. Don't pray that the market is going to come back and make you whole again. You're just going to create bigger risks. Risk management is of vital importance.
Well said, Mr. Hoagland. All right, well, speaking to Mr. Hoagland, let's get busy here with these charts. I know that everybody's looking for it. So, Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All right. Well, it is Monday. It is the Monday after rollover. There's still about a little over 500,000 contracts that are going to expire and settle in cash as far as open interest is concerned. But after today, we're going to be able to go back to looking at open interest and volume in a little cleaner way and be able to maybe see some better information. It's always it's always difficult during rollover when you're using volume and open interest because the volume and open interest is split between the two front months. This week begins in balance after the all-time high was reached in the S&Ps yesterday, this last week, as well as the Dow put in new all-time highs. Rollover is ending, so that's, of course, going to be good news. Looking at this daily chart, you could say technically that this market is still range-bound. We've been putting in higher lows. Now we've been putting in some even highs up here, looking for this market to see if we can't break out above this week's 5,800 weekly kickoff high. 5,800 weekly kickoff high, a big fat round number. We'll see how that plays out for us. But, we've got the September all-time high, 57.21 quarter, the December all-time high prior to when we put in that all-time high on Friday. So the December all-time high is now 57.97 half. We've got weekly kickoff high just above that. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see where we are starting this week. As far as, here, hold on a second here. I'm a little high on cold medicine here, so you got to forgive me a little bit. Hang on. All right, so Thursday's range, Friday's range, today's potential range, likely going to be inside of them. Overnight inventory is maybe a little bit long. Looking for a few moments there, like we may open with a gap above Friday's high, which Friday's high is 57.75 even. Overnight high is above that. Overnight high, we're going to go with approximately 57.8175. Market is in short time frame, it is looking like upside structure. So I'm looking for opportunities above weekly kickoff low, which is way down here at 56.25, looking for opportunities to buy weakness unless we can take out that low. Well, where is a good weakness that I can look for today without any real overnight inventory? And I'm saying maybe a little bit long, but nothing tremendous. I'm looking at the afternoon pullback low from Friday, which was 57.42 half. Overnight, it got pretty close to it, 57.45 and a quarter, within about 3 points of it. And remember, everything is a range here. So I'll be watching the overnight low and the afternoon pullback low if price gives me that opportunity for a potential execution. Looking like we're going to be opening in range and above value if we can't accept value from Friday. Value high coming in here at approximately 57.67. Maybe we could see this market continue to try and push higher. Maybe see if we can get a look at weekly kickoff high, that 5,800 level. The profile yesterday in the S&P and in the NASDAQ were normal variation, neutral days, much price probing. I mean, the market opened, it looked higher, it looked lower, it looked higher, it looked lower. It'll look really, kind of towards settlement or toward the end of the day, but we did not put up a late spike. Price kind of crumbled back into the range. Just a lot of price probing on Friday, being expiration day. It always makes it a little bit crazy. One more day before the real expiration when the December is, we can't trade December, but there's still a lot of open interest in it that is going to settle in cash. Shouldn't really be that impactful on price in the December contract. But we never know. So try and stay patient. Market is opening in range basically sort of a 2-day range. So be patient today. I'm always patient on Mondays. Mondays tend to be some of my more difficult trading days. All right. So here's the NASDAQ. NASDAQ considerably lower, if you will, as far as all-time highs are concerned. When you compare that with the Dow and the S&P, we've still got a long way to go. I'm looking at this market as certainly a little bit more range bound. Last week's weekly kickoff high, 20,206, remains this week's weekly kickoff high. We were unable to take it out or accept anything above it, so it's still coming in as Resistance. There is a lot of space up above that. However, if we do see new business, new buying coming into this market certainly has room to grow as far as movement to the upside before reaching the September all-time high or the December all-time high. December all-time high, 21,237.75. That's we've got a long way to go. I mean, that is a significant move if we're going to catch up with the S&Ps and the Dow. Well, let's take a look here. I keep doing that. Let's take a look at the 30-minute chart and see what we can see here. Hang on 1 second for me. All right. So here's the 30. Very similar to the S&Ps. I mean, we've got Friday's high, which was really close to the weekly kickoff high. We've got that was Thursday's high, excuse me. Friday's low, just kind of a pullback overlapping to lower. We did close the gap in the NASDAQ that we did close on Thursday in the S&Ps. Took us till Friday to close it. We've got excess on the low. We've got a weak high on Fridays. It's a weakish high. It's not a true weak high, but the overnight inventory, where we opened, pretty much at settlement being 20,028, looked higher, looked lower, came back to the center of the overnight range, in range above value. I'm putting value high on this platform at right around 20,050. We've got, again, settlement 20,028. If I get the opportunity to see if maybe we can get to the afternoon pullback low here in the NASDAQ, which is basically right at that 5% off the previous all-time high. We're looking at that afternoon pullback low at 934 quarter. That would certainly be something that would interest me. We saw that the overnight came relatively close to it, not all that close. I mean, that's a pretty good jump there, 19,955 to 934. 20 handle jump there. But still, everything is a range, and 20 handles in the NASDAQ sometimes is not that big of a range. So we see if we get an opportunity down at that afternoon pullback low or the overnight low. Overnight high would also be something that I would be looking for an opportunity. Not opening with a gap has me sitting back in my seat just a little bit to try and stay patient and wait for better trade locations as the day goes on. Crude oil. So when we look at the bigger picture, right, we're looking at lower highs and lower lows. In the longer time frame, this market is still trending to the downside. The short time frame, however, we've got a pretty decent upside trend going here. Well, we've got expiration, I think, is today. We added 8,000 in open interest on Friday. That's, again, is going to be difficult to gauge due to rollover. We've got a pretty decent pullback off these lows. For me to be really impressed to see price moving higher, I need to see some participation, momentum, and time above 72.60, which is the weekly kickoff high. Look at the moving averages on this daily chart. Red's 200, gray is 100, blue is 50. They're really kind of braiding. They're really kind of indicating that overall in the longer time frame, this market is really not showing much longer time frame trends. So you could, by looking at those moving averages, say, yes, we're putting in lower highs and lower lows, but the trend isn't really all that strong because they're really kind of braiding together over a long period of time here. We've got that 50 session moving average that comes in right at weekly kickoff high. I'm very interested in seeing if I can get an execution in either direction at that level. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. So we've got a gap that we've been trying to fill to the upside here. We've been unable to do so. That gap goes all the way back to the beginning of September. We've been spending some time, we're kind of ratcheting around both sides of the lower end of that gap. Overnight inventory, no, we don't really have anything. 2 days of range, yes, we do. We have a kind of a weakish low and a weakish high from Friday in the profile. The market really just seeking new information, And a lot of that information is just unknown. A lot of things going on in the Middle East that could severely upset this market in either direction. I think traders are really being very cautious. Remember, I believe expiration is today. And this is this is a deliverable product. So you're going to see a lot less contracts expire in delivery than you are in the S&Ps, which is cash settled. So where are we? We're in the middle of range. We're in the middle of value. Profile was a normal variation, neutral, weak extremes again coming into rollover. It's going to be a tough trade today, especially the fact that we've opened in range and value, no overnight inventory. This market is really at this time seeking new information. We got third day in balance with no overnight inventory and no real directional activity. Be cautious in crude oil today. Now, though, I think the market that I think has some of the best opportunities at this time, or at least for the last couple of weeks, has been gold. Weekly kickoff high remains last week's weekly kickoff high at 26.65. We haven't gotten there. We haven't breached it. We've been marching towards it. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens if the market does give us that opportunity up at that level. So our upside trend is intact in the longer time frame. Open interest on Friday. Well, we had some decent volume, but we added 20,000 contracts in open interest on a nice big up day on Friday. New buying came into this market. As long as we continue to see new buying coming into this market, we're going to probably see price continue in that direction. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. And how did that money come into this market? Well, we opened with a gap, unable to close the gap, has us looking for potential longs. The market came, tested this low here, put in the low for the regular trading hour session, and all buyers came in. It wasn't until we put in this low and then the buyers came in where you could see the volume coming in. This was longer time frame buyers coming in and pushing price higher. 3 days in a row now, if we're looking at profile or thinking about delta, we had negative delta on Wednesday, which was FOMC. We had negative delta on Thursday, which the market did look lower. The volume started to come back in on the way up. So we had negative delta there with positive open interest. Friday, positive open interest against negative delta. We're starting to get that little pattern going that says longer time frame buyers are continuing to purchase gold. And where are they buying it from? Shorter time frame pea shooters like me. The profile on Friday was normal variation neutral to a kind of a trend day. The market open looked lower and then just trended higher the rest of the day. Adding open interest on negative delta indicates bigger, longer, stronger buyers. The market opened at 7:30. Did leave the opening range at the high of the session, but as soon as the high of that opening range got taken out, it's been all buyers ever since. We didn't open with a gap. We are currently rejecting range and rejecting value from Friday. I'm not going to try and fight this. We've got to get through our overnight high here in gold, which I'm going to kind of put here at 26.56. Next stop, 26.65 weekly kickoff high. Could it be? Ladies and gentlemen, take your deep breaths. Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And by all means, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. A little under the weather. I'm going to do what I can, but let's have a good day.
Hey, Johnny, you rest, my friend. Rest. That's what we need. All right, coming up here, fast markets. And we've got Coach Dakota going to be with us, star of slow markets. Coach Dakota, every Sunday through Thursday at 7:30. He helped Topstep TV team manage a massive winning trade on Friday. Let's hope we can do it again. And, of course, Nick Vertick, star of Market Kickoff. Nick, every Sunday at 4:45 p.m. Central Time, ranked number 5 in the Funded Trader. So don't go away. We'll be right back. Johnny, I'll meet you at the coffee machine. right, let's get our vitamin C and vitamins and everything that makes us healthy in the gates. There we go. There you go, Andre. How are you doing,
What's
Andre?
up? I'm doing great. Great to have you back. Welcome, everybody, to Topstep TV. The markets are open. We're about 15 seconds in. It is Monday.
We are.
Yes. All right, here we go in the upper right-hand corner. Ooh, on top of this totem pole, you see MP. I'm right beneath them. We got Dakota beneath me. Just beneath Dakota. We got... Where Dakota just vanished for a second there. We got Nick for a tick in the lower left corner in the house. Good morning, everybody. Let's throw it to MP. What are we seeing in these markets? How you feel, Michael?
I'm feeling, besides yesterday's Bears game, which we were just talking about, I feel great. It is fall, and it's my favorite time of the year. Roll is over with. We are going to trade it up. Guys, this is some of the best trading time. It's seasonal. It gets seasonal as traders. Summer was not really as quiet as it typically is in a summer, but fall usually bangs out because everybody's got their kids back in school. Guys are back from the Hamptons in New York, pushing money around, pushing markets, and we're going to see which way they push it.
All right, very good. Hey, Dakota, behind you, I see you got the bull on the screen today. Is that indeed what you're leaning? You're leaning a little bullish today.
Do you even need to ask anymore, Andre?
I
Yes.
mean, there was a
Yes.
time where we kept making all-time highs, and you were a bear, and then now you're back to being a bull. What's going on, Dakota? Talk to us.
I mean, more of the same. I got my bet with Eddie working out pretty well with the Chicago Bears doing Chicago Bears type stuff. My Packers.
Oh yeah, you're a Packers fan, right?
You're the
Yeah,
Packers.
they're still doing
And
good
so is
with
that
the
bull behind
backup
them.
quarterback. These markets
both
are
Packer
open.
fans.
I'm looking for, of course, areas to buy, opportunities to buy. It is Monday. We're past the FOMC. We're past all the craziness of last week, and it's time to start seeing, like you said, MP is some good trades, some good trading.
Should be.
All right, welcome Nick for a tick on this Monday. See the S&P's last trade 57.68. What are we feeling today for equities, Nick, for a tick?
Well, we are pretty much at the highs of last week's range in that like top section of the distribution from last week's volume profile. I'm going to be sitting my hands for the early parts of this week. I would be interested in longing potentially a little bit lower in like the 57.30s type area. NQ has the chance to get me very bullish out of the gate if we can kind of clear 20,100, 20,200. It could very much be off to the races if we get a pretty bullish bid in tech. It's very possible that you could have a very outside move in the NASDAQ this week if we do get some strength to kick us off here. But we have such a gaggle of Fed speak this week and some other, news drops that I'm going to just be patient and be sitting on my hands a little bit, at least in the early parts of this week, and probably may not even trade much Thursday, given, Powell is talking as well as, a series of other Fed speakers. So a lot to be done this week, but right now, I know we got news here in about 12 minutes that'll keep me out of any trades, at least in the first part of this session. But yeah, how about them Bears?
He couldn't help himself. I love it.
No, I was going to suggest let's get another Chicago Bears first overall pick in the gates, but it wasn't going to.
Oh yeah, let's just find another one.
Come on,
How about
man.
Virginia? How about
Oh, that option play. How about that option play?
We can just 4-1.
Lost 12 yards. Lost 12 yards.
Yeah.
Anyways, Nick for a tick did bring up. We got some news today. I'm taking a look. I took a quick peek at the calendar here. We do indeed have some news. Eddie, what do we have on the calendar for this Monday, September 23rd?
Well, in 6 minutes, I'm going to give you the 5-minute warning. We've got U.S. manufacturing PMI coming up. Big number. They're looking at 48.6, prior 47.9. Scrolling down here, we got the global service PMI also in 10 minutes. Coming up in 40 minutes, Goolsby will be speaking. 10:30, 3-month bill auction, 6-month bill auction. Coming up at noon, Mr. Cash and Carry, FOMC, going to be speaking here. And that is what I've got here for today, Andre. Back to you.
Thank you, Eddie. Glad to have you back, man. Missed you the last couple of days. Hope you're feeling better, but everything is all right when Eddie is back here at Topstep TV. Speaking of Topstep TV, upper left-hand corner of the screen, you see the hashtag Fast Markets. Typically, I'd say hit us up at Topstep. No. It is not. Hit us up at Topstep TV. Yes, we finally made it. We have our own Twitter page, X page. Hit us up at Topstep TV. Use the
We're going
Fast
independent.
Market. Yeah, we're independent, Michael. We don't need Topstep anymore. We have
Breaking
Topstep
away.
TV.
We don't need to hang in the top step shadows.
We're out of the house.
Topstep TV.
Yes, we're our own adult now. At Topstep TV, use the hashtag Fast Markets. Has some cool submissions, battle station setups, fly funded trader certificates, cool swag like the hat I'm wearing on my head right now, memes, whatever you got, send them in. Again, at Topstep TV, use the hashtag Fast Markets. Right now, we got all that out of the way. Let's get into this trading. Dakota, what are we seeing there? I'm seeing last trading NASDAQ 20,045.
Nothing.
Nothing, he says.
Nothing. I mean, I'm looking at the NASDAQ and the ES as well. It's looking a little heavy. Looking a little heavy to the downside. I mean, we're right around even for the day. Overnight, during the Asian session, during slow markets, we had a huge rally up to like 160s. And then during the London session, we sold right back down into like these 960s, so 100-point sell-off, or actually a 200-point sell-off. And now we're right in the middle. We're right in the middle of this mess. So staying patient. If we do get down to maybe these 980s, could look for an opportunity to buy it. Yeah, let's just wait. I'm just watching, sitting on my hands, seeing if anything decent sets up.
Right.
I don't know why. I have a blank screen right now on my one computer.
Uh-oh.
I know.
Screen of death?
No, I had that one. One.
That's always a good feeling.
First.
Blue screen of death. Yep.
Yeah, that one showed up first.
Yep.
I should call Bill Gates right now. The hell,
Got him
Bill.
on the line? You should
Got him on the
call.
line.
Hey, take a look at crude here. Last trade, $71.06. About 90 cents. It's 90-cent range overnight. And gold last trade, 26.52. High of the day, 26.56. I believe we're going to be making some all-time highs if we get above that. If not, very close. Right now, let's keep an eye. Dakota, Nick for a tick. You see anything?
No, gold
Never
is
be a-
pretty dang bullish, huh?
Yeah.
Friday we made all-time highs. I mean, are we going to see 2,700 in gold? I mean,
I was just thinking that. Why not?
who knows? Why not?
Hey, speaking of gold at 26.56, been tested many times here earlier today. And it looks like a little bump we got to get over that before we see anything higher.
I like it, Eddie. How many times do you see it be tested? I see it once about 15 minutes ago. Was it tested overnight as well? 26.56, Eddie?
On my 15-minute, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
shoot.
5 times it got tested.
On
a 15-minute.
Okay,
Yeah.
good stuff, Eddie. 26.56, upside resistance, for lack of a better term. So a lot of people don't like the term resistance, support. But when I say it, you know what I mean. Just good stuff, Eddie. Yeah, 26.56 tested 4 or 5 times for gold. You see pinned to the top of the chat.
Nick, are you
Top
paying
step.
attention to the NASDAQ or the ES? Sorry.
Good question.
I've kind of been jumping back and forth, but right now
Okay.
I'm sitting. I just flipped back to the NASDAQ.
Any prices you're looking forward to, Dakota? I know you'll definitely preempt it.
No.
Jump in whenever if you guys take a trade, please.
On the
Oh, now-
ES, I would like to see 57.60, but as always, everything's zones, and I like to see how
Right.
the market reacts when we get to those zones, rather than just getting into a trade as soon as we get there. Because I'm looking
no
for
trade for me
a
too.
good
I believe
trade,
what we have
just like
PMI.
Friday. Go ahead.
It's like, don't we have PMI in 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll wait till
So-
that algo seizure is over.
Same. Hands off until after. Man, Tesla's up 3.5%.
Is that right? I was just looking at NVIDIA. NVIDIA last trade 116, I believe.
Everything else is
Yeah.
scratch, basically.
NVIDIA is still having trouble kind of getting over that split price around 120 or firmly holding above it. Most of Friday, we kind of were pinging off like 119s and then selling off pretty decisively. And we've been having trouble really getting over 120 for the last like week or so. So something to continue to watch this week. If you got a bid in the NQ and NVIDIA is not playing along over 120, then, be careful. That's what I would say. If it clears it, we're off to the races probably.
Above 120. That was a split price back in May or June, something like that. But yes, $120 a share.
Yeah, right around there. Not exactly the split price, but something right around that price.
Gotcha.
I'll
Take
be
a
right
look
back,
at the tilts. Take a look at the tilts. And you'll see the
5 minutes remaining.
See, scrolling at the very, very top of the screen, you'll see that tilt. Again, that's a 15-minute delay tilt. The tilt we're looking at is exclusive to Topstep X. It's just the aggregated position of all our simulated traders at Topstep. Which way they're biased? They lean more long or they lean more short.
New
Sure, your sample
vehicles
size
coming
is
out
more-
from Tesla.
More than sufficient. Dakota, go ahead. We're looking for 57.60s. Never got the pullback there in the ES. Again, no absolutes. We're just looking for zones. But Dakota looks like a pretty
5
quiet.
minutes. Yep, 5 minutes. It's sitting on my hands until then.
Okay.
Tesla's coming out with new vehicles.
I think
Where they got- where they come out
came
with?
out with a toaster.
Oh, the
I
Cybertruck.
think it's a
Michael,
phone.
Just gotta plug it in.
Michael, would you get the Cybertruck if you could?
No chance. I laugh when I see them. Sorry if you own one.
Do you see him much in Aspen?
Yes. So one guy got one, and he's had a dented at the back corner dented since he has it. And like, where's he ever gonna get it fixed? I don't like.
I didn't even think about that part.
He's had it dented for I don't know good year. I don't know.
No body
6
shops.
months.
No body
Same
shops.
one. I'm like, is that a new one? Nope. There's the den.
Hey, you mentioned at 5760. We got a few people here in chat that really like that number. Ricky LaFleur, I'm with you on that 5760.
Yeah.
Simon says it's also the high of the FOMC. Thank you, Simon.
Oh, interesting. I mean,
We
did act as support
there.
during the London session. That was a support level. And it's really close to where we opened up Sunday night. 57, 58, 57. Yeah, that's an interesting area.
All right, 57.60. We got a number coming out in 4 minutes. Or, sorry, excuse me, 3 minutes. We got a number coming out. Eddie will be sure to jump in there. We got my man SSS, I believe, or by person, SSS in the chat. Yes, 53.49. 57.
Johnny Hogan, do you have house account?
Hey, we cracked. Thank you, Hoops. We cracked those 57. I'm sorry, 2650. We cracked those highs here in the gold.
Oh, yeah. How about that? Nice catch, Eddie.
I'm going to give that credit to Hoop.
Oh, shout out Hoop. Coach Hoop, that is. Coach Hoop.
Yeah, I got past that.
Oof, man, that's a breakout trade if we want to take it, but it's just one of those situations where
Hoagland, do you have your house account up? I have a issues. Besides personal, I have trading issues as well.
Yeah, I think they're working on it right now.
It's still no trade. We have 2 minutes till news.
Yeah, 2 minutes till news again.
2 on the clock.
2 on the clock. Eyes on the prize, Eddie.
You got it, bro.
Eye on the prize, as Eddie always likes to
Eyes on
say.
the prize.
Yep. Michael, did you get snow out there? Did the first snow of Colorado?
Oh my God, we got a beautiful dusting. Little white snow caps with yellow and brown and reds and fades of greens. It's autumn.
It's the best time of year too.
Best time of year. I mean, back in the days where you didn't have to go to the grocery store is the best time of year. If you think about it, you go harvest. Hey, mom,
Ooh,
dad,
big order
what?
on the NASDAQ sitting at 65.
250 lot.
Yeah, 250.
Upside? What price?
Yeah,
65.
65.
Huh, I don't see it.
Okay, we got a minute here on service and manufacturing PMI. Check your position if you want a position on. If not, check, double check, triple check. Make sure you're flat.
Okay.
Here we go. Tesla's almost up 4%.
That's up 4%, man.
It just doesn't affect the NASDAQ as much as it used to.
He did used to be the darling of the NASDAQ.
Yep.
It's like NVIDIA. All right. Boy, it got really thin. Man, what is this? This number carries more significance than I remember.
1 minute.
Okay. Nick, are you nervous for numbers like this?
No. When macro matters, then I'll pay attention again. It hasn't mattered for months and months and months.
Here we go. 5 seconds.
He does this to me all the time, Nick. So he's
What?
got you as crosshair.
Oh, wow. It is
my.
very, very
In
thin.
here.
Look at this ladder.
The PMI flash here, service coming in at 55.4, just a little higher than the 55.2. Manufacturing PMI coming in at 47, little lower than the 48.6 they were expecting, and the composite coming in at 54.4, also just a little higher than the 54.3 they were expecting. Goolsby, quarter after the hour coming up next. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Very, very thin in the NASDAQ ladder. There's gaps in prices
Yeah,
here,
that
guys.
order got filled.
Yeah, the 65s,
Yeah, it did.
200 on the offer,
Yeah.
250 on the offer.
Yeah, it stayed on the books, which was interesting, and right into the news and got filled slowly.
Yeah, someone's wanting to open or close a position.
Still nothing.
Well,
There's
not
some.
much really.
Not much really.
Is there a
deep.
holiday that Brett tell us about? This is
Come on, guys.
real
You
slow.
have to crazy. Last week was crazy. Yeah.
Kind of glad my trading screen can't open on my browser.
You're not missing anything.
And
right?
my computer.
Hi, Mike.
Blue screen showed up. So
Okay.
I'm having good problems.
Testing
I'm having
lows, make a new
bad
low.
problems
Here.
at good times.
Here we go. ES selling off. Yep.
Nick, it is a holiday today. Holiday in Japan
Mm.
is the autumn equinox.
Ooh.
So there you go.
Autumn equinox.
Yes, it is a holiday somewhere on this planet.
Michael, you can stand an egg up on its end or something like that during the equinox.
I know. I should.
Yes. Would you consider a short on the ES, Nick?
I would, but I mean, personally, I would be looking to short a smidge higher, like 72, 73 would have been nice. But I didn't want to jump in right after news. I could see it if we break down, what was that level? Yeah, I guess kind of in this general area. Oh, that's NQ. Yeah, I guess right where you were looking to potentially long, I'd be maybe looking to short a break of 60s if we were to actually get some legs behind us.
Yeah.
Short, you said, Nick? Short?
Oh, I'm just saying if we were to break it. Right now,
Yeah.
we're still just chopping around.
Yeah.
You can't really get below 65s, which was pretty much kind of the overnight after the initial like sell down of kind of that European Open. We hadn't really traded below 64s.
We have not moved.
No.
No.
You know, last
There's
month.
no
Last
trade
night's
here
slow
right now.
markets were pretty fun. We broke out 100 points in the middle of class. This is just nothing.
Order filled.
We're gaining a lot of momentum to the long side. We rejected those 64s, which is positive. A break above 72.5 would be
Irish did step in there. Saw it dip to the 64.
Yeah, it's looking like we might break out to the long side, Andre. And the question is, do we want to get in and try and play for it, or do we wait for the breakout and then try and get it on the retest?
Ooh.
Because I could see us get to those.
What's the difference,
80s.
Dakota? What's the difference? Look,
So-
for the retest, you're playing the breakout. What's the difference there for the chair that just started yesterday?
Probabilities and risk reward. I talk about it a lot because if we're trying to play for the breakout, that means like say getting in now or finding some way to get in before we break through a level of resistance. For example, if we're wanting the ES to break above 57.77 and we want to get in before it breaks out, like preempt it, we can find a way to get in where the market is now or as we start to get to it. And we're trying to be preemptive, right? We get a better risk reward because we have a better price and we can have a tighter stop loss. However, the probabilities are less likely if, and like comparing that to waiting for the breakout, because if we wait for the breakout, we break out of those 57, 77, and then we get in on the pullback, then we have a higher probability because the market's already broken out and it's more favorable. But we don't have as good of a risk reward because we're having a higher price. We're getting in at a higher price. I like it. I actually like it right now. A break above these 72.5, which we just did. 73 3/4. Okay, I like the long side, Nick. If you see anything
NQ looks like
different,
it's
let me
breaking
know.
out.
Yep.
And leader lagger. Who's the leader? Who's the lagger here?
What are you seeing, Eddie? Looked like the NASDAQ wanted to be
Well,
the leader
Nasdaq
for
a leader, but S&P's not following through.
Right.
No, it's not. Tesla's at 4%.
It's and leader lag. What's moving first? What's following? I just saw the NASDAQ break out.
I saw the Nasdaq. Nasdaq had the buyers
Right.
strong, and
Yeah.
S&P just sort of sitting flatline.
Give it a try.
Yeah,
here.
YM
Yeah,
flat, the Rusty's flat.
I'm long 72
Order
3/4.
Okay.
72 3/4. Okay. How many times, Dakota?
One mini.
All right. Long one ES 72.75. NASDAQ pulling back a little bit. About 20 points off the recent highs it made about 3 minutes ago. Last trade 20,082. ES last trade 57.72. Gold just cracked some new highs in the day. 26.56 last trade, about $3 off the highs there. Someone hit the buy button in crude last trade, $71.49, about 20 cents off the highs there. YM, it's new all-time highs there on the open last trade, 42.443. Go ahead, Dakota, talk to us. Long from 72 3/4. Talk to us, Dakota.
Yep, 72 3/4. My stop loss is at 66 evens. Yeah, this is what we're talking about probabilities. We're trying to preempt the breakout. Run into a situation like this where it tries and it fails, and we're right back to the bottom of this range, or in the middle of this range.
Surprise. Pretty much rejected right off previous day high again. Which is, I guess, the 1 minute opening range high too. Still just shopping around though.
Yes, we are. So Dakota, would you say you're trying to preempt the breakout there of this type of trade we were just talking about?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. A decent stop loss. So my stop loss is now at 67 evens. Risking about 287. And if we do start to break out, I mean, I could see us getting to those 80s pretty quick. So a good 2-to-1 risk reward or greater, depending on if we break out and if we gain some momentum to the long side.
Let's put a pull up. Who made money last week? Very curious.
Ooh, great question. Would you consider plus or minus $500? Plus $500 on money, or is that scratch?
Up $1. Greater than or equal to.
All right. I don't like how you. I don't like how you.
Net fees or.
I don't like how you answer that. I felt the sarcasm through the screen.
We'll see it on the winning streaks. Those winning streaks.
I cannot wait to see if Dilash is still on this thing.
And we get to see the updated new top 25. Like the NCAA. Look at our top 25 traders at Topstep, active accounts. And I think there was a little bit of a buzz on Twitter, on the Twitterverse of, people with some questions and, calling out the fact that there are not some of the, quote unquote, best traders in the world on there, or at least how they tout themselves at times. So I love that you're doing it, because it really comes down to, if you're trading props, if you're promoting yourself on Twitter, if you're talking a big game and you're not trading on Topstep, there's probably a reason for it, because there's nowhere to hide.
No, there's nowhere to
hide to start the week.
Get him, Nick.
Clip that.
Love that.
Clip that. Send that. Yes,
that's true. Clip that for sure. Nowhere to hide isn't right.
Clip that. Send that. I think it's good. I think transparency is very good, especially when it comes to those that hold themselves out as anything. I mean, go to anywhere. They like transparency. If somebody says they lost a ton of weight doing whatever. You're like, what? You want to see behind the closed doors or see if the pictures are real. I don't know. You can take it whatever way you want to take it. But yeah, no, I think it's in the trading world. That's what we're going to do. We're going to try to do our best to, I think top 50, maybe it's going to be top 100. It'll eventually be within Topstep X, the leaderboard.
What would be a good number?
Yeah,
50, 100?
What would you guys like?
We got
1,500 what?
No, 50 or 100 leaderboard.
50 is good enough for me. I mean...
Yeah, I don't think you need to go more than that.
Right.
Well, I guess also just like where's the drop off? If it's if $1,000 day in theory and 5 XFAs gets you in the top 100, as a brand new trader, that's probably too much.
Okay, fair enough. I like that.
Yeah. Here we go. Let's see. I'm actually looking to add onto the S break to the long side. Looking to add long here.
Are you still long? Weren't you still long?
Yeah, I'm long. I'm long.
Yes. Sorry, I heard that wrong.
But I'm looking to add if we break above 73s.
Yeah, another thing it allows new. Look, when Topstep started on the funding industry, there's other new people came up. We used to call them copycats, and then when I it's an industry, competition breeds the best out of. It's good for the consumer if you're talking about like economics and all that kind of stuff. So having more competition in the influencer world, people that are verified, transparent, and maybe just came from nowhere. Came from nowhere, just like, hey, just trading really well, and then flipped the camera on and said, hey, I'm going to now start mentoring people because they're good at mentoring people and they're like a good leader in the community of futures trading. It allows that. That's what we're going to keep allowing. So then the best of the best are there that you get full transparency on. They're giving you good direction as far as like how to live your trading life, so to speak. And I had a mentor as well. So get your mentor. If not, find a influencer mentor that has verified themselves. And Topstep TV is going to be sharing that leaderboard. So then allows new folks to rise up.
Like Nick said, there's nowhere to hide.
Yeah, you can't sit on Lambos. Can't sit on Lambos only. You gotta keep working. Don't get complacent, my friend.
Yeah.
And it doesn't. You don't need to be sitting there for months. I mean, if you're a great trader and and you want to trade on Topstep, I mean, look what Dakota did from being at number one on the leaderboard to having to start from zero and working his way all the way back. So it is very possible. If you are an actually good trader, you can do it, and it should take you, the chance to actually build an account and grow it and do your thing again. But it doesn't mean if you haven't done it or haven't tried it, or you talk a big game and you're taking a shot at it, that you can't get up there. So,
I mean, homegrown. It also feels really good, Nick. Because you're homegrown. I call it homegrown. Like if we can find somebody in the farm system, bring them up. We didn't bring them up; they brought themselves up. But we gave them the opportunity, the path rise up, and then like. When we were talking to you, you're like, hey, I don't know. I really want to go get another job and do like, well, you're really good at trading. And then you just kept crushing it. And you're great to listen to. You're great to you and Dakota when you guys talk the markets and kind of analyze things. And then even when you hold your own show, it's great to tune into. So that to us is really like a benefit. Besides finding traders to fund, we also find traders that are that become like coaches and leaders in the community. And if you can do that too, then we can put the Topstep Trading League together. And I got this huge, big vision, not just me, but like a lot of us, on how we can bring this all together. And it's like a cool league of like people that are really serious and passionate and helping others while they're also, furthering their own. It's just a fun little thing. So you're homegrown, we call it, and Dakota's homegrown, we call it. So it's fun to see.
I did just get triggered in my second long here on ES.
All right. Average price and long two from what price, Dakota?
73.
Yep. Long two
This
ES.
is horrible price action.
It's not well.
Yeah, we can't lose more than 3 points on ES, man.
What is this? This reminds me of last Monday. Last Monday was very, very quiet. We crescendoed into the week. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, just absolute madness last week.
Crude ripping a new upside.
Oh, yes,
I miss August already.
You miss August already. Dakota, we're almost in October.
We're the first person to trade the Bank of Japan fiasco, and we've never mentally recovered from the volatility and the fun that was for about 48 hours. Dakota goes live on as we're like selling off almost limit down Sunday night.
That was fun. That was fun times. Everything down 5%.
Till
Yep. What price, Eddie? 72% long.
average price 71.33. So
I don't like that.
66 last.
Rip it to do upside. Oh, Eddie.
What's up, Michael? How you feeling, today, buddy?
Order filled.
I love him. His one-liners. I sometimes I think I got mine from my old man, but I have my old man and Eddie that merge into what I try to do.
Kid Comedy's been making you giggle for 14 years now.
And those he's good. He's good.
He can't even put into words. Eddie.
I'm out.
No,
I'm flat.
right.
Minus $500.
Yeah,
this is
the
a
water.
mess.
Order filled.
Toe in the water.
And now back.
I tell you, ES is the leader from what I'm looking at here. I mean, NASDAQ's trying to run that upside. It's not happening.
Order filled.
Right back up.
Yeah. Head fake city right now. A lot of head fakes.
Almost like it new.
Hey, speaking of new, almost like you guys know, you guys like nailed that 50 lot and then Coach Jay on Friday. Friday. And you guys down like realized 17, and then you flipped it around for realized 15, which is like a 30 grand trade on a 40 lot. And I was tuning in, working out, which I typically don't ever work out, but I'm doing now because I'm 45 and
What were you doing in the gym? What, was it really buys and
I
tries?
do sit-ups, pull-downs, shoulders. I mean, my wife tells me what to work on, and I go work on it, Dre. That's what I do.
Wow. Yep.
Did I finish with the executive? Like 30 minutes in there. Then I finished with the executive workout.
You're in the sauna.
Sauna, plunge, sauna. Yeah, boom, boom, boom. 15, 3, 15. 3 minutes in the plunge, Andre. Try it.
Good for you.
So I was listening to you guys. The whole time. I'm like, this is great. This is awesome. And I was wildly engaged. Like I was like, there's one time like my phone like in the sauna overheated because I was using it. It overheats, and then you got to like.
You had your phone in the sauna?
Oh yeah, 15 minutes sauna. I've got to keep working. Yeah, I did that, and then I'm like had to get my earbuds and all that kind of stuff. I had my earbuds on in the cold plunge too. Listen to you. 40 lot. I'm like, and I hear Coach Jay saying, let's add 50 more. Right off my hands trying to like, they go, yes. On the chat.
Yeah, hard skip a beat.
No, guys. That's why people are like, whoa, you guys are down a lot. You're down 17 grand of a
sticker shock
daily loss. Yeah. So there's sticker shock because we're trading bigger. People are like, oh, no. And like, you know what? If I went to DRW, Don Wilson and biggest trader fund in Chicago, Jump's also a part of it too. Chopper, I don't know. Chopper's not open anymore. Jackson's
Chopper's dead.
dead.
I can say on good authority.
Chopper Jerry.
You get sticker shock looking at those numbers. Like, holy, does that screen say down or up or hedged or whatever? You know, like, so. Yeah, we're going to do a little sticker shock, but at the same time, it's all still the same ideas as if you were putting on a micro.
Hey, Michael, we got Simo Rutavirida. Says, dude, get a proper sauna. You should not be able to use your phone in there, dude. You got called out twice, dude. Get a proper sauna.
It lasts 7 minutes. I have it between towels, guys. I'm a pro at this. I've been doing this for a while.
Yes.
I have a stack of 4 towels I bring in there. One I lean on, one I put over, and then I stack them between the towels. And then when I want to use my phone, there you go. There's your answer. I thought, but I totally agree. Proper sauna. You're right.
Well, MP, there's going to be a lot more like Friday. A lot more. Friday was fun, and like you said, sticker shock. It's going to get used to having an audience see P&L swings like that. We talked to Ben too, on the risk management team. A lot of traders don't understand. The dollar amount is an emotional factor, and if we could, I mean, you have the ability to change it to ticks in Topstep X. And a lot of times you look for X amount of ticks on average each day. Doesn't matter whether those ticks are 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. It's the same process. And that's what Coach Jay and I was kind of going through. It's like 550. And depending on your account size, if it was just you starting out, that's the same entry as buying one contract and then adding a second contract. For the house account, it's like we got into 40 contracts. And if we wanted to add another 40 contracts, same exact process. And hopefully we could start doing that. I seen you in the chat Friday, MP, saying consistent for 50 contracts, and then we can scale up.
Yeah, no, I think we'd be a little reckless if we, I mean, Coach Jay, I was all about like, hell yeah. And he's seen it too. And then I mean, like if you want to say golden trade, the home run trade, it was that because it just, where you guys got in was an incredible entry. And then I don't even know how it finished at the end of the day, but I saw when you guys got out of the trade. And it kept, I don't know, it just kept going the direction that you guys thought. And then when you guys, I don't remember all the prices, but when it goes to a certain price, Coach Jason said add, and that was even a great one too. But I don't know, it was a great dissection of why you got in, why you still want to be in, why you want to add to a winner, winners add to winners is what we always kind of like jokingly, instant jokingly say. Winners add to winners, losers add to losers. Get it?
Order filled.
And that was just a perfect example of that. It was a $30,000 live trade. And another thing, when we're watching anybody, watch the guys that trade live capital. I think that's another thing that you need to kind of have folks that you're getting guided on, or mentor or influencer on, just to have them do that. It's a checkbox that they should have done too, besides transparency.
When you're working out, MP, you got to be going pretty heavy. I saw something on Friday. Gabe, if we have that picture of Waller, I saw.
This Fed speaker? The Fed guy,
Yeah.
Waller?
I had no idea.
Waller jacked or something.
Hold on.
Well,
Jack's up to some tricks here. Yeah, Jack's up
no
to
tricks.
Would you guys do a little Photoshop while I was talking?
I don't know.
No
What is going
Photoshop.
on here?
This is from Twitter. He's 65 years old.
Get out of here.
Show me the
I'm jumping
TRT
the
man
gun.
if he exists.
I guarantee he's already more ripped than I am because I'm not ripped. He's 20 years older than me.
He helped take that trade higher for us on Friday. Shout out to Waller. Talking very dumb. Not gonna lie, man. He helped push that trade the right way. We'll get that.
Gabe,
going.
are you back there?
Yeah, I accidentally closed out a VMix. I'm right here, brother. I got you. It's
All right,
coming right
let's
now.
Come on, guys.
Okay. This is
Come on,
important.
let's go.
Yeah.
This is very important. All right. Here we go. Waller, I was counting out, was repping the 315
Yo.
deadlifts at
Is
65.
that really him?
Yeah, it is. Might be my
Waller.
Good for him.
new favorite Fed
Yeah.
beast.
Yeah, he is. I wouldn't mess with him. Impressive.
That's
Yeah,
that's
he
so
was the
inspiring.
one for that 50. He was really positive for that 50 point.
Yes, he was.
cut.
Eddie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think he goes light. Bada
He's
bing,
getting
huh,
cut.
He's
Eddie?
going big. Yeah.
Yeah.
Big cut,
Man,
big
he's going
weights.
big.
Waller. Throwing some iron around Michael. Man, I like it. That's what you look like in the gym, Michael.
When I see older guys in the gym, it's wildly inspiring, and they're like,
Where
Jack?
do you see him? Like in the locker room when you see him in there, or when you see him in the gym?
"Go
They're a
on."
little too comfortable.
Yeah,
in the locker
he's
rooms.
by the shower.
They're a little too comfortable in those locker rooms. Anyways, back to the trade.
I know.
Ooh. 70% long.
Some of the older guys, I just don't get. I mean, like, wear the towel. You don't have to just hold it.
All right,
Wear
we
it.
got a little too
I'm
comfortable.
telling you,
Ooh.
land of the free, dude.
Oh, nothing like freedom.
Man,
Jimmy Vu gets it. Jimmy Vu in the chat. A little too free. All right, see if we can push higher here. All right, new highs in the S&Ps. I got ticker too. 57.77 half. Volpe thought this was America. Good point.
This was America.
Land of the free. As free as you want to be.
Let's watch this ES here.
yeah, it ran my stop.
Dakota,
And
did you get back in?
it's pushing. No, I was waiting for a little bit of a pullback, and here it goes without me.
Yeah,
Same
Dakota got
market.
bottom ticked there. That's a bummer.
Yes, it is.
It happens.
It'll never. Yep. All right.
Unfortunately.
Yeah. And Q making new highs. And sellers come in for a quick 15-point snapback.
Wow.
Yeah, you see that, Eddie? Just rejected it at the rim.
Yeah.
BRB.
I'm going to get into a short if we have this rejection to play back down.
Yeah, I wanted to too in the NASDAQ, but I didn't also want to get run over on a candle to 150.
Okay, I'm short ES from 74 and a quarter.
Short.
74.25. Short one from 74.25. Right.
Yeah.
174 quarter. Dakota style. Love it, Dakota.
This is a tough one today. Trying to catch this market's like trying to catch a greased pig.
Ooh. Nick. We've been making Nick laugh a little bit today.
Give it a
I was gonna
try.
make a
You're
lean
not going
hog
to catch
joke,
them.
but
Yeah,
You're
it's
not going to catch that little son of a bitch.
slippery. You're very right, Eddie. They're slippery. Hey, click like, click subscribe. Michael, 120,000 subscribers here on Topstep TV or Topstep YouTube channel. Know that?
What?
120,000 subscribers.
Okay,
Hey, if
I
you
added
put
to the
that
short
number-
at 74.
Nice. Dakota,
I gotta get it.
74.25.
Yeah, Dan's got a good reminder here too. We got Goolsby coming up here in about 5 minutes to spin his view.
Yep.
Thanks, Dan.
Mr. Algo, that one got me.
What is that?
There's gonna be a lot of
Oh man,
a
there's
lot of tail to the Diddy World jokes.
He's in trouble. He's in deep doo doo.
Oh, did you? I love how the news people are talking about freak offs. You're like, what? They're the ones explaining what free. You're like, wow, okay.
Freak off.
I almost feel uncomfortable saying it, but they're like CNN, Fox, whatever. They're like, oh,
I can't believe you said it. It sounded funny coming out of your mouth. I can only imagine it's like when a 6-year-old middle-aged man says it. When a suit, yeah. Yeah, chat's having fun. It's slow in the markets right now, guys. So be patient. This is what we did. Just like the pits. Talk you. Watch. Well, he's got one eye on the markets. I know Dakota's short right now. Nick, no trades yet?
This one's going to chop me up again.
No trades for me. And we got our favorite Fed Halloween movie villain, Goolsby, speaking here in 5 minutes or 3 minutes.
He also had
a
freak off to his dad this weekend.
I was numb.
Go for it, buddy.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Dakota short 2 from 57.73 in the ES.
Yep, I'm flat now. I closed it out.
You closed it? Okay. All right, so when you bought the 72 3/4, you're trying to play the breakout. Are you shorted 73s? Is that essentially you're just playing a range there?
Correct, 100%, Andre. I was looking for us to continue back down to like these 68s. I mean, we didn't break out, and I was playing the range, and now this market is just, it's a rough market. This is so far. I mean,
yeah.
It's basically a 40-point value range on the NASDAQ so far for the session.
Order filled.
Just crazy since we can move 40 points in a 30-second candle pretty regularly.
Yeah. My. There's Eddie. Take a look at the crude tilt. Crude tilt still 70% long. We saw up to 72%. They were long from like 71.33. The average price has moved up to $71.50 now. A little profit taking up there. Last trade $71.75. High of the day $71.81 in the crude.
I'm going to get back into a short ES if I can.
Old Chris says the market will blow your live XFA or combine in just seconds. What about your personal brokerage account? That's why the profit world we started existed, because you could blow that in a second. And I've went through three $30,000 real money personal brokerage accounts for a total of $90,000 real dollars before the age of 23. That was painful.
That's drastic. And you got to give you credit for just saying, you know what? I'm not stopping here.
Oh, God, my dad was on my ass. My dad was on my ass. And what the hell are you doing? He's like, you know what you could, he's like, you know, Johnny over there, you could have a nice Lexus. At that time, I'm like, why? I remember him going to Lexus.
Lexus, huh? The sign of luxury. The sign of you made it. Lexus.
Yeah. That was in like 99 or 2000. So, yeah, Lexus.
Nice cars.
I'm short again. I'm short again from 74.
Yeah, I like it a little more now, Dakota, than your first attempt.
Why do you like it more now, Nick?
I saw a similar, like you saw another attempt to go break the highs on the NASDAQ too, and then fall back into the range. So I kind of just like this rejection. Like you said, it's kind of like that retest of the breakout. And then once it fails, you're probably in a better position to take the short for that traverse of value. At the very least, perhaps go make a new low if we actually do continue to sell off here. Where'd you get in?
72 3/4 now. 72 3/4. I added to it.
Once I get my house account up, I will be getting behind some of you two guys when you two guys start getting behind each other on these trades.
Come on, break it.
On the trade.
All right.
So we're warming up. We're revving up the engines. We're revving up.
It's Monday. a lot of locker room talk going on.
There's a lot of things happening.
Here's a question coming out of chat. And jump on the answer if you got one. Raphael wants to know why to enter and trade in such a market. Why are we putting in trades here?
I'm doing this in the combine so you guys could stay entertained. You can see it's not my live account.
Yes, yeah. Hey,
Oh, there you go.
full
There's your answer.
transparency. Yep, full transparency.
Entertainment.
This is the same process, though, that I do in my live account.
Because-
We're range bound, so I'm going to play it as a range bound trade. Looking
For every
these
person that
60,
asked that question, and that's Dakota's response, there's 7 other people in the chat wondering, why are you guys not taking a trade?
Oh yeah,
Oh,
sure.
100%.
Yeah, if
Always,
you
it's
do-
one or the other.
If I just started trading yesterday,
Yeah.
I'd be like, why are you not trading? Trade. I would say that if I just started. But after so many years, of course, you're like, this is an opportunity to make a machine. And our job is to always trade for tomorrow. Hopefully that makes sense. Somebody goes, how did you have 90K before 23? And somebody else goes, did I get a loan capital? No. At the age of 16, I started a vending company. I imported juice from Mexico. My dad did co-sign on my first semi-load. I bought a semi-load of juice from Mexico. Co-sign.
I love
I
that.
had the whole thing. Yeah, so I bought a semi-load of Jugo de Mexico, juice from Mexico, I think it's called.
Love that juice.
And I sold it in vending machines all throughout kind of the Midwest area. A lot of meat packing plants in there, a lot of highly Hispanic areas. I was the first one to ever put them in vending machines. They were 75 cents. I bought them for a quarter. 50 cents I made per. I was clearing $1,600 a week as a 16, 17-year-old. Yes, all that money.
200% margin.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so driving around in a truck that dropping off or filling up vending machines in the kill floor. I mean, I'm not going to kill floor some of these meatpacking plants. I had to like wheel my vending machine or juice through to go take them to the vending machines in the cafeterias.
Oh yeah.
All that being said, that was how I ripped through that. And I also took that company out to California and tried to do it out in California.
How'd that go?
That was about a $30,000 loser out there too. But the golden goose was I had like 60 accounts in Omaha.
Yes, he did.
Area.
It's pretty
So,
impressive, man.
Yeah. No rich
Paper out when he was
uncle.
12, folks. Paper out when he was 12.
Yeah.
Hey, we got Goolsby here speaking. Coming off the wire, hot biscuits out of the oven. Many more rate cuts are likely needed over the next year. Rates need to come down significantly. He also says that the jobless rate is at levels many consider as full employment. It's coming from Fed Goolsby. Blah.
All right.
While we're waiting here, Dakota, feel free to jump in, but just wanted to go over a few stories real quick.
What's up,
Y'all have heard me talking quite a bit about the 2s, 10s inversion and now no longer inverted. Take a look at this chart. This has been the summer of the raging 2s, 10s. Since the end of June, we've gone up 600 basis points in that. We are now firmly uninverted in that spread. Will be very interesting to see where this goes next. Speaking of what's next, 3 Mile Island, which y'all might know is everyone's favorite nuclear meltdown, is set to reopen to power Microsoft data centers.
No kidding.
All of this AI revolution is going to take a whole lot of power, the prices of which we will see, but I'm actually pro this. I don't know what you guys feel about nuclear power, but we should be using more of it.
Bill Gates has been a huge fan of it.
Yeah.
He's been a huge fan. He says the technology we have right now is light years from what's even in 3 Mile Island, probably dashboard that they use. I don't know.
What's the
A
counter
lot of people
argument
just
to
don't
it?
understand what it is. They see the word
Right.
nuclear and it scares them.
Yeah.
Order filled.
Yeah.
And lastly, for our friends, the interns who are out hunting stops, JP Morgan has capped the work week of its bankers at 80 hours,
Oh man.
which means you only have to work
Oh,
11
man.
hours, 7 days a week now. So we're becoming soft.
we're capping it at 80 hours. My gosh.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes, on the
I got
highest.
stopped out
Sales
there.
are going to dip.
Celsius.
Yep. New highs ES or new highs ES and NQ.
What we're
Like
gonna
you
we're
had
gonna reject here.
Man.
And
We're gonna
you can't
reject
break
these
it yet.
Tilt's still
Yeah,
50-50, NASDAQ and S&P. The undecided.
Yeah, it just got rejected. Be tricky.
This is not the
NASDAQ
market
chart.
to trade.
Yeah, NASDAQ chart is just very sloppy right now. Lots of wicks, lots of rejections to the downside and upside. Like Dobie says, you can't stay in the range forever. But trying to play the breakout like Dakota has. I mean,
Making lower highs or higher lows, excuse me, on the day.
higher lows.
So we could still be trying to really do break out of this to the upside. ES just looks a lot better than NQ.
I got the house account up.
Okay, good to go.
No check
We
marks
back?
for me yet. No, this is a mess of a market.
Yeah. So
I got my hotkey.
that being said, 50 port. Sure. No, I'm kidding. Oh, there's no trade yet.
No trade.
Nope. I'm going to see if I could play this as another range. See if we could run back down below 70s.
I mean, immediate rejection off the overnight high.
Yeah.
NQ can't break out of the opening
Maybe
range yet.
What a boring market, man.
It happens. It happens. We got some inflation numbers this week. Got any earnings this week? Haven't.
Micron and Costco are the only ones that I would say
Micron.
matter.
Yeah.
I mean, they all matter, but
Terms for us.
Yeah,
Costco, you say.
Costco coming up Thursday. Who else did you have, Nick?
Micron, just given the wait for the semis.
Okay.
Have you ever had the $1.50 hot dog from Costco?
That's
Oh,
after
yeah.
It's Wednesday.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Every time you go in there, just get
Better
it.
than Fairberry. Better than Fairberry.
Don't ask how it's made, and don't ask how it cost so low. Two things you don't ask.
How they keep it $1.50.
Yeah.
How do you
Don't
keep
ask
$1.50? What's in it?
Well,
Can't ask that.
all right, new
You
highs
have to
here.
ask, you can't afford
All
it.
right, I'm out with this. Here we go.
Now we're breaking
That's
out.
the breakout.
All right, finally. See if we can push here. 57.84 half last
Wow.
trade.
Now we're moving. For a second.
Yeah, you're just going to take the snap. We see snapbacks like this, guys. When we push to the highs and see the snapback, is that just people taking quick profits? Is this all very, very, very short-term trades? Is that kind of what we're seeing here? Just pop out to the upside, then we see this pullback. Trying to figure out what's making up for these very short-lived moves to the upside here.
It's just
Thin, just
no momentum behind these breakout. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's a very choppy market. Even though we are going up, we're chopping up and to the right.
last trade in crude. Yeah, crude saw about a 20-cent pullback off the recent highs. High $71.81. Last trade 20 cents lower, 71.61. These guys were just talking about the breakout to the upside. In the ES, yeah, we did. We pushed up to 57.84 half in the ES. We pulled back about 3 points off of that. Is everyone flat right now? Dakota, are you flat?
Yeah, I'm flat. I'm flat. Yeah.
I'm flat.
All right. Flat.
But we are about 12, 13, for I guess 15 points from air horns, Andre, on the S&P.
Is that true?
So
On the Z contract.
Yeah, on the Z. Yes, that's right. Okay.
I think we're probably still very close on SPX, maybe a little higher. I think it needs to go. But yeah,
Dust off
on the
air
Z
horn.
contract,
What's your thoughts on
hasn't
this,
broken an all-time
Nick?
high.
what's your thoughts on the
About-
trade? If we get down to 74, looking for a long.
Yeah, I would say probably worth the shot right around that previous day high
Okay.
for kind of continuing breaking out to the upside. Just given, we keep making higher lows and it has looked bullish. You and I have kind of been switching our bias back and forth, but I would be leaning towards the breakout right now. At least the one attempt that could get invalidated again for us to say we failed trying to break out initial balance high that we're going to get here in the next 5 minutes, and then we could probably say, yeah, this may turn into a range day.
74
so-
in the ES or NASDAQ?
74.
57.74 on the ES.
Yes.
74
I'm good with that.
to
Long
75
check.
is going to be my check mark. That's the best trade I've seen. I would consider taking this one in my live account if we could get down to 74, 75 zone.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, it's just been chop. But it's
Let's
just
watch
been chopping
gold.
up.
Gold's
and to
been
the
pretty
right.
trendy here.
Gold's moving.
Yeah, gold's been pretty trendy to the upside here. Buyers right now.
Mm.
You
Matthew
like
in the chat. It's not my birthday.
Why?
You
Who
like
thought it was your
75?
birthday? Who thought it was
I
your
have
birthday?
no idea. Somebody in the chat.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely not my birthday.
74, 75 MP.
75. 75. You moved up to 75s now, Dakota?
That's the zone that I like. Yeah, 75,
Okay.
75s.
It is Topstep's birthday coming up next week. We can talk about that here in a little bit.
It
MP.
is.
Topstep.
Oh,
Almost
yeah.
a teenager. Almost a teenager, this Topstep thing.
Oh well, we'll talk. We'll talk.
We'll talk about it.
We'll talk about we've legally.
Yeah.
Well, hold on, not legally. This says
Hold on now.
when Topstep the LLC was created, sure, 12 years, but we had already been operating, right?
Mhm.
And
So
we will
just-
talk
just-
all about that.
Will Topstep need a fake ID to get into the bar? Is basically the question. So, yes.
We already have one,
I
Dre.
got a fake ID for you.
You ran into my niece on her name will go unknown because she has a fake ID.
All right, we don't need to be putting that out there. We don't need to be putting that out there.
He's just ruined it for him, Michael.
Hey, we were at the tailgate. How are you here?
I said-
What are you doing?
How'd you get in?
Yeah.
I think we all had one, didn't we? I had one.
Oh yeah.
All right, looking for 75, 74 level in the ES. Pull back here. NASDAQ pulling back pretty substantially, about 40-point pullback here off the highs in the NASDAQ. ES moves direct, not so as dramatic.
We got to 75 and 3/4, huh? That was the low of that. Yep.
No, we just made a new high in gold by one tick.
Dude, I'm looking at that, Eddie. Nice.
Yeah.
Good to have you back, Eddie. Man.
Nice.
So
Body
gold's made a new high.
Yeah.
Slightly.
By one tick.
Make sure you get it in there.
Been dusting that air horn
missed
off.
the first one, so we had to, do it for GC.
Yep.
I mean, one tick is one tick, man.
Yes, it is. We got a 100 lot here in
got
the NQ.
New high.
Oh, that was gone. That was
So if we do get to those 74, 75 level, how big of a position? Do you see
I got
anything,
5.
Nick?
I mean, we have the RTH VWAP like right below there. It would be around 72.50, 73. So you've got something that's going to act as resistance. The point of control in the day is at 72. So putting it, not obviously I wouldn't say full size, but I don't know, maybe a 10, something to start us off, kind of feel it out
Okay.
all right. I like this.
if we get there, just because we have that to kind of act as a bottom. And maybe potentially instead of like adding
Listen,
to it, we could get out if we felt like, hey, you know what, this is actually going to move to the bottom of the range, and we could look for potentially a, either a breakdown or a longing kind of the range play.
Mm-hmm.
But what's the general trade idea here?
To buy,
Liking longs
Yeah.
around the 75 area. When you
Yeah.
say 75
Yeah.
area, are you talking about give or take a whole point in front of it or behind it?
yeah,
or
74, 75, 73, right in there. I mean, I'd like to see what we're seeing now. We're seeing this at 78. I would love to have seen this at 74 because this is now looking like maybe this is the lower or the higher low. Because you look at the 100 tick chart and you could see this is pretty clear and obvious, these higher lows. And I would have loved to see that, what we're seeing now. I wanted this to happen, and I want this to happen down here, closer to 74.
Type of-
But it's
What type of risk are you looking at then on this trade?
my stop loss would be at like 68. 68. Maybe we could even. I don't know if you would like 62, Nick, but it just depends on where we get in and
No, I would
what
say
we want the risk reward.
below 66, we're probably wrong and are going to go make a new low. Probably go break 62 would be my guess.
Okay,
But
66.
This
I would
comes
rather
off
do
the-
that and potentially get out than continue to add all the way to 62 and then still be in the trade.
Yep.
All right. Well, if you guys do take this trade, you're going to look at, excuse me, 74, 75 level. You guys, please jump in. I'm going to throw it to JD now because he's got some P&Ls and payouts. Again, we're going to weave this in and out, right? We're going to bring these segments in. We're always going to keep, first and foremost, always have the markets in front of us, but we're going to weave these segments in. So you guys take that trade. Please jump in. But right now, I'll throw it to JD. JD with P&Ls and payouts. Good. Happy Monday, JD.
What's up, guys? Happy Monday to you. All right, let's rip through these. Yesterday's best live funded P&Ls. Right at the top there is the house account. Nice job all around there, guys.
Hey.
There we go.
Biggest trade yet in the house account. We were down 17 grand, ended up 15 grand. Nice $32,000 swing. And
Huge.
Coach Robert made $400 trade in the Dow during Strategy Lab with Amory too. So let's not count out that trade also. Great job all around. All right. Next up, Faye. Faye had a big day trade in gold, close to $12,000 for Faye. Alexis, whose name we've been hearing quite a bit of lately, also trading gold, took home a tidy $8,200 in profits. Big numbers coming out of the gold market on Friday. Next up is Pinson. Pinson was trading crude oil, gold, silver, and the ES for a total profit of $5,400. And Bulkeron, another fan favorite. Bulkeron was trading the ES, NQ, and Micro NQ for $4,900 in profits on Friday.
Nice.
All right, well, I switch up an overlay. I'm going to switch up an overlay for XFA P&Ls, but while that's happening, what do you think the over-under on total payouts was last week?
We got to recalibrate all these now. Last week,
Total?
we're in the
For the week.
4.5 million.
Yeah, over 4. 4.5.
Yeah, I got 4.5.
I was going to say 4.2.
Fine. It's going to be more than that,
4.9.
JD.
I don't know. You guys know.
Could be 5. Who knows?
You
But
saw $1 million. Michael, you know. You have, how do you, bless you, Michael, bless you. Allergy season.
All right. You guys ready for this?
I
The
trust-
largest.
I don't micromanage. I stay.
Oh, you don't? I'm kidding. Go ahead.
Well, guys, it just so happens we are coming off the largest week of payouts
Oh, wow.
Wow.
What's this?
in Topstep history. You ready for
We're
this?
in the fives.
over 5.
We're in the fives.
5.375.
Wow.
Oh my.
Last week. Almost 2,500 total payouts, over $2,000 average payout. Back-to-back record weeks. Previous week was 4.6 million, and we moved up to 5.3 million last week.
Absolutely
Is that
incredible.
huge or what?
Yeah. Hey, 74 is
Wow.
coming in here in the ES. 74 is coming in the ES. That is
Oh,
all right. We're in.
We got all 3 of ours. We're long 15 from 74 half.
74.
I had 555. Every other.
Okay.
Cool.
Every
What's
other
that?
thing.
5.5 or $5 million. That's a new record. Thanks, JD. That average was really nice too,
Yeah,
JD. Over $2,100.
I went on a little like rant last week, and it was my big thing about the rant is like, sure, there's competition is good, fine, new stuff comes in here, but like what I don't like is like chasing new shiny things. Like if you can see what we're doing here, it's stable. We're trying to help people learn. We're showing you the numbers. We're showing you people's numbers. We're showing you others, and to help you make sure that the others that are out there in the world numbers add up. We're trying to do all that. Nobody else does all that. And that's what, like, when I go on my little rants, I'm like, it's not a lot of time, a lot of like extra money, a lot of like, and it doesn't, but it's an investment back into what we really are investing in is community and development. People come for the funding. We say this all the time. People go anywhere for the funding, the new shiny, wherever the most attractive is. But we want them to stay for the community and development. Community and development, bar none, Topstep, like smokes anybody. We'll stay ahead of you on that all day long, but we're also going to try to have the best funding opportunity as well in the same point. But then they get this new shiny object. Why don't you do this? Why don't you be like this other guy? Because they've been out for 35 seconds. Like, this company, we've been here 14 years, 12 years. I'm going to tell you guys about 14 years. But
Happy birthday.
yes, spilled it. And we've just been, So some things we've been slow on, like, oh, you should have done one step a while ago. You should have done all that kind of stuff. But over time, we learn, and we're trying to do the best we can because we're a prop firm. All things got to work out. You're not a customer. You're not anything like that. You're a trader at our prop firm, proving to us, and then we manage the risk. You manage the risk, blah, 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 and how we all do that. So big numbers that we're putting out, but we're also having a ton of inflow of people coming in. So when the shiny new object or toy or two toy or whatever you want to call it pops up there in the space, I always do that. It always goes back to indicators too. Like when the new indicator came out, this new indicator back in the 90s and early 2000s, always new indicators. Thousands you'd spend on new indicators. But in the end, you just need a great community. You need a great support system. You need to be stable enough that you can work every day on your craft and not chase another shiny little toy. So that's where my range.
I'd be okay with adding at 75. Maybe we broke out too quick right there.
How's it got long from 74 half? 74 or 74 half, Michael?
74 half. We had a 510. I had 5 lot working at every from 75s down to.
Dang.
Here we go. I had a 74 even, a 75, and a 75 half. I was going to average out of that little zone.
That went fast, Dakota. Man.
Yeah, it did. It went really fast.
It did.
If we could get into 25 right there, but sometimes
But this is what we wanted to see. You wanted to see that rejection off VWAP and us get back over that kind of top of the previous day high at 75s and kind of continue to push.
target's going to be into these 80s.
Target into the 80s. And house count long from 74 half. Dakota, Nick for a tick.
You know what the target should be, Dakota?
Air horn.
All-time highs.
Air horn.
85.
That's the target.
Yeah, I love it. Yo, everyone out there, get your air horns out. Just open up the window, roll down the window.
The runner should be held for air horns unless we get stopped out on this.
Air horns are bust, everybody. Here we go. All right. Well, NQ's got to break above this 20,100.
We have the 75s. You still like adding any? You guys still like the 75s right around here?
No adding yet.
Yep.
Yeah, we really want to see 75s continue to hold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a chance for maybe just a liquidity grab at 72, but yeah.
Watch me hitting the air horn button just jinx this trade.
Just like when you first started coming out here, Nick, you're like, I'm killing the vol, man. I'm killing all the volatility.
I mean, when I first started coming on, it felt like it was dead for my first few sessions. Like nothing happened.
Yeah. I love that. When people blame themselves for
Stop
volatility.
68. Is that what you guys are saying? Stop at 68.
66 was for me.
Yeah, probably 66.
Okay. We have you up at 71 here. We're talking about the ES. Last trade 57.73 quarter.
If we see more consolidation here around 73, 74, I'm going to say be ready to add.
Yeah. Little flush out, getting all the weak ones out.
Yeah, I did not like that at all.
66. VWAP at 71. Flush out just beneath VWAP. We're talking about the ES. Buyers did come back in. Every wick beneath VWAP has been bought. That's 4 times.
50-50 on the tilt. 50-50 on the tilt. Nothing saying anything there.
Let's watch and see. Like I said, this trade's still valid. I mean, it's still valid for an add if we see consolidation and a break back up towards.
Here come the buyers.
Mm-hmm.
Chop, chop, chop.
NVIDIA's red. Tesla's off its highs. Apple flat. Yeah, I don't know. This still could easily be a range day. I would love to see this break out, though. Come on.
Yeah, I see that, Nick.
We need something to trade.
Yeah. Look at crude. Crude just saw about a 45-cent sell-off right there, right to VWAP. Crude last trade, $71.33. Again, about 50 cents or so off the highs. made about 20 minutes ago, but currently,
There we
I'll count long ES 74 from 74.5. Go ahead, Nick, for a take, Dakota. Talk the executor through this trade at the time. Dakota, what are you seeing right now?
I want to add more to this. I'm not. I want the market to give us a reason to add. If we just go straight up here, great. If it gives us a reason to add down here around 72, 71, it's not giving us a reason. Or at least me, anyway.
Is this a 3-bar reversal? That what gets you to what? It's 3-bar reversal.
It is. It could be.
It's Dakota's. Yeah,
North
Yeah, on the
Dakota.
1 minute. Yeah, on the 1
North
minute.
on the 1 minute.
I didn't take a look at the 5 minute. These bars
No,
are
5
not good
minutes
enough
not.
for a 3-bar reversal. Yeah, I mean,
we could talk
usually
about
3-bar
Nick Dolby's
reversals.
Doritos. That's a good one too. I like these ones.
Cool Ranch Doritos for life. Hey, let's push higher here. 57.75. We need a North Dakota right now. Push this thing.
I can't remember the last like non-holiday trading session where NQ was stuck in like a 40-point range for an hour and 20 minutes.
God, I think the market gave us a chance to get into 25.
Where would you have added, Dakota? 70s?
I mean, yeah, with hindsight, but it didn't give us anything to do rather than do exactly what we did and buy it when we got there.
Crude just got smacked for 70 cents.
Would you take anything off right now? Or you leave it all on, and the reason why is if it comes down to retest. I'm asking questions. I don't know direction. I'm following you guys.
For me,
I'm
it's
just executing.
leaving it on. The trade's valid till we break below 66.
66.
All reasons why you got in the trade are still there. So that's somebody just started trading yesterday. Or somebody traded for a reason. If all the reasons why you got into the trade are still there, you need to have conviction, and that's kind of what I think he's saying here. When I hear that, Dre, you actually said that to me easily 10, 15 years ago. If all things that got you in the trade are still there, then stick with it.
And that's what Dakota's saying. The trade's still valid. Also, if you're flat, what would you rather be, long or short?
I'm looking, yeah. If I were flat, I would be looking to get in long, and I'm sitting here watching, looking for ways to buy this, and it's just moving a little bit too quick for me to like relay enter, right?
Right. It's thin.
Gosh dang, it's just one of those where you're wanting to add, and it gives you these like brief, like really, really brief 5 seconds. It goes really fast. I think you've seen that one, Andre, where I was like, add, and then it's just too late. Like as I'm saying it goes past.
Teleported.
And it just
higher.
happened
Right.
again. If you
it's tricky.
Yeah, I think we might break into those 80s, but take a look at my chart and I'll explain it.
Okay.
Yeah, so here's the 100 tick chart. This is what I'm talking about. Is we had this move and then the pullback right here, which is a test of this support right there at 73. And then as soon as we started to break back above, that is the add. We add and then get that continuation. We did it Friday where that was the higher low. And then like maybe it will give us an opportunity again if we push back down towards 76. But we really want to add down here, not up here.
Pay attention to this, guys, because I suck at adding to winners, and Dakota's one of the best and knows good
he's probably one of the
ways
best
to
I've
do
ever
this
seen.
and not just averaging and martingaling your way into a daily loss limit. So pay attention to when he says that.
Yep. Well
Yes,
said.
on a much smaller.
Well, in crude, we're seeing sellers showing up here. Took a little dump here right now, 71.16. But tilt really is very slow here today. We are looking, they're looking longs here in a crude, 65% long in the tilt.
So if we break above these 80s, I could see session highs.
Okay. Session high 57.84 half.
It did not want to spend any time down there in the 71s, 70s.
No.
What are we 69 evens, 69 quarters, 57, 69 quarters was the low of that move, guys. For all the truckers, long haul folks that are on the road right now, that pulled back to 57, 57, 69 quarter, or working out in the gym like I was. Yeah, I want to.
Who had that? Who's you, Nick? Right?
That's
Who's
it.
got the?
No, Eddie's got every sound under the sun. I've got like 3.
got me old CB handle and a truck horn.
Oh, you long haul
Oh,
drivers
breaker,
out there.
Breaker,
Shout
breaker.
out
You
to-
guys ever play around with the CB radio?
How does that
Oh,
go?
we used to have with truckers all the time in Gretna,
Oh, yeah.
Nebraska, where I grew up. There's a truck stop right there. We go on there break because we could talk it a bit. My buddy's really
I
good
need
at
a
it.
radio check.
Breaker 19,
Radio check
Ruth
for
Charlie,
channel
but-
19.
Yeah, all that.
Breaker 19, breaker 19, radio check.
It's radio. Get off the door. You just like channel 19 was always a pretty hot channel.
That was a trucker channel, yeah.
Channel 19. All right.
What was
Dakota,
your
keep-
handle, Michael?
Yeah, what was your handle?
I don't remember. Cody would do it. We drive around our trucks and be up to no good at the age of like 16, 17 and just drive around and be in fields, sitting there in fields with a bonfire and start messing with the truck stop. That was
Damn.
about 5 miles
Clean
away.
fun.
Clean fun is what some would say. Not always.
I used to
but
have the
yeah.
base
all those-
station. Oh, yeah, sit home and had a Cobra base station with a whip on the roof.
Oh wow! You
Call
had the
me Mad
setup.
Dog. I was like, what, 11
Yeah.
years old with a handle called Mad Dog.
Mad Dog.
Oh wow! Mad dog.
Mad Dog.
I like it.
Keeping away.
Hey,
the
speaking of
lawlessness.
Mad Dog, have you guys like Eddie's call sign Mad Dog? We got 5,100 people watching here on a slow Monday. This is Fast Markets, Topstep TV. We've got our own Twitter handle now, folks. We graduated 120,000 subscribers. They finally gave us our own Twitter handle. Click like, click subscribe.
Yeah, this one's my bad.
Here
We
we
should have been in
break it out.
25 on this. We should have been in 25. I was too
Fine.
hesitant on
It's
calling out
Monday.
an ad.
It's Monday. It's been totally shit trade all day.
Yeah.
It's totally fine.
I was going to say a Monday with a green trade to start the week for the house count, I'd say is good enough.
Yeah,
Especially if we can
I
catch
know,
this.
but
man, it's 10 handles within 10 minutes ago. It did not hold those 70s.
What's that tell you, Michael, when you see that? We took a peek beneath those 70s.
I'm gonna tell.
it's
In
a
the
good
history
trade.
of me trading, it tells me that the markets are strong, that the buyers came in, that they're in control thus far, and it's trying to break out of a range, and it might have it might have some shorts stuck down there that are going to help feed the breakout to the upside. You know, how does a short feed a breakout to the upside? Because if you get short, your stop. Everybody has a stop here. Nobody can go unlimited unless they print money in the Federal Reserve. You have a daily loss limit or a max amount of money in your personal broker, and you can get stopped out. Well, that stop is a buy order, market order. Typically, market buy. What does a market buy order do to the price? Well, push pressure to the upside. So
Yeah,
that
good
is
trade
my
location goes by fast.
yeah.
Try to push here. But 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Right now, Hogue feeling a little bit under the weather, getting as much deserved rest. Something's going around here in the Chicagoland area. Got cold finally, though. Got feels like fall a little bit. But you have Hogue in here. About 10 minutes, you say, is there a failed upside auction? Still need some more information. Again, it's been pretty much range bound. We did try to take a peek here into the 80s. Last trade 57.78, half in the ES. Oh, good call, Danielle.
Well, what are you
Good call.
seeing on this, Nick, for trade management?
Well, I don't love that
Do we-
rejection below overnight high. I would have loved to see us clear that and go make a new high and then potentially have taken, a couple off there in theory just to be green on this trade. Since everyone in the chat is putting it out in the universe that you're not green on this trade yet. So yeah, if we can kind of break out of initial balance high, maybe we peel a couple off. If not, I see nothing that gets me out of this trade yet.
Yeah. There's going to be an argument to me if we just an argument to be made to trail this with a stop loss. For example, stop loss. Our stop loss is at 66. Moving it up to 68 is valid.
Yeah.
2 points is 2 points.
Range bound. Yeah, seller said reject, but
But
for pusher.
if we were not in this trade, what are we looking for? I would be looking to buy a pullback to 75,
Yeah.
76.
But then I look at NQ and it's still just kind of lollygagging at the top end of the range and doesn't look like it really wants to break out, but still the same principle, lower highs or excuse me, higher lows. I can't speak. It doesn't look like a great trade in the NASDAQ. ES definitely looks like it wants to break out still. NQ just has kind of been wicking around that 100 level and then slowly falling back into range repeatedly.
Yeah, the order that shall not be named.
I like that one. I'm tuning in.
It took me a minute, Michael. I was there live for it. I'm
Yeah.
like, what the hell are they talking about? What is this
I know.
order? Shall not be named? Like, oh, that, yeah. They were talking, him and Hogue were talking that breaker stuff, and I had no idea what they're talking about.
It was breaker.
All right, see if we can get a push here. Just see some buyers. I got the 5 minute up.
All right, so
Test these 80s. Test
we
these
have
80s. Drone legs,
have an
Michael.
average
Drone
price.
leg. Come on.
drone legs. It has an average. We have an average price of 57.74 half. 57.74 half. In the ES, we are 4,000 unrealized.
I'm okay with closing 5 here at 79.5.
Okay, so we closed 5.
Decisive.
Took about 1,000 realized.
Beautiful.
We wanted to get the pullback. We want to look for this break to the upside. It's a Monday, so we're okay with the size. I know, Dakota, you want to be in a little bit more, but I do think we're starting off well. Consider we just started the house count now rather than earlier in the morning. So, and house count, guys, just so everybody knows, not my trades. I execute, or Hogue executes, or whoever has a house count control handle. We're getting behind the Nick and Dakota and whomever else is on air with us. Plus, we have a levels team that kind of provides what they're seeing. They're kind of like our rangers out there that are seeing other perspectives and bringing it to us. Usually, we have Hoagland bringing their thoughts in, and I know Eddie, you got your eye on them too. So if you hear or see anything, let us know. But this is
10-4.
how we work together. And then you guys can hear how the house. Did anybody take the house account? Is anybody long from 74 quarter, 75 around there? Oh, you
Maybe you fade it too. You can shout out if you faded it.
Mm-hmm. That's totally okay too.
Mm-hmm. Tesla's up 4.5%.
Yeah, or NQ's breaking out now.
Yes, it is. Talk to us, Nick, for a tick. What are you seeing in NQ?
I'm seeing, let's see, let me jump to my other chart. Make a new high here. It's going to break out, probably stop run. Hopefully this pushes us towards the opening range, the initial balance high on ES as well.
Yep. Here we go.
I covered 5 down there at 79. So we're sitting with 10 lots on. We were long 15 from 74 quarter. Got out of 5 of them at 79. And then sitting with 15 of them, and it's trading 80 half.
Yeah, I'm okay with... let's see how price action acts here. I mean, I'm a little more
sticky
on the side of closing out a lot more than we did on Friday. Friday, it was kind of trend, and it was okay to hold. But I'm going to be a little more inclined to close out quicker today.
House has 5 on now.
Okay.
Market's sticky right now.
God, it really does seem like we may go retest the initial balance high and then just fall off a cliff back into the range. I kind of
back in the range
towards Dakota. You just aren't seeing that like enthusiasm breakout on either one of these. It just kind of pings a little new high and then falls right back into value.
Yep, I do see moving our stop loss. Do you see a good area? Let's just get out of it.
Yeah, this is going to roll.
Get it.
Take the points.
Flatten this.
All right, we're out. 3,300.
There you go.
Not bad.
There you go.
Hold on.
3,312.
Yeah, this is a mess, folks in the chat.
Who do you think you are? I am.
That guy.
That was a good read.
I love that one.
That was a good read.
That one.
I know, me too. That dude.
Makes no sense.
Who? You're talking about
P. Weber. You know P. Weber. You're a bowler.
Yeah, I do. I watched that live. It was such a great thing. Do you know who
Who do you
he
think
was
you are?
talking to, right? Some member in the audience who just wouldn't shut up when he was bowling.
Oh, heckler.
Yeah. Yep.
We have no experience with that.
We can heckle. Yes, we do. All
You
right,
know what
nice.
The beautiful thing about that just happened is we called it out before it happened. We were looking for a pullback. Of course, it's not going to be exact, but we were looking at 73 plus or minus $1, so like 75, 74, 73. It got there. We entered it. It gave us an opportunity to add, but we only took 2 points of heat, 3 points of heat.
Boom. Yeah. And we were even saying NQ had actually went up and made a new high on the day and went to break out above the initial balance high. ES did not join that same party, albeit more bullish than NQ was looking to start the session. And once it kind of fell back in the range, it made sense to flatten out, regardless of what kind of happens here in the next few minutes. If it continues to go try to break that high again, that was the right decision.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm
You
gonna
always
go
get back in.
mid.
You can always get back in.
100%.
It wins the win.
Be right back.
I'm your huckleberry.
Dre, you couldn't guess in a million years what I'm doing in about 3 hours.
I cannot guess, but speaking of what I could not guess that you were chopping it up in the kitchen this weekend, Michael. I know it's fall out there, a little football weather. First of all, what are you doing? What are you doing in about 3 hours, Michael? Then I want to talk about your weekend. Go ahead.
I'm going to meet a guy who has about 500 goats, and what they do is they
doing the lawn thing.
Yeah, I'm mowing the lawn, so to speak. We have like pasture, and I have a property out here, and thistles kind of took over. I did the whole. I had them plow it up and plant it. And it's coming in well, and then we let the thistles get away. It's bad this year, so they'll eat everything. And then, their droppings and everything, help fertilize, of course, right before the fall. So I'm talking to him. He's going to ship them all out, haul them all out here, drop them off, and hopefully have it all mowed down before the first big snow.
What do they do? Like bust them in?
Yeah.
What do they have?
Semi-loads, yeah. Just bring them all in.
Yes. So, I've seen them in action. Those goats, man. Those whatever their stomachs are lined with are very impressive, man. Those goats
They'll eat anything.
All right. Wolf 5780 last trade in the ES. Feels like we're making higher lows. Looks like we're making higher lows.
Angie's got goats to help on their property. Yeah, I hear they're good at helping on your property. Just like they'll eat the things that you don't want to weed whack. Or you wish we're
now
doing
it
that.
breaks up.
Yeah, looks like it, Nick.
Wants to. Yeah, this is just not the best trade. Can't seem to make a decision, and you're getting kind of like whipsaw of like 5-6 points on 5-minute candles here in ES without much direction.
Volume as well.
Yeah,
I'm very light. We got about 2 minutes till top of the hour. About a minute 15 seconds here on Topstep TV. This is Fast Markets. We got Nick for a tick in the house. Dakota just stepped off, but if you look at his background, he was bullish coming in today. He did take one long trade in the house account, netted us about $3,300. Quick one. Quick in, quick out. MP, so you're going to be meeting with the goats. But over the weekend, MP, I saw you were chopping up in the kitchen. And you follow at Michael Patak on Twitter. He's got the blue check mark next to his name. My God, I did not see that coming. Over 11,000 followers, I believe. Go give at Michael Patak.
12 now.
12.
Wow.
12,000. He said, correction, Andre. 12,000.
Who's a rapper that says that after 10,000? There's a rapper that said 10,000 followers or whatever.
Yeah, but yeah, MP. Let's pull this from that. There it is, MP. What were you doing in the kitchen? Look, come on, Chicago Bears. We need that W. Drowning my sorrows by working on a beef stew with NFL.
Bears just lost. Bears just lost.
I
have a buddy who's on the board of Kettle and Fire, and he's talking to me about it. I don't know if you guys know Kettle and Fire, but I wanted to try it out. So I like soups and broths.
I love a good soup.
Yeah, so that was it. That's it. Those are the ingredients. You're right there.
You guys are gonna have to do that 13 more times, right? How many games left does the Bears have?
I get the chili season. We got and I say we because Dre was there, and my wife and Chris Brown, our buddy Chris Brown, not the rapper Chris Brown. We're all in Teton clubs up in Jackson Hole, and we got People's Choice Award #1 chili, just because we saw a sign up on the thing in the resort we were staying at, and it says chili cook off tomorrow at 6. We're doing that. and
Yeah.
just walked into Jackson Hole and got People's Choice Award, first place. After all, like old school guys came wheeling in, like all their like wheelbarrow full of like stuff, moonshine and everything, like the locals. And we didn't get best in show, but we got People's Choice. And Andre goes, "That's the winner."
It's the winner.
100%. Yeah.
MP. So
Well,
how's the beef
eventually-
stew? Where's the beef stew right now?
How's,
Is it in the fridge? Is it?
I didn't have a slow cooker, and so it's good. It's good, but I didn't have a slow cooker, which I should have had a slow cooker. So I put it in a pot and boil, or just like a I need to do a slow
Tastes
cooker
better.
next time. But it's awesome. It's good. I just like the potatoes all kind of disintegrated.
Yeah.
I boiled it too
It'll
hard.
It's gonna taste
Yeah.
better today. It'll taste better tomorrow
It'll
than it
taste
did
better
today.
today. Yeah, I
Oh,
did
yeah.
it last night.
All right, a little chili talk, a little beef stew talk here on this Monday. Markets are slow right now. We squeezed 3,300 out in that first trade. Not bad. Go around the horn here. Take a look at the markets. JD's got some hot streaks and payouts coming here on the other end of this update. We got last trade in the NASDAQ, 20,084. Last trade we're about 40 points off the high of the day there in the NASDAQ. Taking a look at ES. Man, look at these same prices all morning long. 57.76 last trade. Crude saw some selling. More selling. We're now beneath $71 last trade. $70.99. YM chopping around. Gold made some new all-time highs. Now last trade, 26.54. About $5 off the all-time highs there. Dakota, what you got? I heard you want to say something.
No, I mean, we are right where we started the day off. Nowhere.
Yes, we are. All right. Well, let's throw it to my man, JD. JD's got some hot streaks and payouts coming in. JD, what's up? Tell me Dilesh is on this. Please tell me Dilesh is going to. I need to see 60 days. Come
You're
on,
damn
Dilesh.
right, Delesh is still there.
Yes.
Look at this guy.
Michael, what's going on right here? 54 days.
Another $7 for Delesh. Keep them coming. Keep them
Oh,
coming.
$7.
$7.
I'm going to be honest with you
Delesh.
guys. I'm going to be honest with you guys.
Here
I'm
we
going to be
go.
honest. 54 days. Like, I need Dilesh to pick it up. I'm going to tell you why. Dilesh, it's costing us. It's costing us money. I swear to God, the licensing fee, the data fee, all this, it does. It costs us more than what you're doing. But let's have fun with this. But there is cost that we cover because we're covering data and all this other stuff. Once you get this, so I would just try to pick up. I try to pick up the pace if I were you.
The biggest risk is that he's still not eligible for a payout, and all this could be gone in one bad trading day. 54 days wiped out with one
50
road blast
days.
in the market. Yeah.
You know
But
what'd be
anyway.
pretty cool to see is if he scales this, and then next he starts doing $10 a day, then 15, then 20, and if he could scale it to where he's
That would be a
doing
story.
20,
That
that would be one heck of a story.
It would be. Mike,
It's time
I'm
to
not
start.
trying to be Dijon in here. Come on, MP. Pick up the pace, guys. We're traders. This isn't. If you can make more mowing the lawn in a day when you're doing trading, you can stay mowing the lawn. Trading is about kind of like going a little bit beyond, like, or even at what you can do at your day job. You got to beat your day job when you start trading. In my opinion, a couple $100 a day, you make $1,000 a week. Try to get yourself to make a couple $100 a day or $1,000 a week as a trader. Eventually. I don't know. That's just my take. But I'm not the writer of the rules of trading.
I think Delesh just likes hearing his name on Topstep TV. This is the ultimate troll at this point.
It's fun.
Well, it's working. It's working.
It is. All right. Next up, we've got Jonathan. Jonathan took $373 out of the NASDAQ, now at 25 days, worth $7,500. Eric pulled $208 out of the micro S&P, now sitting on 23 days of winners, worth close to $9,000. Michael profited $353 trading the micro NASDAQ, now in a 19-day hot streak worth just over $7,000. And Bruno profited $624 trading the NASDAQ and micro NASDAQ. His 18-day heater is now worth $4,572. Every trader on the list, with the exception of Delesh, is eligible for a payout at Topstep. All right, I got last week's biggest payouts.
Ooh, yeah. Last week's? This is just individuals from the entire week, JD?
Individuals from last week. That is correct.
Boy, well, after that $5 million number. This
These
is
five
really wild.
payouts represent 4.6% of all funds paid out last week.
There you go.
4.6. All right.
Interesting.
So we've got Jerome. Jerome spent some time on the leaderboard. Probably see him up there again. I believe he's transferring some funds from XFAs into a live account. So he's not on the leaderboard today, but should be big. Took almost $56,000 in payouts total last week.
Nice.
Michael T, 54,000 in change from 3 XFAs. Sager, 46,000 from a pair of XFAs. Benjamin, also from a pair of XFAs, $46,000 even for those 2 traders. And Marco, $41,170 from 5 XFAs.
Now, let me really quickly on this.
You see the chat, Michael?
Yeah, let me go to because I was saying about Dilesh, and you guys were like, "Hey, blah blah blah." I'm not asking you to even put up what Jerome did. I'm not asking you to do what Benjamin did. 46 grand, 40 grand. I'm just saying, like, find your wheelhouse and just like push yourself a little bit in the trading. Push yourself a little bit.
He's in the chat.
Brooksy goes, for God's sakes, I started a lemonade stand, and now you're saying I got to start mowing lawns. Just
he's in the chat. Saw that, right?
Yeah.
Dilesh won the people's choice, they say.
He's in the chat. He said $7 is a lot of money in his country. So maybe.
Well, he has not even eligible for a pay. I don't care if it's a lot of money or not, or that's not the point of the story. You're here to put up money to get yourself to a point where you can pay yourself. You aren't even there yet after 54 days.
That's true.
Get it. Guys, come on. Like, let's not go so soft. It's like you're in the big leagues now. And you're not going to be like, hey, he can hit the ball every. No, like, you got to hit it. And you got to be a professional and you got to get on. I don't think this isn't a knock. I love this. I'm just saying, let's put up a little bit more. Put up a little bit.
I'm pulling for Dilesh. Come on, Dilesh.
I'm pulling for Dilesh too. I'm trying to pay out, buddy. Hit that payout button. That's my point.
We got store.
I mean, Dakota, while running a stream and wrangling cats while you guys were out on the offsite, was able to trade micros and make a few $100, a few $1,000 each day. So it's possible. You don't need to trade a lot of size to hit $200 in a day. And if you built a decent cushion from trading small before for 54 days, I think you can do it.
Yes.
Thank you.
We're pulling for you, Dilesh. Let's get that payout, man. Let's get that payout. Now we got a story. Then you come on Topstep TV. Tell us all about what you did with the money. Help people out. Help yourself out. Improve your life.
Just trade how you got funded. You got funded. Trade exactly the way you got it.
Yeah, good point. Good point. Thousands. You had to make thousands. Thousands, literally thousands. And so keep jabbing. Hit the bag a little harder.
You got it, buddy.
This market's right back down to near these lows. Still not seeing anything great. I'm even hesitant to buy it now.
We got out. Well done. Gold for selling off here. Crude selling off as well.
I'd say the same argument if somebody just trading micros every day. You're trading well. Up your size. Like Brett Steenbarger, Dr. Steenbarger, read a book. He it's enhancing trader performance. The whole book is about pushing that trader outside of their comfort zone. So that's another thing. Like, again, hey, it's more than he makes. Well, that's fine. But again, you have this opportunity and you're trading the markets well. So push yourself a little bit. Just get yourself a little bit there. Or at least get yourself to the payout and then take $500 of that whatever total they have and pay yourself. That would be awesome.
Yeah. Another thing is, are you going to be able to do this in the live market? Yeah, I'm not sure with slippage and real. Yeah, it's
professional data fees.
Trade exactly how you got funded. Like, that's it. That's the end of the story. If you got funded, doesn't matter how long you took. If it took you 6 months, so be it. I'm sure you've had a few good days in the combine.
There's a reason why we have the $200 winning day, because that's a day. That's a day. One of those days is 200. And you need 5 of them. Does not have to be consecutive at all. But if you had 5, that's $1,000. That is good money. Like, honestly, come on. And then you could take out half that 500 and send yourself $500. Like, that's why the whole reason why we have that 200 is because we've been doing this a long enough time to kind of say, push them. Some people, you're like, hey, dude, pump the brakes. But him, get on the gas.
These markets
are Trading
Bam
sideways.
stuff.
Hey, we got
We-
YM 75.
We traded down to 68.
I know.
That would have been our
I guess
stop.
hindsight trading, I should have tried to short 20,100 on NQ and covered for 20 points, 30 points. Like, there's nothing here. Oh, I'm frustrated. I took a trade in the pre-market for $180 and I haven't done anything since.
Hey, we got money. We got money. It's green for us. We finished
Yes,
it.
we are.
Hey, since there's nothing here at the moment,
Hey, what's up,
how
Jack?
about we do a
Hey,
little
Jack.
Series 3 question? Hey,
All right, Jack, come on in.
I'm just getting used to Andre. I'm using those in-air monitors like you have, and it's
Yeah, what do you
really, it's so different.
It is.
I sound so
I've used
differently
them
to
too.
myself. It's
got 'em.
tough.
Do you like them less or more? Or are you just adjusting?
I'll know this week, but anyway, Series 3.
I like.
Before we get to the question, or here we are, MP, I took a simulated Series 3 final exam on Saturday, and I passed it
Yes.
by not as much as I would have liked. So I got a couple more weeks before I take that, but it's happening. In that spirit,
That's awesome.
here's the question.
Okay.
Come
Were
on,
you-
don't be
Gray, were
voting.
you-
You don't know the question yet. There's like 20 votes coming in before the popped up.
Are they already answering it?
Initial margin.
Oh, that was a
Carry.
great example. They're already answering. Come on, guys.
Yeah, a futures position is A, set by the CFTC and is the same for both long and short contracts. B, set by the CFTC and varies for long and short contracts. C, set by the exchange and is the same for both long and short contracts. Or D, is set by the exchange and varies for long and short contracts.
C City.
It's C.
Yep, it is. See,
Unless I don't remember what the CFTC and exchange difference is, but pretty sure.
Are we ready, guys? Let's
Yeah.
do it. The answer is
Right.
indeed C.
Right. Got it.
Oh, yeah!
Right.
You guys
Jack,
are on it.
Those questions are on there, Jack. These questions are on there. Initial margin, who sets it, settlement, who does it, kind of the relationship between the regulatory agencies, the CFTC, NFA, and those differences, the difference between those regulatory and exchanges, the exchanges versus the clearing members, the clearing members, and then the introducing brokers, and then the introducing brokers and the retail person like you or me. That's off the street. So
some quick advice for those who are studying for the Series 3. Here's what I've found so far is that there's the two sections. One's about, futures and options and everything else, and one's about the regulations. Is the futures and options stuff I know pretty well just from being in the industry. I have never had reason to know what FCMs or IBs do or what you need to put on a risk disclosure, things like that. So that's the part that takes some studying.
Yes.
So
risk disclosures are another one. Who can handle your money? CTA. What's their track record? Things like that. Mattias Sosa goes, I learned that in Billions. You know what's funny is, you guys watch Billions? There are things in Billions that you can pause and be like, rewind that. That's a strategy. That's like it's very something cool about Billions is that you can learn.
What's her name's modeled after that the trading psychologist character?
Denise Scholl, from what I understand, was what's her name in Billions?
I forgot the name of the character.
She's supposed to be that type of character where she's like the psychologist in house that works with their trader.
Could not think of her
Wendy.
name.
There you go. Yes.
So Wendy and Billions kind of keeps Axe and everybody keeps their mind centered, keeps them coming back to reality, brings them back to like understanding themselves and being self-aware. So then they can go out and dominate it because these are high performing engines that she's helping keep fine tuned. That's one reason why we have Dr. Steenbarger come on, and thank you for coming on, Dr. Steenbarger, and come on. And he's actually done that with other prop firms. He writes books about how enhancing traders' performance, as I just mentioned earlier. Trading psychologists are an incredible addition that you should have to help shorten your learning curve, especially the psyche part and 100%. Managing your emotions. So then you can make those behaviors be the best they possibly can. That could be sitting on your hands or actually execute.
My favorite part of that movie, that TV series, is when he threw the chicken, where he's throwing the chickens because he has a trade going on.
What was he doing? I missed it.
He's like, I don't know if it was short, like egg or poultry or something. I don't know.
Oh,
And then he ended up throwing like a sick chicken over the fence to alter the numbers.
oh, hey, Michael, what's this cheeseburger example I keep getting told about? You're talking about trading cheeseburgers last week, and I missed it. I think I was out.
Who was on when
week?
we were talking about this?
It was a Thursday. It was Thursday morning.
Yeah. We're because you're looking at the DOM, the depth of market. The depth of market is made up of actual people that have bids and offers sitting there. Actual people, bids and offers, putting their money where their mouth is. Literally, I'm going to get short here. I'm going to get long here. If you didn't have that, like there would be nothing on the screen. There'd be no bids and offers. So the thought here is I'm looking at the NASDAQ. You can look at my screen too. Look at the NASDAQ. Here's bids and offers. Right? And I'll do this really quickly so you guys can go to my screen.
Here we go. I got to see this.
Okay. There you go. All right. Go up to the price of $20,085.
Yep.
$20,085. All right. Do you see 69 lots there right now? Do you see them?
Yeah.
See them right here.
Yeah.
Do you guys see them on your sim fills and all that? No, you can't. I'll erase it. Now there's 18. Now there's 58. I have a 40 lot. Now there's 69. Okay. The thing about this is the cheeseburger idea is instead of this being the NASDAQ, what if it was just we created our own product? We have the platform ability to create any product we want, put any tick size value we want on it, and then say, all right, everybody has a cheeseburger trading account. Follow me on. Cheeseburger has meat, it has cheese, it has bread, all that kind of stuff in there. Those are all commodities. So now you can kind of play, in this price. So we can all set the price on what a cheeseburger is. You're like, well, in my area, a cheeseburger is like $15. Well, in my area, it's $4.99. And there's also kind of that too. But it ends up being an auction theory or an auction process. So this ladder right here that you just saw of $20,085, say it was $20.85, and that's the price of a cheeseburger, and I have an offer there to sell 50 of them. You'll be able to actually see that order, and when you put that order in, it'll actually go into that market, so to speak.
Yeah.
Right now, everybody's trading on sim. You can put a 15 lot. It won't change what I just did right there. So when I say the price of 80s right here, and I got 50 of them, and now there's 56 of them right here, you could do this all day long. Every one of you guys could do this that's in the trading combine, and it won't change this 56 offered at the price of 80 in the NASDAQ.
Yeah,
So,
if it goes up there, we'd want to short, right? But then, yeah, we decided not to.
yeah. Talk about trade. Yeah.
I like it.
But that's the cheeseburger concept. And it's like, maybe we can all learn how to move markets too. Like if everybody starts getting really like, want to get long cheeseburgers, you're going to see what that's really going to feel like rather than kind of feeling what it feels like. You actually get to experience what it feels like. It's the concept I want you to wrap your head around. We've been talking about, we can just create a product on here called the cheeseburger one, and then always check in on the price of the cheeseburgers. And see the dome and the ladder, or not the dome and the chart. It can all come together. Just like you're watching the NASDAQ right now. Just flip it and say the NASDAQ chart right here is cheeseburger prices. The dome is everybody wants to get long or short cheeseburgers. So that's kind of the idea, Trey. We're floating it around because we know we can add a product and just create something that could be an educational.
I like that. The cheeseburger index.
Yeah,
And that's real live
like
money too. Or else you wouldn't see it go through the dome.
Oh yeah, no, on my NASDAQ, that's real life. Yeah,
that's
the
real live
cheeseburger
money.
concept. No, that will be completely virtual.
I love double
Not
cheeseburgers.
to be confused by the lasagna index that Kashkari uses to measure inflation.
Wow.
Hey, manja.
No, they
I
actually
love
call it the Big Mac theory, where they measure the price of a Big Mac in different countries. Have you ever heard of that?
Yes, I have.
Yes.
Well, it's kind of the same concept. Yeah. So
Yeah.
Different ingredients. All right. You just heard Eddie. Eddie, I see we got about 10 minutes till you're what kind of day? What is going on right now? All right, we'll throw it to Eddie. This is
where we are, people.
This is where we are.
You're talking
We got
about
the air horn
cheeseburgers.
based up. We want
Hey,
the air
crude
horn.
oil's selling off. Crude oil's selling off a bit.
oil is-
We were at 71.81. We're down pushing 70.68.
Thank you. All right, I'm going to throw it to Eddie. We got some announcements here. Again, we got Topstep birthday next week. We'll talk a little bit more about that if we got time here on Fast Markets. Topstep birthday next week. But in the meantime, throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie got some announcements. What's happening, Eddie? Great to have you back on this Monday.
Yes, I do. Brian Shannon. Remember Brian Shannon? I'm going to ask the community here. Remember Brian Shannon? Well, the pioneer of the anchored VWAP. He came on that first time, and we were like, wow, this is cool. Well, it's going to be cool again tomorrow, and I'm not talking about the temperature. I'm talking about Brian Shannon going to be with us here tomorrow, September 24th at 1 o'clock p.m. Central Time. He's going to be with us, and he's going to be coming on discussing how he uses the indicator, how it's impacted his trading, the anchored VWAP. So tomorrow, write that down. Make sure that you're here. Make sure you're here all the time. Also, here is a question. Would you like to pass your combine on air? Many of us are saying, hell no. Many of us are saying, wow, that's cool. Well, you want to try to pass your trading combine on air? We're trying something new, right? What we're going to do is we're going to allow traders the chance to potentially and hopefully pass the trading combine live on Topstep TV. Now, we're going to launch this Wednesday, all right, the 25th at 1 p.m. Central Time. And I got a link here right now. Natural Tranquility says, I would love to do that. Enoch says, yes, yes, yes. Here we go. I'm going to put the link in there. Fill that link, fill that form out. And maybe you'll be lucky. We pick you to join us to pass the combine on air. Okay, and also, hey, we had a good day today. Hopefully you learned something. Hopefully you're enjoying yourself. Hopefully you love being here. Well, if you do, please, we're going to ask you, take a moment, just a moment for us here at Topstep TV, to review our Trust Pilot. Okay, I'm going to drop that link also here in chat. But hey, if you like what's going on here on Topstep TV, please let us know. We'd love to hear from you. And I'm going to put that link in here. And that is about all I've got right now. Andre, I'm going to pass it back to you, and I'm going to wait a little bit, and I will put that Trustpilot link in, and I'll share that other Pass with the Pro link throughout the day. So back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie.
I have a question, MP. I have a real serious question. I want to know your opinion. Maybe you've already said it somewhere. I've seen a lot of traders start to ask, what's the deal with instant funding?
I don't know. I mean, I have thoughts and opinions on how it's good and bad. I think it's not good for somebody just getting started. I think it's something that could be considered if somebody's been trading a long time. I also think it's towing a line that's not a good line. I think personally prop firms need to stay with evaluating and then putting people on a funded account. Now, anybody say, well, just skip all that evaluation and just go straight to a funded account. I'm like, well, what do you do? Are you a prop firm at that point? Kind of getting a little weird. So I don't know. I'm hearing that, but it's been in the FX world forever. I don't know if it flew so far in the FX world. It's a shit ton of money. Go open up your own like
that. Yeah. And there's a lot of conversation of what exactly it was. Like you pay a company and they give you access to a simulated account, call it a funded account, and then you get paid for the profits on that without moving the ability to a live. But then, man, that would be a regulator's like dream, right? Where you're paying a company and get access to live funds. I don't know. I think that's such a gray area that I don't know enough about to really comment on it, but I was curious in your opinion.
Yeah, that's exactly the reason why. And I think you need to have regulatory counsel, and I know anyone that we talk to. So says stick with it, what you guys have been doing for 14 years. And it's people are gonna get creative, and it just adds huge scrutiny. But to each his own. I don't know. I mean, like, I'm not a fan of it. If you can't pass the trading combine, why would you skip that, pay a hell of a lot more, and then fail that instantly? I just don't think that's smart either.
So. It'd be like The only way I could think of it is just like you draft a quarterback and you have him start without having him prove
Oh,
it.
shut up. Don't even go there. Get out of here.
I see what you did there.
What he's doing is trying to sneak that in there. I caught it right away.
You pulled a Caleb Williams. Come on.
Come on, Dakota.
Ruin another quarter. Get out of here.
I would say USC. I would say USC is a combine of sorts of watching him out of the playing field.
Oh yeah, he actually went to a
Yeah.
draft.
I watched him
combine,
struggle
believe it or
for 2 years in the Pac-12.
not. Oh,
Now, if I
they're
had a
just
guy that
taking
came out,
shots.
now if there's a guy that came up to the Bears facility and just knocked on the door and said, "Here's $50,000. I want to be your starting quarterback." That's called instant quarterback. I think that's the dumbest shit in the world. But you want to back people that you see. You want to see them trade. You want to see them in different markets. You want to see all that. Because if not, then you're doing something totally different. And you're like, well, they want it. Well, yeah, if kids want candy all the time. And you just shove it in their face. You're a great parent, working it out for their best interest, huh? No. So I don't know. We try to be in the best interest of the trader by putting them in a position that they can prove to create, own, and test their strategy and prove to themselves and to those that are evaluating them that they're ready to go to the next level. Yeah. That's to me that's the model of the prop firm. It started as that. But you had to go in the back in the early days, like Dre did and I did. You had to go to a desk. You had to sit at the desk. You had to pay a $1,200 a month desk fee. You had to do all this, but you had to go there and you had to do that. And now you can just prove it from wherever you are on the planet. So prove it is still a big thing. I think everybody needs to go through for their own self to see it. I can do this. I can meet that objective. And then you go to the next level.
The ultimate goal is to get into a live account no matter what.
Ultimate goal. It should be. Now, some people will be like, well, it should be just taking money off. Yes, but if you're good, you don't want to be. It's not like, in my opinion, where you want to end up. If you're a kick-ass trader, you don't stay on sim. You go live. You go the pros. You're starting quarterback. You're starting pitcher of the Yankees. You're out there. You're a professional playing at the highest level in the live markets is the highest level.
I had that conversation with Mick on Friday when I moved when he moved my balance to my live account. I was like, "You're not going to just let me stay in my 5XFAs and just gain all this monopoly money, and you guys just pay me real money?" He's like, "No."
Yeah, your dad is already
conversation.
Yeah. Now, XFA is a really good way for us to manage our risk while also you getting comfortable rising up to the higher levels, not the live level. You'll be called up if you're trading really well from our risk management team. And yeah, sure, fills are a little bit easier there and all that kind of stuff. But our goal is to get another look at you. We saw you in the combine. We saw you trading well there. You got yourself to the funded level. Now we're going to see how you trade on the express funded account. If you're really rocket shipping it there, kicking ass, we're going to pull you up and you're live, real money, prop trader, professional trader at our prop firm. Like all that. That's pro ball. That's the pro ball level. But there are times that pros, like just anything, come up to the pros and they go back to the minors and they come back up to the pros. And there's some people go up and down, up and down. Some people go up and stay forever, become like a Tom Brady or whatever baseball player you want to name that's been around for a long time. Yeah, so
hey, we got a London close in about a minute.
Bloody hell.
Will the market wake up?
Right. We haven't moved anywhere. We're
Will the
slowly
market
going
wake
up and to the right. I mean, if anything, it's by the dip.
yeah.
Or is
Somebody
it
goes there, if you
top of the
refuse to
range?
if
This is
you
where I
refuse
was just
to
gonna
go
say,
live-
what does Hogue say? If you're looking for a trade, you'll find one. This is a day
You'll
where
find one.
you can
Yes, you
easily
will.
find a trade and get yourself in trouble.
You guys get a lot of traders that refuse to want to go live?
No.
Oh, okay.
If you refuse, then we're so sorry. We're taking. I mean, like, you're a really good trader. We're not keeping you on sim. There are other firms, which that was just that's another rant and argument that I believe I believe very strongly. Good traders need to go to live. Good traders need to go. It's good for the entire industry. And if you're taking traders that are trading really well and never bringing them live, it's not good for the whole industry. Like the industry needs liquidity, needs that individual to come in here and bring liquidity to the markets and bring bigger size. And that's all helps prices stay liquid. So you get in and out And so
I'm excited for
it's an
Robinhood.
ecosystem. It's an ecosystem, and we're here with the minor leagues trying to help people get to the major leagues that then eventually trade live to help that ecosystem be thriving. And
Yeah, I mean, I'm excited for Robinhood to get into the future space.
Me too, big time.
I mean, you don't want to be a Crash Davis your whole life. You know
Who's
what I'm
that?
referring to? You know, it was in Bull Durham. What was he in the minor leagues for his whole career?
Oh yes. Mm-hmm.
You
It's
don't
fine.
want
It's
that.
fine if you can't get up to the live level. Yeah, that's totally fine. And getting up to the funded level, you can't get there. We've had people that have never been able to get to the funded level, and that's totally fine. Aren't you glad prop firms exist then? Because like I lost $90,000 real money. I would have loved to have $45 or $49, $50 bucks, $50 bucks, $50 bucks, $50. But no, I spent $90,000 in 3 years. $10,000 on just education on support and resistance courses at Online Trading Academy in Irvine, California. I don't know. I mean, like,
I'm right there with you, MP.
You get a lot of
You did
looks.
it the smart way, though. I was the dumb one that took out some student loans.
Ooh,
to put it
that's scary. You did? That's scary.
I did, man. I did.
Hey,
I mean, there are people out there like that. Don't want to go down the morbid thing, but we would hear on the trading floor every now and then somebody that second mortgage or did whatever, and they took their life. It happens. You don't hear about that because we're all trading from a screen. And you're not on a trading floor. You're like so-and-so, and then rumors would spread. So-and-so is gone. Like, wife didn't know they had a second mortgage out on their home, blah, blah, blah. I mean, it's like, yeah. They can.
Prop firms are beautiful, and they
supposed to be
really
there to
are
help.
when utilized correctly.
When utilized correctly, thank you.
Yep.
modern day prop
Crude
firm,
new
modern day
loans.
prop firm like Topstep, big game changer.
100-day prop.
Back in the day, you had to be in a big major metropolitan city. You had to go to a brick and
Or
mortar.
have a,
You
yeah.
had to be
Yeah, you
targeted
did.
by a
You had
school, be recruited. Like, it was very hard. It was difficult to get in.
Nepotism, all that kind of pedigree.
Nepotism.
All that, like,
Yeah.
screw all that. Prove it.
Nope. Now you can be
Prove it.
anywhere on the planet. Anywhere on the planet.
That's why I love the leaderboard. I'm excited to see
Yeah.
the new leaderboard. Big shout out
Yep.
to the team. It's such a beautiful thing.
You know what's funny? My buddy Nick, I'll eventually have him on here. He might even be listening. Bo, I call him Bo. He's one who like really helped me say, like this is needed in the industry. So when I say Topstep's 12 years old or 14, I'm going to get into the whole thing, and it's not a big spill, but like Topstep started a Talk Trading Partners. It was just it was a prop firm I started in 2010, January of 2010. I'll get into the whole story again while we're talking about this. But he was on here, and long story short, he last weekend he's like, "Hey, I just lost $5,000 today." He's like, "I'm going to sign up for Topstep." He was the one who helped me start the idea of Topstep. Helped me start that back in 2011 or 12. Because then I'm like, okay, maybe instead of just a prop firm, we need to have a platform for you to prove as one Topstep trader, and then be funded as Topstep funded. And that's what we have now. We have a prop firm, Topstep funded. We have a evaluation and experiential learning educational platform, and they all are considered Topstep. So that's really what we designed here. But back in January, or back when I started it, I didn't charge a dime. Hey, come prove you can trade, and I'll back you. And that's exactly what I did. But I'd only get 1 month to see you because we only got 1 month of data from the CME and all that kind of great stuff. I'm like, oh, after a month, I'm not going to see you anymore. So many people kept saying, I want to come back. I'm like, nope, next. Nope, next. I want to see next. And then if I brought you up and you failed, then like you're done. I was done with you. Didn't really understand that like there's really a developmental foundation here, and the sim should be really utilized for that more than evaluation. It should be really utilized for development. Development takes months for trading. It does. So one day Nick calls me up, and he's in our combine, or he's in our combine right now. He just lost $5,000, and him and I have talked. He's lost more than that in his trading. He's out of Nebraska, Gretna, Nebraska, where I'm from, small town. So we're small town guys. Him and I both lost like $20,000 each on penny stocks back in 1997. So we've been doing this stuff for a long time. But he's in the insurance side of the business and all that kind of stuff. So long story short, he calls me up back in 10 years ago, and he's like, hey, talk. How are your traders doing? I'm like, you know what? The ones I'm seeing that I brought up, they were trading really well for like a couple weeks of this month. They're just bombing the account. I'm like, I can't find anybody who's good. And that's what I was like, I can't find anybody who's good. He's like, well, I'm having fun. And I'm like, I lean back and I look at my wrist board. I'm like, dude, you're down $900. What do you mean you're having fun? He's like, well, I'm not risking my kids' college fund and I'm learning. And he's like, you should charge for this. And I'm like, and this is after I kept telling everybody no. Then done. Tom would go, hey, I want to try it again. No. I want to try it. No. And then he goes, you should charge for it. I go, well, how much would you pay? He's like, $100. Next day, turn it into $100. Topstep started. And that allowed us to evaluate traders in an experiential, keep them in the simulated environment. We worked out a deal with the CME, had an educational data waiver, and really got ourselves in a position where I had to go to CME and said, I want data free, and so I could help develop traders that in the end should help the industry out, because people are now a little bit more risk conscious, a little more pre-qualified to trade in their own personal brokerage account rather than having none of that and going to trade in their personal brokerage account. So all that being said, that's kind of and now he's after he had a bad day last week. Nick, hopefully you're okay. I'm talking about that. And he's like, I'm done trading my own personal account. He's like, it's too much money and blah, blah, blah. And so I'm like, dude, get a 50K. He's like, what should I get? I go 50K, trade small, prove it, and then grow it. And you can, get to where you're trying to go on the upside anyway without risking all that downside.
Yeah.
I'll have more to say about that, but
Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Topstep.
it's Hawk Trading Partners, and then it moved into Topstep.
Yep. Transparency, funding, payout policy. No one does it better than Topstep. Happy birthday, Topstep. 12 years old, maybe 14 years old, but 12 years old. PTP,
Right
14
back in
years
early
old.
times.
Yep.
Back in the
trying
range.
to make a run at a breakout again.
All right, let's see. Keep knocking on the door here. MP would call this growing legs.
Crude oil dumping.
Crude oil still dumping. Yep, down about $1.40. About down about $1.40 off the highs. Put the highs in crude oil. Thank you, Dakota. Oh, about an hour ago. Topped out to $71.81 last trade. $70.48. So down about $1.30 there. Top 10 says, I wouldn't be trading if it wasn't for Topstep. A lot of us.
Let's put a poll in here. I want to understand, are you in the history of you, when you got your deposits and withdrawals, are you up or down on your personal brokerage account? This is real money. It costs a lot. Like people, you could have, I've read stories. I lost 50 grand in a day. Real money. So I lost $90,000 over 3 years. And that was from that vending company and all that kind of stuff that I built up money from. But yeah, have you? Are you up? Or are you down? We can do a poll on your personal brokerage account. The history.
Up or down? Personal brokerage account. Up or down? I like that question. That's around 50-50 MP. That's my guess. I'm going to guess it'll be around 50.
No, I think it's 80-20.
70-30.
Most people
80-20 down?
Red. Most people are
80,
red.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Dude, the 95% of people fail, the 5% of people succeed is kind of a.
Really?
There was a broker I was talking to one time. And they said kind of their thing, and they're like, the average trading account opens up at $10,000 and closes within 6 months.
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yep. If it's not talking about
trading.
your retirement, not retirement. So this is
Not
an
retirement,
account
active
that-
This is like a day trading brokerage account?
Yes. Active trading.
Be
Some
honest.
people hold it for a couple days. Yeah. Be honest.
Oh, yeah. Okay. There you go. So look at the early returns. Yep.
Personal trading account, guys, means your brokerage account. Real money. You
Yes.
put it in there.
Interactive brokers. Yep.
Yeah. My guess is always their incoming money is way larger than their incoming deposits is way larger
Outflows.
than their, outflows. Yeah.
Which
Topstep shares with you our payouts. We don't have any. We don't take deposits. That's for
Interesting.
you're a trader. We evaluate.
500 votes, less than a minute in. Good response here. 600 votes coming in. So far, 63% down. 63% down on their personal brokerage account. Keep an eye on this
20%
NASDAQ here.
You guys don't have a brokerage account. That's very interesting.
Hmm.
That just goes to show that this is a better on ramp than going straight to your brokerage account. Back in the day, that'd be 100% of people. There was no on ramp. There was no safer on ramp that you could do without. Hey, just here, use the demo for 14, for 2 weeks, and then you got to do a deposit to get trading.
So I have an interesting story as well. I found out on Thursday, I went to the eye doctors. I'm colorblind. I
Really?
cannot see my greens and reds. My reds are green.
You
And
just
I
found
was
this out.
joking.
Hold on. That explains so much.
Wait a minute.
I know.
I wonder if he's always
There's a
bold.
joke in there
Actually.
somewhere.
I'm not joking. I'm not joking. I got the documents here. It's where when you see and the red looks more green. And I was joking with him. And the doctor's like, "What do you do?" And I'm like, "Well, I'm a trader. I stare at red and green candlesticks." And he just laughed. And he does like the eye test. Like, "Can you read me these numbers?" And I'm like, "I don't see numbers." And yeah, let me pull it up. I'll pull it up and tell you.
Jeez.
Wow.
Of course, those are
That
the
is
two colors.
That's why
Are those the two colors only?
yeah. I'll tell you what it's called.
Coda. What a development.
Yeah, I'm like, well, everyone knows why I'm such a bull is because red candlesticks look green, and
There you go.
I mean, it's
like, all
a
I see
joke,
is green
though. It's
candles.
not
I'm
really.
wrong.
You're a walking alt-eye. This is what you are.
Not that looks scary to Dakota.
Look at that lower right hand. Happy birthday. 12 years. Happy birthday, Topstep. Pretty cool. Dakota just found a new development. Can't see the red and green's not so good.
Yep, it's called daltonism. Red and green colorblind vision. A deficiency in green. Or deficiency in red, sorry. I'll show you the test. I'll show it to you.
Love it, Dakota.
You're going to show us your test? Perfect.
Yeah, it's funny. It's pretty funny.
So when you come up to a street light and it's green and it turns yellow and then it turns what?
He's all gas, no brakes, Eddie.
Turquoise?
All gas, no brakes.
Come on.
So good.
Come on. It's not that bad. Not that bad.
There's a lot
Not
of
that
jokes in
bad.
this chat. The chat's loving this, Dakota.
Yeah. I'm going to pull it up. You give me a moment.
He's all gassed. We got leaderboard. We got leaderboard and VIP updates coming up after this. You got this test, Dakota? Let's see
Give me
that.
a second. We could go through that leaderboard.
right.
I'll pull it up.
All right, cool. JD, come on in. We got leaderboard. Ooh, and VIP updates. How the Lunatics doing? How the Stop Hunters doing? Okay, moving on.
We're
that
going to start with
leaderboard,
the
JD.
we're going to start with the VIP update.
Cool.
Gabe, can you throw up that image I sent you a little while ago? All right. First off,
Look at this.
total profits. I realized a little too late that it included account balances from traders who had been eliminated. So I took the profits off for today. We'll get that fixed for tomorrow. But first up, we got the Lunatics sitting in first place right now. Started with 51 traders. They had 10 traders eliminated. So currently they have 30 traders in the trading combine, 1 in an XFA. Stop Hunters started with 52 traders, 11 traders eliminated, 27 in the trading combine right now, 4 sitting in XFAs.
Hold on. What do you mean by eliminated? What do you mean by eliminated?
They graduated to the express funded account and then proceeded to lose the express funded.
Oh, we need that stat in there. Yeah,
Yep,
that's
that's how you got
not that's
eliminated.
success,
Yep.
but they got funded, but then okay.
Correct.
Traders. Okay, then it's like traders, those that graduated funded, those are still in the combine, those are still active.
Correct. 27. So for the market makers, started with 53 traders, 13 eliminated. So 13 traders passed to the XFA and then lost the XFA. 27 still in combines, 3 currently active in the XFA account. We'll get those profits being all straightened out for tomorrow. So
Can we get it? I think we're missing the story here. It's good, but we're missing also the story. Has anybody taken you could be eliminated? Eliminated.
Oh, yeah,
is the right word.
I got some payout
Get
numbers.
funded,
We only
did
had
they take a payout and then did they hit their max loss? Stuff like that.
Yep.
Well, this is a great start. It's great.
We've got 3 traders that actually have taken payouts. If we could skip over now to our leaderboard, we'll start at the bottom. We did have 1 trader eliminated. Miguel T was number 2 on the leaderboard for all last week. He hit the max loss limit on Friday and lost his 100K XFA in the VIP experience. He did, however, take a $1,600 payout last week on the 17th.
There you go.
So the VIP experience did pay out for him in the end, He does have another active XFA too. He's sitting in a 50K XFA on his own. So he's still set up for success. There's your payout. That leaves room for a new trader, Michael, down at the bottom there. Michael's moving up the board. He's still trading in that trading combine for now, though. Can we see the top 5, please, Gabe? All right. So Monique's still hanging out at the top of the board. Monique and Travis both have payouts. Monique took a $2,200 payout a couple weeks ago, and trading in the ES, and Travis took a $1,000 payout last week, trading in the micro NASDAQ. No other changes to the top 5. Everyone just moved down a spot after we lost Miguel. So there is your top 10 on the VIP experience. And yeah, we're going to keep progressing on these stories too. They're going to start getting a lot better pretty soon. Cool. All right, here's
okay. So really quickly, the $1,600 payout individual guys, they got in. I forget the name. They got invited to Topstep VIP completely on us. Hey, 6 months. Here's $100K. Here's 2 free resets a month. Here, there's no activation. Here's the coach. Here's a room. Here's other traders that are like-minded, just like you. Go get them. And that's really what VIP is about. And I'll talk about instant funding and how VIP is going to really be looking at those that have been with Topstep consecutively, month over month. And those would be the ones that we're looking to really be on the short list of invites to VIP. So that and could VIP do something a little more creative, all that kind of stuff. But it's an opportunity. So if you're thinking, how do I get on there? I'll let you keep going, JD. But that individual came nothing on Topstep. Here's everything you need, and then got a $1,600 payout. That is that's our dream with Topstep VIP. That's why we're trying to do these stats to be like, hey, we got paid out. So.
Very cool, and it's working. Cool. Yeah. Yes. All right, Gabe, I'm sharing my screen for the leaderboard. Everybody get your screenshot button ready. Here it comes.
Oh, wow. Look at that leaderboard.
All right, so we did a little glitch, previous day rank and rank change, a little bit off. We have our data guys working on that right now. Something happened over the weekend, and they're getting all that straightened out. But you can see previous day rank is just Rafa was number 1 on Friday. It should be number 1 again today. So everything just shifted down 1. But they are working on it. The important thing is all the names are correct and balance plus payouts are correct. So there are your top 25 traders at Topstep currently. Starting with Rafa, ending with Russell. Everything else is correct except for the previous day rank and rank change. And yeah, again, we're working on that as we speak right now. Any questions about the leaderboard? Everybody take a screenshot.
I'll be in there one day.
You're on your way
back.
You were there many days. Yeah,
one day.
As soon as the data refreshes.
Yeah, I know we talked about this before. It takes a couple days for accounting to catch up with our dashboards when you transfer funds from the XFAs over to your live account. So it should be in the next, I would say in the next 2 or 3 days, you'll be back on there, Dakota, no doubt about it.
Awesome. Look at that. Top 25.
Sound right?
We got another 5th. We'll go 50 soon here. Yeah, if you ain't on the leaderboard, Michael.
And that leaderboard is also going back to that transparency and having somebody that came off the street or homegrown to eventually be coaching other traders and having their own community behind them, AK, an influence around. I hate that word, but like you get my point. It allows you to build mentor. Mentor. There, thank you. That's way better. Everybody should have a mentor in their trading career. I think it's healthy, and all that kind of good stuff. But allows you to jump up here and prove yourself, and then have people get behind you with a more transparent perspective.
I have it pulled up on my chart if you guys want to see. It's called Pro-Tan. It's basically where the reds look more green. But
yeah, let's see this.
Oh, we're back.
This is kind of the
Sorry,
test.
I won't actually. Oh, I've seen this.
Have you guys seen this?
You can't see the numbers?
No, I can't. I can see some of them. Like I can see this 12 on the top left-hand side. Yeah. I can see maybe a couple in the middle. But I can't see anything that has red and green. I cannot read those.
No
numbers.
way.
Yeah, like
I don't.
Michael?
Upper right.
Yeah, it looks like a cheeseburger.
Yeah, I can see all
There's
of
only
them.
2 I can't see.
Yeah, yep. This top row, I can't see any of them besides the 12.
The second one, in the first column, right in the middle, that one's tricky.
You can't see it?
Not well.
Yeah, I can't see this one, this one. I can't see it. It pissed me off so bad because I thought it was a joke, and then I was like,
fives are hard, a little bit harder. Okay, so you can do the repeat. So Dre, your 6s are hard for you.
Is that a 5 or
5s and 6s are hard for me. 5s are the hardest.
Yeah, I don't see any 5s or 6s.
There's a joke in there somewhere.
No, there's no joke, Andre.
No, 8s and 9s. Michael can see 8s and 9s and 10s just fine. Just 5s and 6s.
Oh. Good. I'm good from far from good. What's that?
8s and 10s, he can see just fine. 5s and 6s.
Just see those great.
Eyes don't work like they used to.
So yeah, that was surprising. That was a little frustrating. I got to get glasses now. So MP, don't yell at me. I need to get those glare proof.
I'm not yelling at you. You've been the fact you can't see green and red, and you're trading. I love it. I know why
I see the price. They all look the same.
Yeah,
to me.
You're very even keeled in your trading.
Yes.
All I.
All right, we got about 7 minutes left here on Fast Markets. I'm gonna throw it to Gabe for a quick Topstep X update. It's a pretty cool little thing we got in there. I'm pretty sure I asked for it. Gonna make searching for products a lot easier, a lot quicker. Gabe, show the people what we got here for Topstep X update.
Yo. All right, quick little in and out on this. Nothing too intense in terms of time to go over, but we have a really quick quality of life improvement. When you're in the symbol search in the top left corner, a little magnifying glass under your charting component, just click on that. And you're over here. You do not have to immediately know the code or the product code of what you're trading. If you're looking for something specific and you only know a keyword, like a name, a part of the product, like let's say you were looking for the Euro FX currency. If I just typed in FX, I immediately find that product and the symbol.
Sweet.
And just a little bit easier to find, especially when you think about things like oil. You know, there are a couple different variations of oil, right? So if you didn't know particularly what you were looking for, that is available now for you. So keyword is now applicable or usable in the symbol search bar, which is kind of nice. So that's it for today. Back to you guys, but we'll have more updates in Topstep X coming down the line this week. Stay tuned.
Oh, NASDAQ pushing highs. 120s, 124.
Yeah, it is finally. Woke up.
Hey, good job on the trade, guys. Good job on the house account call.
It was.
The in and the out. Both were great.
I mean, given the 8 points of chop we've been in all day in ES, I would say that's a solid trade in hindsight now.
Right?
Would we could we short the NASDAQ here? What's your thoughts on that, Nick?
I keep looking at it and want to press buttons, but I'm also sitting here like, you know what? This is not a great trade. I'm going to see if I can get a classic, $200 winning day, since that's kind of the goal if you're actually trying to take payouts. See if I can crank one of those out here today, scalping the NASDAQ with some micros or a single, and then lock it up for the day. It doesn't look like there's going to be a lot going on here.
Agree. Well, we do have a lot going on. Boy, Gabe, come on in. Did they? All right, so we asked for hashtag fast market submissions to @Topstep TV again. We got our own Twitters. We got our own Twitter handle now. We are in the big leagues. They finally gave us their own Twitter handles. NASDAQ continues to push towards the highs here. Gabe, hashtag fast markets. Did all of these come from @Topstep TV?
Yeah, long time no see. We do have a couple submissions here real quick. We've got a couple people that did follow the new process in terms of tagging our Topstep TV handle on X. We got Steven coming in, grinding away at my first Topstep combine. After hitting a reset last week, I revised my rules to aim small and risk small. We just talked about base hits, starting small, 50K combine. Since doing so, I've been getting small win after small win. Here's my progress so far this week. Thanks, Topstep TV, for keeping me sane. Shout out to Steven. Glad to see you doing well. Taking those base hits. We got my funded journey. Thank God for the manual lockout button. Yes, sir.
Nice.
Micros, people. It's changed my trading. That combo is something that can really help you out. If you find yourself blowing accounts consistently because you're sizing too large, just go to micros. Be surprised as to how much you can still do with micros, as you've seen Dakota do. That's a great question. I mean, you've got just the Express. I don't think they've named these on the right-hand side. You've got just the Express account. The temporary liquidation, obviously, there on the left. Hey, my funded journey. If you do have some nicknames for those accounts, let us know. We like to see how people get creative.
The nickname,
right? Wouldn't that be hilarious?
I love it.
One more here.
People's nicknames. Yeah.
Heck yeah. Yeah, one of my new nicknames for one of my XFAs behind the scenes is Swingers Anonymous. I don't know if you saw that. That was kind of one of my favorites. And then Scalp City. So,
all right, Gabe.
Get creative. Get creative. I don't swing though.
No.
I'm not.
Hey, whoa.
But we got
What's this?
Lamach in here in our Discord. In Topstep, we trust. One,
What?
look into payouts. Shout out to
No,
you.
I'm
Making
taking
it
a
real.
picture of this.
That is so
Yeah.
cool.
A
And
license
then they got the
plate.
That's pretty
Topstep
sweet.
license plate. Repping Topstep out there in Ontario, Canada.
I mean,
Shout out to you.
that is.
Man.
I hope it's not being
Wow.
thrown on a Lambo.
Did it help you? Yeah.
It's not a Lambo.
Oh, man, I don't want that.
Which
That's
I
had
think- yeah.
scrutiny.
I would say it doesn't really fit the brand here, just being honest.
Yes.
It doesn't really fit
I
kind of what
love
we're
it.
preaching and teaching.
I'm
if you
curious
named
on
your
the
boat?
car now. He's got to share us a picture of
Yeah,
it.
I'm curious on the car too.
And Pete, what if you named your boat Top
Hopefully, it's a
Step?
1997
Anyways.
Toyota Corolla.
Anyways, moving on. Hopefully that thing is still floating. Anyways, all right, it is 1 minute left here in Fast Markets. You got to click subscribe. But this is our favorite time of Fast Markets. We're going to ask for appreciation. But before we do that, I want to throw it to the chat. Chat, what are you appreciative for on this Monday? It's been a little bit slow, a little quiet. I know here where I'm in Chicago, it's getting a little colder. Fall's in the air. I hear, what are you appreciative for on this Monday? Hope you appreciative for your patience, your discipline, whatever it is. But first, I'm going to throw it to my main man, Eddie. Eddie, if you're there, first of all,
I am
really
here.
appreciative to have you back on Monday. Eddie, what are you appreciative for on this Monday?
You know what? I'm appreciative of ice. Yes, the person who invented the freezer, because otherwise everything would be lukewarm, and I wouldn't enjoy that nice cold feeling running down my throat every time I have a cold drink of cold something or other. I love ice.
Love it.
This is pretty good.
Just the basics. I love it.
All right, Mr. Dakota, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for Caleb Williams. He
All right,
sent me
cut
the-
him.
that
Cut him, cut him.
from
Cut
All
him.
right.
All right, Nick's got something. All right, yeah, look at that. All right. Enough out of
Get
you,
him out of
Mr.
here.
Dakota.
Get him out of here.
Enough out of you. All right, Mr. Nick. Mr. Nick, for a tip, what are you appreciative for? What are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative for my Top Step family here, and thank you guys for making me laugh and keeping me sane on a trading day that if it wasn't for the jokes, the laughs, the good times that we can have during a choppy range bound price action, you just would lose your mind a little bit over trade and do something stupid. So thankful that we can just have a good time, hang out, and talk some markets without getting too crazy on the trade. So thank you guys.
You're the man, Nick. Good answer. Good answer. Mr. Michael Patak, what are you appreciative for?
I'm appreciative of learning something new. I'm going to learn how to skate because been invited to a hockey team. There's two things that the dads do here in the schools. They go golfing and play hockey together. And
Wow,
I'm really
cool.
bad at golfing. And so I'm going to go learn from a figure skater. He's going to teach me. So I got a lesson today at 2:45.
Wow.
So you're gonna
All
show up with a couple loose cloth teeth.
all right. We're new tricks.
Missing
And I'm very, very appreciative. Like Nick said, I'll just piggyback on what Nick said. Having this community keeps you out of dumb trades, keeps you having fun. Like, when you're doing this by yourself, these are the days that very easy to blow an account, very easy to get deep in the red. Think a breakout's going to come. You got no one to talk to. You're very lonely in this thing. But we got Topstep TV. We got 120,000 subscribers. And I'm very, very appreciative for the person that's joining us next. Einstein of Wall Street, most photographed man on the New York Stock Exchange. Mr. Peter Tuckman in the house. We had a blast with him last Friday. They told him,
Dakota, there's your short.
there's your short, Dakota. There it is. Dakota fist pump. And on that note, we will tear it over to Power Players coming next. Mr. Peter Tuckman, stay tuned. We got a fun-filled day today on Topstep TV. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
shape our future. We came to feel the music.
Every Monday, every Friday, everyone's favorite power player is back in the house. Mr. Peter Tuchman hiding out somewhere in the New York Stock Exchange. Mr. Peter Tuchman, why are you hiding right now?
You know what? We are actually, and I think everybody in New York knows that it's big UN week, and so we are hosting a lot of dignitaries from all over the world. This morning, we had actually the president of Argentina on the floor, which was kind of super cool. That guy is a wild character, right? So he, and actually, I was joking with him. He doesn't speak much English, but he's got this great head of hair. So I jokingly said to him that we have something in common, and I pointed to my hair. So even though he doesn't speak a word of English, he understood what I was talking about. So anyway, so that's the wrap. So I'm kind of hiding in the bowels of the New York Stock Exchange. Anyway, let's talk about the day. So we spoke at noon on Friday, right? So after we spoke, obviously we the largest option expiration in history, $5.2 trillion closed worth of notional value on noon. So that's sort of hard to even wrap your head around. The numbers are crazy. It's the largest. So we ended up having a 4 billion plus share close on Friday. We had a $5.2 trillion option trade. And on top of that, from what I do is, I've mentioned it before, I trade imbalances. The market on close imbalances is one of my specialties. I built a trading strategy 16 years ago, trading the market on close imbalances. One day I'll spend more time explaining it to you. But anyway, so Friday, because it was option X and because it was the S&P rebalance and a couple of other small transitional rebalances, the numbers were crazy huge. At one point, we had $8.7 billion for sale at around 245, and it actually flipped to $8 billion to buy by 330. So that is a $16+ billion notional flip, which is huge. So I'm saying all this to say that there is such an incredible, there is money on the sidelines. There is this incredible enthusiasm around the market. People are putting trillions of dollars to work right now. I kind of think that everybody who has been sitting around really skeptical, not having a lot of confidence in this, whether we were actually going to get an interest rate cut or what it looks like going into the end of the year. I think they have some sense, some semblance of peace, and they're just starting to put some money back to work. Plus, you've got all the people who've been in the market the whole time. I mean, there's just an absolute insane, I'm seeing an insane amount of flow coming into the market. And guys, you're seeing it, and the same in the options as well, right? I was on with, spoke to David over the weekend. He's trading, at this point, Wall Street Global Trading Academy is almost 75% futures trading. You guys have completely converted us. Right? I mean, it's absolutely, we did a little option stuff before. We never traded futures at all. We were really 85% equities. And now since we met you guys and collabed with you, we literally are 70+% all, and look, all futures, and for good reason. Right, so all the barriers of entry are down on futures. Right, look, you guys can set up. You can set up an option account with Topstep for $50, $100. Right, so your downside risk is minimal, right? And you don't have to lose a lot of money trying to learn how to trade this market successfully. So what you guys have done is put together an extraordinary platform where people who never had access to the market, never at all. Think about it. You used to have $25,000, right? Or else you'd have a pattern day trading. You'd break those rules. Trading a cash account seems kind of a waste of time, because what are you going to do? People, you have 5,000, you're going to open up a prop account. You have to give the prop shop half your money, if not more. Right. And so having the futures platform, futures funded platform, plus you got Wall Street Global Trading Academy, it's an amazing collab, but it just offers people the possibility to trade the market. So we're seeing a huge interest on our side. When we did our masterclass on Wednesday, there were more people literally from all over the world trading futures. So it's a good thing.
Awesome. Great stuff. Mr. Peter Tuchman, pretty light day. Markets are starting to sell off here a little bit. I got one question for you, kind of a fun question. When did they relax the dress code in the New York Stock Exchange? When's the last time you wore a suit and tie on the floor?
You know what? I wore a suit and tie for 30 plus years until COVID. And then after COVID, I had 7 frigging neck surgeries, and I was in a neck brace for 4.5 years. And it was virtually impossible to really wear a suit and a nice shirt for the longest time until I took off the friggin' neck brace. And so, you know what? They've relaxed it a little bit. I've sort of got a little bit, they've given me a little leeway. I'm actually not supposed to be dressed the way I am. But, it's like, I told them it's like my Superman costume, right? I have a Lacoste sweater and I don't know, Twillery pants and some old Onisaki Ultimate 81 sneakers. So, you know what? They're letting me get away with it. So do it. Whatever.
Hey, when you look as good as you do in that Lacoste sweater, hey, man, I'd let you get away with it too. Again, Peter Tuchman, thank you for joining us. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Tell us really quick, one more time, what are you and David Green doing at Wall Street Global Trading Academy?
I'll actually show you today. I have my badge, right? So that's my badge. My number is 588. Okay, I've had this badge for 37 years, and 588, in fact, in all different cultures is like the luckiest number in the world. Chinese culture, 5-8 and 8-8 are the luckiest numbers, as well as a bunch of other cultures as well. So I've been lucky all across the board. Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Everybody go out there, start to trade futures, but you need to have an educational component to your trading, right? You need to understand technical analysis. You need to understand risk management. You need to understand stop orders, not mental stop orders. You need to understand having a plan when you get into a trade, whether you're in the NQs, the MESs, the ES, whatever you're trading as far as futures goes, you need to understand technical analysis, moving averages, RSI, support and resistance. That's what we can teach you. You guys give them people access. We'll give you the education component they need. So join us, everybody.
Great collaboration. Mr. Peter Tucker, we're going to see you again on Friday. Enjoy all those dignitaries down on the floor. I can't believe you rub elbows with just the president of Argentina like that. Ho-hum, just another day in the life of Peter Tuckman. Mr.
Easy
We'll see you on
breezy.
Friday. We'll see you on
Thanks,
Friday,
buddy.
Einstein. Take care. Bye-bye. All right, let's bring in, we got JD and Dolby here coming in shortly. But yeah, okay, markets are starting to sell off right now. We're starting to see.
We don't need no badges. I don't have to show you any stinking badges.
Think you needed that. All right, we got sellers in the house right now, slightly. Last trade, NASDAQ lower end of the range, 20,045. Low of the day, 20,031. Bit of a pop here. ES selling off a little bit. So there was that short Dakota was talking about before we ended fast markets and rolled into power players. And right near the lows in the ES. Last trade, 57.66 half. Low of the day, 57.63 half. So about 3 points off half. Hey, the big mover of the day looks like crude oil. It's just been gradual, slow. It's been grinding lower. Topped out at $71.81. Topped out there around, about an hour and 45 minutes ago. And ever since, I've just been grinding low. We're about, what is it, dollar. Where's last trade, $69.81. Seeing about a $2 sell-off. What's up, Jack? What's going on in Tesla?
Tesla's up 4%. It's a mixed bag in the Mag 7 otherwise. Nobody else is up or down more than 1%.
Quite all around. Yeah, there you go. Tesla, big mover. There you go. Big 6-point bounce off the lows there in the ES. Last trade, 57.69. But yeah, like I said, just been a 2-hour grind lower in the crude. About down $2. Yeah. Crude fill auction was sweet today. There you go, Marcus Stalker D. Shout out to D. Check around the London Open, 3:30 a.m. Central, 3:30 a.m. Central Time, 8:30 a.m. London Time. There he goes. Failed auction indeed. It has just been lower. Last trade, the crude, $69.81, about 11 cents off the lows. See Dolby Time, looking very, very nature-oriented with that background. We got JD in the house. Talking about the VIP and leaderboards payouts as well. New record payout here at Topstep. Over $5 million paid out last week. We saw
What a week last week.
What a week. What's up? We got Dolby Time in the middle, looking like you in the mountains there, Dolby Time? What's going on behind you?
I am in
hiking.
These are the Colorado mountains right there. There's the Rockies, baby. My last vacation.
Beautiful. We got JD in the office. What is going on, fellas? We saw JD on already. Dolby on. Happy Monday, Dolby. What are you thinking today?
Looks like Doritos and shop everywhere, Dre. So if you're a range trader, hope you like shorting your highs and buying your lows. That's about all that was going on today.
Yes, it is. JD, what are your thoughts on what you're seeing in the markets right now? It's I think Dolby pretty much summed it up, but are you seeing any prices perhaps? You can take a trade here in the house account?
I mean, Jack just mentioned Tesla up over 4%. I haven't taken a look at the Mag 7 all morning. I just happened to see that after he mentioned it. I wonder if Tesla being up 4% compared to the rest of the field, could that have anything to do with like Microsoft basically opening their own nuclear power plant to power AI for the next couple of years? Is this a thing that people are going to see happening? We're finally going to get rid of these diesel generators at all the gas stations and start opening up some more power plants and actually be able to fuel these cars with energy cleanly?
Good question. Yes, like Jack just said, Topstep Tesla up over 4%. The only big move. It's a good question, JD. Yeah, why is
just
it
piqued my interest right after he said that? I took a look and as far as index go, we're trading sideways right now. We are range bound for the time being. We just kissed the bottom of that ES range That would have been a nice Dolby range trade, I think. But I do have my
Look at
house
my
down
lips,
open.
JD.
What's that?
Look at my chops, trying to get long some of the bottom here. But I have a house account. You have a house account. I'm not sure how you want to do this, but I guess the trend looks good. It looks good.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's do our top-down analysis here, Dolby time. What are we seeing? First of all, ES. Or we can put up let's want to do ES, Dolby. What's up to you guys? You guys do the house. I just drive. Yes, we just kissed the lows there, like JD said. And let's take a look. Let's do some top-down analysis here in the ES or NQ. Nothing showing until pretty much all morning. It's been slow. And Dorito, choppy. So how start JD? I know JD, you like those. All right, here we go. See if we can get some sellers here in the ES. JD, perhaps if we are in the range, what prices would you perhaps like a cheap long in the ES from?
Cheap long 57.66. That's low of our range. That's also Friday's value area high. And we've tested that and not really moved through it 3 times already today. 4 times if you count this move right here at 11.12. I'm looking at a very short time frame chart. I'm looking at a 3-minute. I'm going to pull out to
I'm looking at a 5-minute. I see that as well. Dolby time, what are you seeing there on a short time frame chart over there?
Yeah, I mean, for ES, what I'm looking at is daily range high and 4-hour range high are about the same, which is 57.83 and a half. To say 57.83. And I have a 4-hour range low at 57.40. And if we go to the 1 hour, I think we even have a smaller range that we can take a look at, which would be a low of 57.64 evens would be the 1 hour range low. And then the range high would be the same, 57.83. So we have the hourly, 4-hour, and daily range high all around the same. Not sure what that means, but I think this is kind of an interesting spot to get long, at least for a scalp. I'm kind of liking it.
All right.
I mean, if anyone
some
else
buyers
does.
coming here. Yeah. Throw it in. Well, JD liked 66s. 71 trade right now.
Okay.
ES we're talking here.
Would we be down to get someone a pullback? Like try 5 at like 65 or 66, JD?
Yeah, I would be into that. We've also got 62. 62 is settlement from Friday. Always a good play. Price loves to revisit settlement every once in a while, especially when you're trading on a range bound day like this. That might be a golden opportunity right there. So anywhere between 66 and 62, I'd say.
All right, let's do it.
Scale in a few.
Yeah. I like this. Good talk right here, guys. Very good conversation. Got trade ideas in the cooker right now. So these guys are talking about starting long, scaling and starting from 66 all the way down to 62. Again, we're talking ES, 57, 66, all the way down to 62. So we got Dolby executing. So Dolby, talk to us. How do we execute this based on what JD was saying there with a scaling approach? How do we scale this? How do we fan out the orders?
I was thinking 5 at 66, another 5 at 62 evens.
All right.
That would be 10 all day. Unless someone has a different idea of how to do things. Chat, feel free to chime in.
Please. We got to fill on both. Average of 63 and a half ish, somewhere around there. So again, we're going to work 66
the range. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wait, I mean, it's too bad we didn't get 64s and it was down there, but see what happens. See if we can get on the way back down.
Oh, yeah, that would have been really nice.
It looks pretty strong.
Yeah, it does. Tuckman talked a click
right?
too late. Could have got those 64s. Crude continuing to grind lower here. 7 cents off the lows. Left trade 69.59. Nothing really showing. I got 61% long in NASDAQ looking at the tilt here. I haven't seen very many heavy tilts. Maybe oil. I think crude we saw 72% long. So lo and behold, $2 grind lower. But yeah, NASDAQ average long 60%, 20,077. So right about here at entry. Right,
Chat consensus is that crude oil was the trade of the day. Was that brought up at all during fast markets? I had so much going on in the background that I wasn't able to read chat. Were people in chat talking about crude oil all morning?
Coach Hoop was quoting the sell-off in crude. Market Stalker DD was talking about failed upside auction to the max. I think she's up 3K in her XFA. So yeah, it was definitely the biggest mover today. Yep.
Crude did have a really nice 5-minute range too. If I can get my little box
Going
right before it kind of melted down. Nope.
Dakota mentioned it. Thank you, Coach Hoop. Yes.
There it is.
Yeah, look at that.
9:15. Let's say 9 to about 9:25. So about 20 minutes to try to figure out how you want to get positioned into that crude trade. The 5-minute range was super tight for about 20 minutes. And shorts were cheap. Longs were cheap too. We just broke the short direction. That would have been a hell of a move with really tight risk. You could have risked like 20 cents. Put your, let's say, get an entry at like 75, stop at 95, risk $200 to make a whole lot. Where are we at? 69.60, almost $1. So that'd be $1,000 on one contract, one E-mini.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty sick.
Not bad.
Yeah. But this ES though, I think we can get filled on this.
I see you, Isaac Rivera. I think you'll I saw your name in the TV guide this week, Isaac. Joining us on Topstep TV this week. We'll leave it as a tease.
Is that it?
It's not a tease anymore.
Right. Not a tease anymore. Did I say what day? I didn't say what time. But he'll make his triumphant return back to Topstep TV. Dolby, at Topstep TV Twitter handle. How's the initial response been?
Oh, I think so far it's been
do we have 100 followers?
Very positive. Yet? Do we have 100 followers? Let's check right now.
Let's check.
We are in charge.
We have our new. Yeah, we got our new handle, at Topstep TV. Give us a follow. We're going to be pumping everything through that. We are on Instagram.
Want to make my life difficult? That is the handle to do it at Topstep TV. 212 followers.
Okay,
everybody.
All right.
Good start.
Yes, I like it.
Get a couple more.
We'll be fighting with the chat. Don't make Dolby's life any harder.
Love it. Good for the content. Ooh, Topstep is at 43,000 though. So we got some work to do, TV. We got some work to do.
Okay.
Oh, now it's 221, Dre. Just like that.
Oh,
Just like that.
Love it. I like it. Our last trade here in 57.71, 57.72, I should say, where we are working 66 bid. We're a little bit of ways from that. Coach Vince in the chat. CL is slippery today. Yeah. Nice melt lower, as Dolby just said.
Is there still a trade in CL? God, it's just like straight down. So many red candlesticks in a row. Like 4 or 5 red candlesticks in a row. Just 5 minutes. 5-minute bars with one little green one, then 5 red. So that means, Dre, that this next candlestick should be green in crude oil. Oh, I'm not taking.
Why should it be green?
I just go to like the beginning of the breakdown. It's like 5 red down, little tiny green, 5 red down, little tiny green candle. Now we're about 5 red down again. And so maybe we get a little tiny green candle and then it keeps on going lower.
Maybe. Look at the 30-minute. That looks like a pretty strong break right there.
It looks terrible. It looks terrible.
Increasing volume all the way down. Let's see where this next bar closes. 2 minutes to the next 30-minute bar closes.
What's the weekly look like for crude? It's probably still relatively range bound, if I had to guess. It's been range bound for a long time. Oh yeah,
it has. Okay, still working. So Dolby, we do have that ordering for 66 bid, right?
Yep, it's been in there.
66 and 62, giving us an average of 64.
Yeah. Hopefully that math problem's on the Series 3, huh?
That's some easy public math right there.
Yeah, love it. I'm gonna need a couple of those.
Yep.
Just spam it in Discord. You'll be at 10,000 in no time. It's not a bad idea, Danny. We should spam Discord and see if we can get up to 10,000 followers.
Hey, go.
They got 70.
Discord?
70 plus.
Wow. Well, we got that off the ground. You're looking at the man that got it off the ground, folks.
That's right. That was a fun time.
Well, it was right around when we went one step, right?
Oh, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah. If you're a veteran of the Discord, you might remember the Great Wipening. That was pretty exciting.
Oh yeah, that too. Oh man,
That was Dolby. The Great
Good
Wipening.
time. Yep. Played some movies.
69
in chat. That was a good time. Well, let's see if we can get this. So we got. Let's see. We'll be working 10. That's pretty good. Do we think this can go much? I don't think this can go much more.
Who's working?
That's a good
Andre
idea.
or Dolby? You're working them?
Yeah, I'm working this. Yeah.
Okay.
I like the idea here, JD. We're kind of like trying to buy basically the 1 hour range low, and then if we can get a little stop run to the downside, maybe we, scoop up some more longs, and you can take this to like 57.83.
Yep. It looks to be the play right now.
I like it, guys. Right bottom of the hour here. New 5-minute candle started. New candle, I should say, started. See if we get these 66s. Pull up the ES ladder here. Okay, see if we can get these. Last trade 57.69, 57.70 now. Nothing showing on the tilt. Did have NQ. That's still 62% long in the NQ. Pretty much the heaviest we've seen one way or another. Average price has moved up a couple ticks. 20,078 in the NQ. So what's the play here, guys? We just want a quick liquidity, like a liquidity grab. They scoop it down beneath and we pop right back up. Dolby, and I guess JD, I'll throw it to you. Like, we got 66. We're working 66s to 62s, right? We see the range. Right. If it just grinds lower, like for instance, like if the chart starts looking like crude, we're in trouble. So what's the thought here? What's the thought process behind this trade in the ES in terms of like liquidity grab, get filled, and quick pop?
That would be my thoughts on it. Yeah, you could see some stops building up below these lows at 64 right now. Can't like actually see them, but we've tested there so many times already today. There's got to be some stops starting to build up below there. So quick liquidity grab, like you said, go down there, flush out some weak longs, regroup, return to test the other side of the range. Otherwise, next level down is 54, which is Friday's volume point of control. It's a good stop area. This would be a decent 1-to-1 trade, risking 10 to make 10.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the weakest long is one tick below the low. Right? So if you're long and you have your stop loss one tick below the previous low, trying to save a couple bucks, you are the weakest long in the market because you're not that expensive to go and get your stop. So that's kind of what we're hoping for. So you see some weak longs down here get stopped out. Maybe we get stopped out. You never know. You don't know until you bet though.
Mm-hmm.
All right, looks like we're getting closer here.
A little bit of selling coming in. Not much. Still a couple points away. Yeah.
Hey, let's talk risk here. Well, I guess we'll get the 62s. Yeah,
let's 4 points up. Just
cool.
We can move it later, but 4 points for now.
Yeah.
All right, working
looking at the 57, 55 is a possible area that might get tested. This is like this really long wick from 18th at around 1 p.m.
Got him. I think we're in.
We got one?
No, not yet.
Really? What did it trade down to? Oh, did it?
66
Yes,
quarter.
it did. Oh, come on.
Trey wants the action.
No. Don't run away from us now. Oh, no. But I got bottom tick today and fast markets. Not cool. What? It's part of it. It won't be the first time. And it's not the first time. It definitely won't be the last time. Part of it.
That's part of the game. It's a game of ticks. All it takes is one tick to lose you 1,000 or make you 1,000.
I like that. That's... Watch this.
So frustrating. It's so frustrating.
Do this market.
Yeah, we did not get... I got, what, quarter point away, huh? One tick? One little ticky?
Yeah, we were.
Missed by 2 ticks, yeah.
Oh, no. Come on.
Yeah, 2 points. Almost 3 points already. But, I don't mind when this happens, to be honest, because it does kind of let you know that we're on the right path. We're on the right idea.
Validates you a little bit.
It does. I feel like it does validate your idea. It's like we're trying to buy an area in which we think buyers are going to come in pretty much immediately and support price, and it did. We were just off by 2 ticks.
Yeah. So the question then becomes, do you still like it if we get down there again, or should we shift lower? Bids at 64 and 60
lower.
instead of 66 and 62.
Why, JD? What's the thought behind that?
One more move down, and just a higher probability of a flush below 64 at this point.
I mean, the other thing,
real strong off that bounce. We rallied 5 points
really
already
was.
since there. Now stops are definitely building up below there.
You know what I like though is that we put in the orders and we're not hindsight capitaling this whole concept. And we were there. We were there to get filled.
Yes.
We wanted to participate. This is not hindsight capital stuff.
No, it was in there.
Mr. Buy a ticky. Don't get them all, right?
I mean, it's got Dan in chat saying if it goes down there, you might not want them. Yeah. I mean, you can make another argument saying that you want to put your bids even higher because maybe we made a higher low, right? Kind of depends how you want to frame it in your mind. Maybe we move the fiver up to 67.50 because we didn't get down to 66. Are we that impatient, or is it even impatience? Maybe that's a prudent decision if we're trying to catch an uptrend. I don't know. But that's a different way you can kind of play these things.
We've tested that level. We've tested the 54 level 3 times already. I think the next trip down there, we'll get some solid.
Yeah. Should we move it down?
Solid wipe through of that. Yeah, we'll get a solid move lower.
All right. We'll readjust and move some of the stuff a little bit lower then. We'll see if we can get like 64.50 instead of like 66s. Assuming we're gonna make a deeper push here. Yeah, so we're just 4 points away on everything. So 4 points between first entry and second entry, and then 4 points between second entry and stop.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so just to recap, we were working 66 bid. We're moving that down to 64 even, 64 half?
Yeah, 64 evens. Yeah, sure.
Okay, cool.
It's just like one tick above whatever that last low was on 11:15 Central, which is 64 even. So yeah, we're trying 64 and a quarter.
Okay, perfect. That's straight 57.71 half.
Yeah, I've got a VWAP here at 72 half, call it.
Hey, JD, where's your new earpieces? When do your new earpieces show up?
They're coming. They should be here today sometime.
All right. I know Jack's a little still on the fence. Not sure if he likes it or not.
Oh, he already got them? No.
He did have some, yeah.
I wonder if they came over the weekend and someone swiped them from in front of the door.
No.
I doubt that happened.
Yeah, but oh, here we go.
Here we
oh
go.
Boy, do we
see a
see
flush?
anything? No.
I don't know. We cannot get above 72 and a half, but I still think this trade idea is doable. Like range trading, I don't know. In my opinion, I don't think range traders need to be so focused on momentum because it can shoot. It's going to look terrible into your entry, and it's never going to look good, right? If you're trying to buy the bottom of a range, it's never going to look super sexy. The market has to go down to get to your price. So
You're always going to take heat on
momentum.
it. Yeah, you're always going to take heat on a range trade.
I've said we're buying it because it's cheap, not because it's pretty. You're muted.
I wasn't.
For a second, I think. You sure?
What do you mean? How'd you know I was muted?
You were muted. You were muted.
How'd you know I was trying to talk? You didn't
You
know
had a smirk on your face and your lips were moving.
I did have a smirk on my face. All right, let's see if we can get these 64s. Let's do a poll. Any directions, ideas? Let's wake the chat up. Eddie Horn says, Eddie, come on in here. How do we wake the chat up? What do we give them with the poll?
What do you want to talk about, Eddie?
It is Monday. I know that we had the early morning session was really not giving us opportunity, but it was moving. One thing that I noticed was the only tilt that really kicked off was our crude oil that said 70% long. Everything else basically was 50-50 hanging around that level. I'd like to know for our chat here, position-wise, I mean, how many people are up today? How many people have traded? How many people are flat? How many people are down? So I'm going to put a poll out there and let's wake it up.
Do it, Eddie. All right, you heard the man. Put that poll up there. Let's be interactive. Let's wake up a little bit. It is Monday. All right, Dolby, let me ask you. So we'll take a peek behind the curtain here with them. So this We think the trading is better from 11 to, so we're talking Central Time, 11 a.m. to noon as opposed to 1 to 2 in terms of trading opportunity for the show and stuff like that?
Certainly seems like it. It seems like the 1 p.m. slot is quite slow for trading, but then 2 p.m. power hour picks up because you have the MOC and you got people wanting to get, flat or repositioned into the close. But the 1 p.m. doesn't really have that unless it's EIA on a Wednesday and they're doing it at 1 p.m. But I don't think there's that. What's your opinion, JD, on the 1 p.m. time slot as a trader?
Yeah.
People are still, honestly, they're just coming back from lunch. They're sitting down, they're watching the market, they're not diving in right away. So, yeah, I do believe that 1 to 2 p.m. hour is probably the slowest of the day. Right around now, we are seeing a little bit of action, but people are going to get up and start leaving for lunch in a couple minutes. So there's where your real downturn in volatility happens. You could also just pull up a 1 minute chart and look how the volume drops throughout the day. I think Jack mentioned that the other week. Just look at the volume on the market you're trading, and you're going to know what to expect day to day during those specific hours.
I'm just hoping they run this thing right before lunch. Just get everybody all uncomfortable right before they go have their cheeseburgers from
I like that. The cheeseburger market.
shop. Yeah, the cheeseburger market.
MP just breaking down what it would be like to trade the cheeseburger. Well, the various
You know,
ingredients.
speaking of cheeseburgers, I was thinking my town's a small town. We got like 10,000 here. We've got a Big Mac, or we've got a Burger King. We've got a Culver's. We've got a McDonald's, and we've got a Wendy's, all in one town. I mean, it's like Burger Central over here. I was just thinking about that yesterday. Just call my town
Culver's all day long. If you go to any one of those but Culver's, you gotta be hurt.
Yeah,
or you're going to be
Culver's all day. It's not even.
You got an extra $20, $30, sure. You know, I mean, it's Culver's. Is
Eddie, what is your rotation? What's your go-to? Where do you go first?
Well, Culver's is like 2 blocks away. You know what? We went to Burger King over the weekend and we regretted it. That has got to be the worst
it's trash.
fast food out there. And we promise we're never going back there again. Wendy's and Culver's, McDonald's, and then no more Burger King. Oh, and a White Castle. Yes, White Castle.
Oh, that's gut rot central.
Especially if you're stoned or high. I mean, White Castle's the answer.
That's what you're doing.
White Castle and Burger King. Both of those I haven't done in quite a few years. White Castle and Burger King.
Yeah, stay away from Burger King.
But you put a Big Mac in front of me. Put a Big Mac in front of me, and that thing's going to disappear real fast.
Oh, yeah. McDonald's fries are the best, though. You know,
I don't know about that.
What do you like?
I like this.
I don't know about that. I prefer Wendy's over McDonald's for fries, actually. I think McDonald's is too inconsistent between franchises, personally.
Okay, there we go. One of those days.
Oh, and we also got a Pops too, and then which is got some good burgers. Oh my God!
A lot of love for Five Guys in chat. Apparently, everyone's trading exceptionally well in chat, reporting Five Guys. I heard that's one of the most expensive.
Yeah, In-N-Out, Five Guys. We don't. In-N-Out and Whataburger. We don't get those in Chicago. Those are.
In-N-Out's overrated. I said it. In-N-Out is overrated.
In-N-Out's overrated. Whataburger's awesome.
I've had. What's that put Culver's on your list then? That's gonna be pretty high.
Well, they have the Butterburger. I haven't had that in many years, but it was, from what I remember, it was very, very good.
It's so good. It's so good.
Portillo's. There you go. My bad, Nick, for a tick. I know he's a Southern Cal kid. My bad. The fries aren't good. I say
Portillo's.
The fries aren't good. The burgers were good. I'm sorry.
We got Mick chiming in chat now too. Crave Case Challenge. I think we could do that. That would make good. That's good content right there.
JD versus
content,
Mick.
but you got to make sure you give them the day off the next day because they're not going to be. They're not going to be able to be on stream. That's for sure.
You know, on the trading floor, we used to have bets. You know, somebody do something outrageous, and you'd put money. Are they going to do it, or are they not going to do it? Are they going to do it? Or not? And one of them was at Burger King eating Big Macs, and this one kid's like, "Yeah, I could do 20." I'm like, 20, man. I'm over under. I'm under on that one. So we got about maybe 50, 60 people watching this guy in McDonald's eating Big Macs. And they're like, management's like, what the hell's going on here? Oh, he's eating Big Macs, and he's got like a bunch lined up, and they're getting more, and he's on maybe 8, 9, and then the look on his face, and it's like, yeah, under. So he did not do that. He sort of left a mess on the floor, and 60 people scattered out the door as quick as we could. So that was the
Is this what
Big Mac
Mick is saying in
challenge.
chat? Oh, Mick
Pardon me?
is saying used to do case races on the floor. A clerk almost made to
90.
finish 3
90
cases, almost 90 sliders before getting carried away.
Carried.
What is
I'm
doing
really,
over
by
there?
a stretcher.
really not looking to ruin my weekend on Friday. They
those
will
trainers
ruin your weekend.
Come on, those little hamburgers at White Castle, you could snort one of those.
The onions, they just pop in your mouth like little flavor crystals.
That's the kicker. You order it without the onions. Onions is what gives you the gas.
How do you order a White Castle without onions? They're cooked in onions.
Just that way.
Sacrilege.
Aren't they?
Yeah.
No, they
So if you order a White
like
Castle without
every
onions,
5 minutes.
I bet some guy with no glove on just takes his finger and wipes the onions off your burger and then puts it on a bun.
I don't know where you're buying your burgers, but no, these people wear gloves. You be careful there, JD. No, just order.
Speaking of-
White Castle.
we got one. You get some-
We're in.
Toby, we in?
We're in the market.
Fine.
All right.
That's
All the
exactly
burger
kind
talk
of
you can get.
price action. Yeah, exactly the
There
kind of
you
price
go.
action we were looking for there.
Movement. Market's alive.
Flush out some
Market is
liquidity
alive.
and pop right back.
Yep.
All right, Dolby, update the position so we can update the board. How we looking? What do we got?
Oh, you know it. We've been waiting here for about 45 minutes, boys.
Sure
We
have.
got long 5, 57.64 and a quarter.
64 quarters. Last trade 66 half. We got long 5 from 57, 64 quarter.
Let's see if we can take
And
2 around
yes.
72s. Let the rest run.
Yep, I think that looks fair. Working 72s to the upside. We have a quarter that shall not be named below. You can see it. You take a quick peek. Hey, JD, let's talk about the leaderboard really quick. You like the 25 person format, or do you want? Are we eventually going to 50? Are we going to 100? Where do you see the leaderboard going from here?
Yeah, we're going to refine the process on
Yeah,
25 before we move to 50, but we want to clean that up, make it a little more visually appealing, and make sure we're sharing the all the data that people want to see. So I like the moves that we're making. Top 10 was good, but yeah, the more we can show, the more transparent it is, the more people want to see, right? So yeah, 25 on this stop. Next stop will be 50. We have our design team on it. Could take a week or two, but it'll just keep getting better every day that we show it. So looking forward to it.
Absolutely.
Hey, JD, there's a question here in chat. What kind of chart is on the screen? Candle chart? What's the time frame?
Yeah, I'm looking at a 3-minute candle chart.
There you
This
go.
is a
There you
3-minute
go,
I'm
man.
looking at right now. Oh, what's on the screen right now is Dolby's ES 5-minute.
Okay. All right. Ahmed had that question. Hope that answered it.
Are we still
Still
working
got a
62s?
62 bit working.
Look at us, JD. Simpatico.
Yeah. Hold on.
You sounded very confident in that. Yeah, Dolby. I don't know about that.
There we go.
Yeah.
Hold on.
There we go. There we go.
There we
There
go.
we
Yeah. We're working the 62s.
Yep.
All right, here we go. All right, low today, 57.63.
And it looks
Let's
good.
try
If
60.
go to a bigger time frame and look left. I think our entry is at an area of interest. Our stop is in a good spot. No reason not to be embracing this trade. See how it goes.
Isaac Long from 63s.
Oh,
I was Scott Long from
Water's
64.
warm.
So everyone's, there you go. Starting to see this nicely.
it would be really nice to take off just a couple at like 72. We can get that momentum real fast. Nick for a tick likes the long. That's excellent. Does that give us another 5 in here? Could just mark it in 5 until we hit 50. Show them how it's done. How's your stretching there, Dre? What are you doing? What are you looking
I'm
for?
stretching my back.
Dropping him off some Culvers.
I could use some Culvers. I could use, actually,
Lunch
full
just
disclosure,
ordered
I'm feeling under the weather today. I'm not gonna lie. Got the
Oh,
chills
my.
a little bit. Something
So am I.
changed with. Yeah, I'm not. Chills today, man. I'm playing hurt.
Energy's
MJ,
good,
like,
though.
well, I appreciate that, but
This is
MJ with the
Andre
flu
on
game.
sick energy. I mean, that's impressive.
Something
Dakota
changed.
said,
The weather.
Dakota said we should have 50 on right now, by the way, guys.
50 lot. Where's Dakota? Getting at 50. Dakota in fast markets this morning. I saw where we were going. We missed that extra 25. We were working our way to growing into 50. Here we go. Last trade 57.68. Got house account long from 64 quarter. I know Isaac in the chat. And also joining us on Tuesday. Isaac long from 63.
63. That was a low tick.
All right.
Yeah.
We had that poll, and I left that burger on the grill a little too long, or 812 votes. Up on the day, 48%, down on the day, 33%, and sitting on my burger, 18%.
Burger.
Don't worry, it's only Monday. Those that are down, got a long way to go.
Absolutely, Eddie. You're down, make sure it's manageable. That's how you manage your downside. Yeah, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Exactly.
Take that hole, but don't want
Well
to
said.
get buried so deep. That was always my biggest gripe. Like if I have, say, I lost 15 grand a day, I'm like, damn it, Andre, that's gonna take you 2 or 3 days just to get all that money back. Now that was the biggest. And now, once you get that, then you're back to zero. So you gotta make money 4 days in a row just to get to positive. So don't dig too deep of a hole for yourself on a Monday.
It sucks being all hyped up from the weekend, too, and hopping into a Monday and then just hitting your DLL within the first 15, 20 minutes. Like, that is a terrible way to get your week started.
Real. That was one of my biggest weaknesses. I would get too hyped up going into like a non-farm on a Friday or a Monday after a news thing. I get too amped up. I put on too much size, and the trade wouldn't work like I would thought or expected it to. And I was the only one that was ramped up. And yeah, learned the hard way.
Andre, I think I've mentioned it on the show before, but I did once sit on a pizza.
You sat on a pizza.
I sat on a pizza.
Go on.
Content?
Yeah. You have my attention.
The reason being was some joker had it open on a bench in a house we were all renting for a bachelor party in New Orleans. And I sat in the pizza. Was not able to live that down.
Was it hot? Was it scalding hot when you sat in it?
Someone asked Jack, were you sober? Of course I was. At a bachelor party in New Orleans with pizzas on menus.
How many hurricanes deep were you there, Jack? How many hurricanes did you have?
A couple of those.
Yes.
There you go.
Yes. Did anyone eat the pizza after you sat in it afterwards, or was it just toast? Was it just absolutely gone?
Ooh. Probably some real degenerates ate it at some point.
I was going to say.
Right away.
Oh, Oscar Lopez. No. All right, how's it going?
Get us back, Andre.
Yep.
Dan in chat was saying we got Kashkari speaking at noon. How do we feel about this trade going into the end?
Good call.
Potentially stirring
You have
things up.
Kashkari. I love this chat, man. Everyone's watching out for each other. How do we want to manage this? Well, we have our stop. We have our defined risk. We have an upside target. What's our risk reward right now? Just general. 1-to-1 ish?
2-to-1. Approximately.
Okay.
Do we still
Almost
like
back to a scratch again.
adding 5? Do you want to add 5 at entry? Add more? Add less? Keep the 5 at 62s?
I say stick with what we've got right now.
Like that.
No change.
Well, I'm digging a little deep in this Neil Kashkari coming up at noon, and he's going to be the event's going to be taking place at the Science Museum of Minnesota in St. Paul. But the topic is the economic impact of early childhood education. Where is this coming from?
Wait, this is making financial juice?
Oh no, I will keep an eye on this one. See if we can pull anything out of here that's pertaining to our markets.
That's the kind of speech you schedule. The important ones, they don't schedule.
Those pay nicely. They have zero impact on the markets. My kind of speech. But yeah, Dolby, I think like JD said, we kind of stick with what we have. We got the defined risk. We got a profit target to the upside. Risk reward. The math is on our side. As Hogue would say, keep the math on your side. So I think we roll with it. And if Kashkari is talking about economic education, nothing about financial or monetary policy, I think we should be all right.
He's talking to the kids about Fed rates, Trey. Let's be honest here.
What do you think, kids? Another 50-point banger or 25? What do you think, kids? Let's see, raise your hand if you want 50. Raise your hand if you want 25.
Today? Just joking.
Yeah, today. Or can we do emergency? Put both hands up if you want emergency 50-point cuts. Kids stay in charge here. All right, yeah, we got 3 minutes left here on Power Players. We got shoulder tap coming up after this. I did see Mick is getting ready. Mick does have a take on the burger scene here in the Chicagoland area, so we could pick his brain about that.
He was very opinionated in chat. Normally, Mick is not hanging out in chat all that much.
No.
As soon as we start talking cheeseburgers,
this one dragged him in.
right up.
I'll say this. I took a peek when it was brought up that we should do this challenge on Friday. I took a look at the production schedule, and I'm on air for the final 3 hours of the day on Friday. I will do the burger challenge, but I will have to give up those final 3 hours on air on Friday if I do it. Does that make sense? The only way I will do it is if I can leave immediately after the challenge is over.
I want to see you
eat. Them's the rules.
90 burgers on air for 3 hours. That's amazing.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I'm not going to eat 90 meals, even though I do have a rule that I don't eat in front of people because it can get kind of wild. But yeah, 90 burgers is certainly out of the question.
You gotta at least eat in front of James. We got James going out there for field coverage, so
don't eat in front of people. Isn't Brad one of Brad?
So we got this burger challenge between JD and Mick, right?
Oh, is that who's going down? All right, we'll throw down a gauntlet.
We're going down.
Do it. Good content there.
Let's hear. We got another poll coming up here. This burger challenge. Who will win this one? Get your vote in.
Burger in one hand, and then your hotkeys in the other for the reversal challenge, burger challenge crossover collab.
You have to go with JD. Just
yeah, Mick. I don't know, Mick.
Mick with the mustache might get in the way, but then again, JD's got that facial hair also.
Indeed.
It's like chess boxing. You're taking like two things that don't quite, exist in the same world and putting them together. Reversal trading and eating cheeseburgers.
My money's on Mick. I'll tell you right now. If someone's taking
another contestant.
Hey, Dolby, really quick before we get off here on Power Players, Dolby, the pass with the pros. How are we looking on that front? Are we?
I think we got our guy.
We got him. Okay,
got our
excellent.
guy.
Awesome. Great to hear. Sweet. It's really happening. Again, 1:00 on Wednesday.
Gotta say, chat. These submissions are a little bit suspect. The instructions were pretty clear, and some of the fields are input with information that, let's just say, is incorrect. So if you do want to get onto Pass with the Pros, make sure you are sharing the right links and shooting your Loom video so you can make sure that you are not a complete psycho before you were on air. So sorry, we got some rules.
Yeah. All right. Well, time has come, gone. Even when slow markets are slow, this Power Players goes by quick. But yes,
are we flattening this thing? We want to keep it open. I mean, we get 375 if we flatten it right now. We got Kashkari at noon.
We're
just what do you think? 56 evens.
How much actual P&L? How much P&L are we risking on the stop?
$2,000. If we get filled with the other 5, we're probably at like 3.5, 4.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. Will you make sure to update the chat and update everyone with the how the trade plays out?
Yeah, I'll let it run. All
right, cool. All right, sounds good. Hey, pin to the top of the chat. Submit your questions for Coach Robert for group coaching. That's going to be after Shoulder Tap. Shoulder Tap coming up next. We got Mick and Jack getting ready for Shoulder Tap. Anyway, stay with us. We'll keep you updated on this trade. House account long 6 from 64 quarter 5 times. We'll keep you posted. Again, real quick on that burger challenge. Who will win this one? 200 votes. 68% say JD's got this. I'm with them. Anyways, guys, keep us posted on this. Coming up next, we got Shoulder Tap. We got Mick. We got Jack. Stay tuned. Topstep TV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by the Italian Scallion, Joey Chestnut himself, Mickey Big Tummy. Couldn't think of any other on the fly. How you doing, Mick?
I'm pretty good. We're going to start off talking about food here a little bit, so that always puts me in a great demeanor.
Excellent. So, are you ready to? What was this? I was half paying attention. You're going to try and eat a whole cave grace?
So, I mean, I was kind of chiming in on the YouTube chat on the last segment, and I heard cheeseburgers were a topic, and people were talking about what was better, and I saw White Castle there, and it's I'm not the only person to bring this to people's attention, but like the Crave case race is a thing, just like a case race for beer if you're in the Greek system in college or not even in the Greek system. Case races and Crave case races, something that can be fun and entertaining. And I remember back in the day in the wheat pit, we used to have a couple real contenders, some clerks that would go at it over the Crave cases. And there was a larger man who was able to almost take down 3 Crave cases. That is 90 White Castle sliders, folks.
Good Lord.
And yeah. And this was an annual thing. I know the one time that I was present for that, he had to get carried away as he approached the 90 mark. Never completed the cases, but I was suggesting that maybe JD and I do a Crave case race or a case race with Miller Lights or something if we wanted to do that. That could get a little sloppy, but so could the burgers. And I just wasn't sure if it should be JD versus myself or JD and I teaming up against somebody else. Now, I am pretty confident JD and I could put down a case of sliders together in little time. So it's like, who would we want to go up against? And, it wouldn't be so much of a matter as can you finish it or can you not finish it, but who finishes it faster? So that could be a lot of fun. I don't know if we want to throw a poll up there and let our viewers speak, but while I was thinking about that, Jack, sorry, we're not going to talk about trading at all today, I don't think. While I was thinking about that, I mean, we are in the autumn of September, which means October is coming up, and therefore we have Oktoberfest. And if for anybody who's in the Chicagoland area, there's always nice little Oktoberfest over in Daly Plaza, not too far from the CBOT office that we have here. I think it would be fun to go over there and do some sort of sausage eating or Stein drinking competition where we could, I have my Stein. This is back when we had a softball team here for Topstep. I won the Silver Slugger Award. So I keep a Stein here in the freezer in case I want to have some beer after work or something like that. I don't even think I filled it up, but I got a frosty mug here that I've been using for water lately. But I think that'd be fun if we had some of our viewers from the Chicagoland area this upcoming October go over there and maybe cheer on JD and I as we square off against each other or square off against anybody else from the Topstep TV crew. I'm in a very competitive spirit this Monday,
let's
Jack.
pick a date. Let's pick a date and do that because I love going over there to Daly Plaza during Oktoberfest. So we'll do like a schnitzel or sausage competition, listen to some polka, have some beers. It'll be a good time. And here's my segue, Mick. Who do we got eating today in live accounts?
So the biggest person chowing down and getting their Crave case in is Nicholas V. Nicholas V's up $14,745 today, and they've been trading the NASDAQ. And this one is impressive because there's not that much of a trend for the day today, and Nicholas V's got 122 round turns under his belt. Like I said, he's just shy of $15,000 in profit on the day, Jack. Mm-hmm. He's been playing the NASDAQ like a fiddle, trading 1 lots and 2 lots, in and out, in and out, in and out. He's scalping, and he's up almost 15 grand today. This isn't someone who's up 15 grand, slapping on a 15 lot or a 10 lot and riding out the trend. They've been in and out, long and short, long and short, long and short, just playing the market like a fiddle. I'm highly impressed for a number of reasons. That's a great trading day for trading 1s and 2s it's also something that doesn't always happen when it comes to scalping. I'm the first to kind of be a naysayer against scalping, but when you're feeling it, you're feeling it. So really, really big shout out to Nicholas here today. We've also got Raul up $5,800 in the NASDAQ as well. Augustin up 4,800, Pay up 4,300, and we've got a number of other people up to small four figures, but that big one is Nicholas V. Can't believe it, actually.
Speaking of Nicholas's, great job to them, but also, I don't know if you can see this on the screen right now. It looks like we have the house account trade. Our own Nicholas D appears to be long 10 ES from 57.63 or thereabouts. So we'll check in on this from time to time.
That is correct. I was just about to jump in with the update. House count is long 10 at 57.63 currently. We'll keep an eye on that one too.
We'll see if that needs to be tapped.
What's Dolby Time doing trading the S&P? I thought he just traded the Dow.
It's actually a trade it's a trade that we opened up during Power Players, the 11 to 12 o'clock hour, and we wanted to hold it. It looked good, so we threw another bid in and a stop. So this is a holdover trade from the previous segment. Looking good right now. Just traded.
We're trying to domesticate Dolby into a functional member of society who trades the ES and none of these.
And that, yes.
Well, you got an uphill battle there, but I'm glad we're working on it, and glad glad it's looking good for everybody out there. If you got a trade on and you don't have much of a reason to get out and it's working, ride those puppies. That's how big money's made, riding the winners out. So hopefully we've got an exit plan for if it's working or doesn't work, but happy to hear that. I was happy to see the house account was up 3,300 earlier. So nice job, everybody who was involved in the decision-making around those trades for that. Speaking of decision-making, Jack, should we hop into some of the trading cards that we got today?
Let's do it. I believe we have, do we have two or one? I saw the one.
We have two. We've got one for Alexis, and we've got one for Ruslan.
All right. What do you want to jump in with here?
Oh, I want to continue talking about food, but I think we should talk about Alexis if we want to stay true to the shoulder tab topic. Let's get this trading report up here, Mick. So Alexis has been doing pretty good here. Actually, trading out of Compton, California. I was thinking we could have a little Dr. Dre queued up before the segment started, but I wasn't able to talk to production in time. But that's just going to be ringing through my head for the rest of the day probably now. All right. So pretty good stuff here for someone trading specifically the metals products, gold and micro gold. Mostly gold. I usually don't talk about the micro trading activity because it's micro and so small in tick size, and just stick with the regular ones. But they're predominantly trading gold, and so far, everything's been working for Alexis. She's gotten shout outs before. She's put up over the course of 23 days in this live account, 52% winning days, 58% winning trades. Best day, rather stellar, almost to the P&L of Nicholas V that I mentioned today, just shy of $15,000. Best day, $14,350. Worst day, daily loss limit with a little slippage on some size of about $3,600. Average winning day slightly better than the average losing day, and they're carrying a risk reward of about 1-to-1 on the regular on a regular trading day overall. But I like what I see here out of Alexis, minus some of these losing streaks. Stringing together multiple $3,000 losing days. We've seen some streaks of, $12,000 in losses that, unfortunately, one of the most recent losing streaks was for a little over $12,000, and that was after they put up that best day of $14,350. So anytime someone has windfall profits like $14,000 in their trading account, to follow that up with a series of losing trades over several days is not exactly what you want to see. It's kind of a kick in the gut. Certainly they can afford to do it, but if you're thinking about growing your account it's not something that you should afford. Overall, though, I mean, this is someone over the course of 23 days, they're putting up over $600 on average every single day that they're trading. So they're making money here. They're taking payouts.
Yes.
They've got really good hold times, Jack. This is one of the things that stands out the most to me on this trade report is the hold times. They're not trading big size. They're trading, what is it, like ones and twos, I believe? Yeah, 1 to 2 contracts. But they're holding these trades for 60 minutes minimum, about 57 minutes on the losers and about an hour and a half on the winners. And I like that because I always like people that look to catch a piece of the trend for the day. And if you're giving yourself wiggle room, if you're trying to catch a piece of the trend for the day, it's not uncommon to find yourself with, 3,000 in losses. But they're taking several stabs on these trading days because average total trades per day is 13. So they're definitely, there's something going on there where they're cutting the losses, but they're also riding out these trades. So it's a little bit of a mixed bag here, cutting losses early, but also, slapping something on to ride it out that, is leading to these daily loss limits being hit. But, it's a tough thing, Jack, to hold a trade, whether it's in your favor or against you for an hour if you're a day trader. I know I've said it to the viewers here and to you, one of the biggest hurdles in my personal trading was going from a short time frame to a longer time frame with the trading. So I always commend anybody that can, stick to their guns and have a bias and ride something out. And that's what Alexis is doing. And overall, profitable. So I don't have a lot of constructive criticism or feedback here on the trading, but I would like to see, if you string together a couple losing days of 3,000 in a row, do consider, making some adjustment for that trading day following those. And if you do it 3 days in a row, do strongly consider making an adjustment for the following trading day. But overall, pretty good stuff here. I think for someone, last thing I'll say, constructive is for someone who's looking to catch a piece of the trend for the day, I'm not seeing where the 13 trades in a day really adds up. Usually you'd have maybe a couple cracks or a couple good entries where you could look to get in, on the long side via a pullback, or if you're a seller, look for a little pop and a rally to sell short. But 13 trades in a day isn't really jiving with what I'm seeing in the holding durations. But what is jiving is everything in a combination together, equaling profitability, which is, what we're all here for.
Yeah, I think this is some really good trading here. Obviously, we've seen way worse streaks people have. I'll say I don't love when I see that the average losing day is equal to the DLL. Don't love that, but at the same time, Alexis has pretty consistently been able to put up some mid to high tier days. This isn't one of those cards where you can see from the winning day percentage being half. This isn't someone who's just banging their head against the DLL until they catch a ripper that accounts for, 80% of the account. There's some good trading here. I would be more maybe judicious with, it's okay to take a loss on a day that is not your DLL. And I think that if you went to me, and it's different here because we institute that 3K limit, is that if you were at a firm, your average losing day would never be close to your daily loss limit. So something to think about. It should be a sometimes thing. That's kind of how I feel about DLLs. You gotta have a reason that you're losing all that. But 2 payouts, pretty substantial, right? I mean, Alexis has already won this account, trading well. Keep it up. Maybe don't be afraid to lose a little bit and walk away, but this is good trading, so I won't say too much more.
Yeah, I'm totally with you there on the daily loss limit, not exhausting the whole the whole length of the leash that you have. I will, kind of counter one thing here in Alexis's defense. With those average winning days being, about $4,000 and the average losing days only being 3,000. As long as the winning day percentage is staying above 50%, I mean, heck, it could dip a little bit below there, but you wouldn't have as good profitability here. But that's something that I'm comfortable with right now. I mentioned earlier, this is 23 days of trading activity in the live account, so we'll want to see that maintained. If they maintain it, great. We're going to still see a nice average daily P&L. If that slips, though, definitely what Jack was mentioning needs to, come into more serious consideration, but not to take away from what he said. It should be a consideration for Alexis and everybody else.
All right. Good trading. Who do we got next?
I say we move on. So, excuse me. Speaking of streaks, I want to talk about Ruslan a little bit here. Ruslan coming up. So we have a new gravestone. It's a non-animated one. We'll get back to the animated Halloween-looking one coming up here in October. But Ruslan, one of our live accounts that lost their account. You see the average daily P&L here for Ruslan being positive. There were some payouts that are not accounted for in that net P&L. So they did hit zero, but not before they took 10,000 in payouts over the course of 34 trading days. What I want to unpack here, though, is this account was lost because they didn't stop the streaks, really. And there's a number of things that go into that. But as we were talking about streaks, I thought this one was worth mentioning. And, during these streaks, unlike what we were talking about or what Jack was, targeting with Alexis on that $3,000 daily loss limit and every losing day being a $3,000 loss, Ruslan's a little bit different. We, not every losing day did they use the full 100% of the daily loss limit. There were many days that they did not. Unfortunately for Ruslan, last day in the trading account, they used that, meaning that they had, about 3,000 left, and they decided, it's going to be do or die. I either make money or I lose my account, which is not what I would suggest. If you've got $3,000 left in your live account, you don't use all 3,000 on your last day of trading. You could split that up where I'm going to risk $1,000 over the next 3 days. Worst case scenario, I swing at the plate 3 times and I strike out. At least I gave myself a few days to, turn things around, but not with Ruslan. Lost 3,000 on the last day. And that's a big no-no. We've talked about it a lot. That is one of the things that I really hate to see. It is, Jack, it's giving up. It's giving up, and it's, saying, I don't give an F, which is no bueno.
It's interesting. To start on the positives, it is great to see that he took $10,000 in payouts from the account. So, as we've said before, sometimes already won the account. But you're right. This is something we see over and over again. And what's weird about, not weird, but like an interesting psychological phenomenon here is that you're right. He, blew this account on a 5-day losing streak at the end. But it's not like we see a lot where it's just DLL every day. There was some restraint of losing at 1,900, 1,700. But then on the last 2 days, you're right. That's when the F-its came in, as we call them. Because... and I swear this is the thing we see the most that is the most correctable and is just poor account management at the end, where you have $6,000 left in the account, maybe work towards getting one last payout or something. What you don't want to do is blow 50% by hitting the DLL limit and then the next day blowing 100% of the account by, once again, doing the limit there. And I get it. It might be you've taken a payout and you've kind of decided that Jesus take the wheel. We're just going, because I can see that's what happened on the last day. It looks like they were just layering into a do or die position. I see like 0 winning trades and 15 losers. My guess is that was scaling into a big old position that then went and hit the daily loss limit.
Yeah.
You guys can do what you want, but yeah, you got to think about the account size that you have when you decide how much you're going to lose in a day.
Yeah, I think the unfortunate thing here is, even I think I like what you had brought up about the last 2 days. When you do have 6,000, I was talking about when you had 3,000 less. But for someone who is willing to risk $3,000 on a trading day, if you have $6,000, hell, if you have $9,000, I mean, your back's against the wall because, like Jack said, $6,000. Boom, 2 days, the account was gone. If you got $9,000 and you're willing to risk 3,000, that's 33% of your account. That's your three. You're giving yourself 3 swings at the plate, and there weren't adjustments made to the risk to say, hey, I got $9,000, which is actually a big chunk of dough to have in your trading account. But it's not if you're going to risk $3,000 in a day. So it's like, oh, I got $9,000. What adjustments can I make to kind of get back on the good foot and do the bad thing to the markets? I don't know. I thought it was worth mentioning this trading activity because, we don't want to be the Ruslan here where, we're having a bad streak towards the end and we don't make adjustments to give ourselves an opportunity to turn things around. Things can always be turned around. They can be, but you got to do the hard thing. You got to, instill discipline in yourself, deleverage. On that second to last trading day, they were trading 2 contracts and they did, 70 round turns. Why, if you're on a losing streak, are you trading additional leverage? Why, if you're on a losing streak and you have your back against the wall, are you making that many trades in a day? When you have your back against the wall, you deleverage and you get very selective with your trades. You don't do what Nicholas V is out there doing today with 122 round turns. You just don't do that. You need to, say, I got 1 trade that I can make today. I got 3 trades that I'm going to make today. And you be very selective with your entries on those and you manage those very, very appropriately. But there was mismanagement of this, and that's why there's a gravestone in front of the viewers today. And that's my take on Ruslan. But like
There's
Jack said,
yeah, there's stuff to grow on with this. I mean, as we said, $10,000 in payouts. I was just looking back at that second to last day, though, and that was worse than I thought because it seems that the best day in this account is 4,200. This person seems to be kind of capping. That's kind of where they quit for the day if they're up that much. On that second to last day, so there's $6,000 left in the account. He was flat, up $3,700. So now we're talking about you got to take that as a win and not then eventually hit DLL that day. That means you swung 66% of your account. If you have $9,000 left in your account, realistically, you shouldn't be risking more than, I wouldn't risk more than 900 of it in a day because at least then you can get some days together and take another payout or something like that.
that's a kick in the old gut there. Yeah, $7,000 swing when you need to really capture any profits at that point in time.
All right. Well, with that,
sometimes we get a little crazy.
Sometimes we do. Eat a full crave case. Get up there and play some polka. Well, you know what? Great still seeing these cards for both of these traders. They took payouts, so it's not a disaster. But yeah, watch your account balance. You're ultimately trading your account balance. The DLL is not personalized to you. It is a limit. You got to do what's right for your size account. And that could be trading more than that. And if you're doing really well, you can talk to Mick and they'll expand your loss limits. But more often than not, we see people kind of squandering opportunities by using too much of the DLL that is set. But with that, Mick, we got to get out of here because we got group coaching coming up next with Robert and JD. 1 o'clock, Anne Marie is joining for some strategy lab, and then Muhammad is coming to trade with Andre, Dolby, and Hogue for Power Hour. You won't want to miss that. Still getting used to these in-ear monitors, but I think it's okay. Mick, thanks again. We'll talk to you soon, all right?
All right. Thanks, Jack. Have a great one.
Cool. We'll be back.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. Welcome to group coaching. It is that time of day again. It's my favorite time of day. I don't know if it's Robert's, but it probably is. This is the time of day where we take your questions from the chat and we answer them live here on Topstep TV. I'm JD behind the scenes. I'll be feeding some of those questions to Robert. We've had a forum pinned in the chat for a couple hours now. If you have a question, feel free to jump in there and ask it. We only got a couple submissions, only really one worth answering. I'm just joking. But yeah, if something pops into your head, give us a shout out. We'll probably answer it. All right, up on the screen right now, you see Dolby screen. We have a house account trade on at the moment. Currently, the house count is long 10 S&P 500 contracts at 57.63. We're about 6 handles in the money right now. That's a $3,000 winner as we speak live. I thought we could spend the first few minutes talking through this trade a little bit, Coach Robert, see if you see anything out of the ordinary. What do you think we should be doing with this trade? We've got a couple of offers to get out. We're offering 2 at 57.71 half and 2 at 57.72 half to cover 4 of our 10 contracts. That's right around I have a VWAP right around 72, so that lines up pretty nicely with that. Our entry was based off of 4-hour low, coinciding with yesterday's value area high and volume point of control. We put some bids in to buy on the way down. We bought at 64 and 62 62. Originally, we were bidding 66s and 62s. We pulled the 66 after it traded down there. We did not get filled. We moved it down to 64, which turned out to be a very good fill, both 64 and 62. So now here we are trading up. It looks like we're getting close to one of our first offers. Coach Robert, what do you think of this house account trade?
Yeah, I'm pulling up the ES right here, JD, and can you, that entry, I just can't see it on my screen. You said it was 5764?
5763.
63. Okay, that is a fabulous entry right there. And looking at our stop, I see it's somewhere around here. Okay, that's close. We may be able to shift that stop up a little bit. I don't want to take full control of the trade. We're getting close to taking that out, and I don't see any reason why if we happen to take one of our positions off and then having it pull back on us.
We just got filled on two. We took some profit. At 71 half. So we're now currently long 8. House count is long 8.
71 half, and we're long 8. I wouldn't mind pulling that stop up some.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we want to say it on air unless we're showing it. You know, we don't want to put that out in the ether out there. So we know where our entry is, and I mean, I just don't. We want to see it come all the way back down to our entry the way it is. Only to go past our entry, only get stopped out for losing. So that's my take.
Yeah,
on
this
it.
is true.
It's a group consensus here. So I like the entry. I think it's a fabulous entry. I like the targets. Can you see what's the next target level? I just can't. It's a small screen on one side.
Yep. 50. We're offering two more at 57.72 half. We just got filled on, so we're out of 4. We've locked in about $1,600 in profit. We're still long 6. So I am with you on that, Coach Robert. Dolby, if you're listening, let's readjust our stop price.
Give us at least some points here. 60 or 60. Yeah, I would definitely put it at least put it up over our entry price.
Just a couple ticks over entry to accommodate for slippage in case we do.
Absolutely, yeah. Even a point or two, I would put up 63. So even
let's call it. Yeah, let's call it 65.
64. I mean, I'm just looking at exactly. Beautiful, love it.
64.
We'll let that thing run. And what is our next target?
Next target is up at 80.75 and 81.75. Those are our next two profit targets up top.
80.75. Awesome. And 81.75. Okay. It's opinionated only. I'd put the next one at 78, to be honest. I mean, 78.75, just to lock in a little bit more and then have those other ones run. Only reason is I'm looking at some consolidation up there, folks, and I'm going to give you the levels that I'm just what I'm seeing. I mean, I wasn't even part of this trade. I was at lunch. So if it was a group consensus of what to do, that's totally fine. But there's some consolidation that I'm looking at, and pretty solid consolidation, actually. It's coming all the way from the start, and then nothing. The overnight, I say overnight, but it was 8 a.m. Central Time, and that was 57.77. So my thought is, if we're going to get up to that level, we want to make sure that we're taking something out, entering that consolidation area. So 57.78, 3/4, or 57.79, right in that spot. And then we can, if we end up pushing through the consolidation, we'll just keep on pulling more off. But it looks like we had some type of a dump going down here. So we'll see how this plays out.
Just had a bit of a flush right back down to yesterday's value. Yesterday's value or high, it's 57.66. Did break down there and bounce right off again. See if we can't get a push back through VWAP if we start pushing higher again. But that was a pretty powerful little dip lower right there.
Yeah. Yeah, it was. We have point of control. Probably why. Point of control for the U.S. session only is 57.71. What I'm looking at when I blocked off that point of control. I blocked off the volume profile beginning at 8:30 Central Time. It's currently 57.71. One and 1.25, and we're trading right around there. So we may just have to sit through some downtime until it makes a decision and picks a direction where it wants to go. And if we drop down, we get stopped out into profit. And if it goes further up, and if we start slowing down around those 57.77 area, I would suggest taking one off again, just at least to lock it in there, because we'll be holding on to another almost 10 points of profit at that point. And let's take our money. Let's pull some off, and then we can let the rest of the stuff go. Hopefully, we're able to get up past the 71 point of control and hitting up some resistance around 74. That's what I would do anyway. There's my 2 cents. And I see Dobie's managing his trade perfectly in the back. That's excellent. Group effort, team effort is what the house account is all about.
Yep. See Coach Jay in the chat talking about rejection directly off VWAP. We were just mentioning that. And pulled back to yesterday's value area high, and now we're resting right back in that 5770 area. Right back to
right on point of control. Makes sense.
Right on point of control. Yep. All right, we'll continue to monitor this house count trade. Again, we were long 10 from 5763. We covered 4, so we were long 6 currently. Average price entry is 5763. We're working some offers up at 80 and 81. We'll call it 81 and 82, and hoping to leave one for a runner. But right now, that's what we got on. All right, let's take a look at some of the questions that came in for group coaching today. All right, first up, question from John D. Not this John D, but a different John D. Says, you keep indicating we need a mentor, and I agree. I live in Irvine, California. How do I find a mentor? Is there a process for finding a mentor? Do you just go around asking random people if they'll mentor you? I actually have a funny mentor story myself, but...
What's the story?
I'll tell that in a few minutes. Not in the too distant past, maybe just 2 years ago here at Topstep, it was highly recommended for all of us to seek out mentorship from people in our whatever trade that we were practicing at Topstep at the time. I was working in marketing and creative media, and I went and asked somebody if they would do me the honor of mentoring me for a few months and showing me a little bit more about the business than I actually know. And they flat out refused. So it was kind of demoralizing. Not demoralizing, I should say. I laughed when they said no because I thought it was a joke. And then they continued to say, I really don't have time for it. So that was my experience with mentorship. I still have yet to seek out a mentor ever since my first rejection. What about you, Coach Robert? You got a story?
Yeah, I got a story, and I've told it a few times, JD. But where this is the last time I told the story was probably 3 months ago, maybe 3.5 or 4 even. And so I'll just lay it out there pretty quick, and we'll get through some of these questions. Everybody knows that I talk fast and go through these things. So I'll make it as quick as possible. I was trading penny stocks right after the Bitcoin boom up there in 2017. It's the whole 2017, and it went from like $9 to 19,000 in a year or something like that. And I got bit by the trading bug. I had an IT company before, and I had these flashbacks of all these day traders I used to support that were doing super well. And I was like, whoa, all right, well, I'm gonna jump on this bandwagon here. So I started playing with these low cap stocks, $3, $4, $5 stocks, and trying to catch, putting 10,000 shares on at the market open and trying to catch a 1 minute candle breakout. And for 8 months, man, I got totally destroyed. I don't think I won but 5 trades. It was horrible, horrible, horrible. I was in a room there, and I did not ask for a mentor, but there was a trader in there. Don't know who it is. Still don't know who it is. He messaged me, private messaged me. I went back through some of the stuff. He's not really said a lot in there, but when he said something, it just made sense, and it just he was right. He private messaged me, and he said, "Listen, I'm a $1,000 a day trader professionally. I don't want any money from you. I think you're doing okay. You seem to be a sharp guy. You understand the market. You have the drive and you have the ability. I just don't think you're trading the right stuff. And what I want to do is I want to take you under my wing for about a month, take it or leave it, and see if we can get you on the right path." And I said, sure. He goes, all right, do you know what futures are? I said, nope, never heard of them. Have no idea. So he transferred me out of this thing called DAS Trade, or DAS, where we traded these little penny stocks, moved me over to TradingView, and he showed me the ropes of TradingView. He gave me about 5 weeks, and it took about 2 months to finally latch on and really understand what I was looking at. And then about 2 months later, I recovered everything I lost the year before and have been full-time since. So that is my mentor. I don't know. I'm not going to say. I only know his screen name. I actually don't want to say it, just in case he wants to maintain anonymity, which is totally fine with me. But I appreciate him, and if he knows me, recognize me, I owe the world to this particular gentleman, and that's why I love what I do and what I do. With this coaching, started off in Topstep doing support, and then moved over to the free coaching. We had that with the one-on-one. We had to just separate from that because you couldn't really do one-on-one. It's more of an advisor, which we can't do. Lo and behold, group coaching. Topstep TV starts up. We're back at group coaching again. I absolutely love it. So I had a mentor that came to me, and I'm here to help out whomever I can in whatever way I can. I don't know everything, but I'm willing to share what I do know, and hopefully it'll help somebody else out just like I was helped out.
Excellent. Yeah. And make sure you check out our Discord server too. We've got over 70,000 traders in there. As Dolby Time pointed out earlier, I thought it was, well, I'm not going to say I thought. We're getting closer to that 100,000 subscriber mark in Discord. So make sure you're in there checking it out. You'll probably, if you have questions, ask them in there. You're probably going to find someone, I won't say to latch on to, but someone to partner up with, and someone like-minded, looking at sort of the same things that you are, but might have a different perspective on what you're looking at. So go ahead and check that out, and keep staying tuned to group coaching also. All right, next up, we got a question about charting, the 3-bar reversal. Can you please explain the 3-bar reversal? Is volume a part of the setup? Let me switch over to your charts too real quick, Coach Robert. I still got Dolby's up. There we are.
Yeah, it's okay. We want to make sure we keep an eye on that trade too. Yeah.
We talk about the 3-bar reversal quite a bit. And yeah, I understand how there's some room for confusion there. But one more time for the people in the back, what are we looking at when we talk about the 3-bar reversal?
I want to make my screen nice and big here since it's on mine, and it literally is like it sounds. Now there's a couple ways to look at this. I'm going to give you what I know about how Dakota trades this, and then I have a little spin on it. And if in Discord, there's a coaches section. I'm actually live in a 2-hour session, a 2-hour video. We built a bot in NinjaTrader to trade a 3-bar reversal, and this is 8 months ago. So you need to find that it's in the Discord area and it's on YouTube. And we looked at that, I don't want to say differently, but there's multiple things you can look at. So let's start with the basis of it. 3-bar reversal is nothing but to start with on the basic side is 3 bars. I have a bar here. It's a black one, so it's down. I have a second one here. That's number 2. And here's number 3. So that would be going long and you're putting your stop down below. Okay. This would be your standard type of 3-bar reversal, because that's literally it's 3 bars. It was going one way, then it goes the other way. Well, now you can add to that. You can add different qualifications to that. We have a 3-bar reversal right before it. We have 2 white bars up here, and then we have the black bar. Notice we have a big wick. Shut off the snapping tool here. We have a big wick on the top as a rejection. I would like to see that close lower and then seen the next black candle right below both of those. So this is pretty good. It's just simply, I don't believe it's like not as good as the previous one, because we had down candles and we had an up candle and then another up candle. There's your reversal with a big long wick at the bottom, shows a really strong rejection. The one at the top shows rejection, but it just closed on the upside. So it's just a little bit weaker. The next set, we have 3 bars. We have 1, 2, and 3. It's a white bar, an up bar. And then we have a black bar, but it's a long wick down and back up, and it closed lower. So that's even yet another type of 3-bar reversal. It's going to be up to you as to what makes the most sense to you. And then, of course, look if you're buying or selling into an area. If you're buying into an area of resistance or selling into an area of support, you may want to take that into consideration as well. Now, this will vary off of time frames. So you may have a 3-bar reversal on a 15-minute chart. Well, that stop's going to be pretty far away, most likely. So we need to take our risk into consideration. That's what we're about, right? Managing your risk. And if you're at a shorter time frame, a smaller time frame, or fast time frame, you may want to get in and out, use this as scalping. Wow, this thing just dropped down. We have a downward bar. We have an upward bar with a really long wick, and then we have a really big upward bar again with momentum. So there you go. That might be a really good spot to just jump in, punch in a long if you're a scalper, and put it in for 2 points, 5 points, 10 points. Whatever it is, it's totally different. We just have to be careful not to put hard limits on these things. You could have 3 traders all trading a 50K account, and one of them just started. One of them is in profit by $2,000, and one of them is $500 from their loss limit, looking at the same chart the same way. One may hold off on that trade because, if it goes against me, I may not have that much room left in my account. Another one is in profit, so they may go into one trade, into a second, add to a third, and then close the position out pretty quickly. So you have to take all of that into consideration, not just simply look at it and say, oh, there's 3 bars. There's one way, there's another one that's going to wick on it, and there's one going the other way. Let me just short that. There's a little bit more information that I think that you need to play into this. Now, this is what I'm speaking on my side. I know Dakota does this really, really, really well. So we can ask him next time he's on, or check with him in fast markets each night. I don't want to put the words in his mouth, and he can explain exactly the way he looks at it. And he has a bunch of times. You can certainly go back on the Topstep TV YouTube channel and take a look at those slow markets. And there's certainly some explanations going on in there. But that's pretty much what it is. And I might add one more thing to this, JD, before we jump in that next question. On that video that we did in NinjaTrader, making an automated trading process on this, that's all to look for. Just look for a 3-bar reversal. And we use a smaller time frame chart so we can get in and out. And we had our stop. It was simply at the other side of the 3-bar reversal. So if we were looking at our 3 bars on the bottom, make sure we can see it. Yes, we can. We have a bar coming down. We have the 1, 2nd, 3rd, and we'll be entering at this level up here, right about the green line, right where we are in our house account trade. And our stop is below it. And that's really all this thing was doing. Now, what we did in this webinar was building this thing live from scratch. You can have it for free. It's out there. Is traders were out to say, anybody want to see anything else? They said, yeah, let's only take longs, over VWAP. Okay, we added that. Someone else said, let's only take a long when like a 50 crosses over 100. Cool, we tried that too. And then we only want to take a long like when it came out of a volume area, like the initial balance and a volume area. So we tried that. And everything we added to the process made it worse. It was just a simple, easy, pure concept. Hey, the market went up, started a little bit, wicked down, and then continued forward. We're going to take a short. And the more we added to that process, the worse the trading got. So keep that in mind. I'm just like this king of occidental razors, keeping it simple. And the 3-bar reversal is simple. It's a basic play. We're not saying that it's easy to trade. There's no thought. Hey, did we have a bar come down and 2 come up again, changing color in the opposite direction? Hey, let's go long. Let's take a long, see what happens. So that's all it is. So that's a great question, and I know I went long on that, but we all want to take it all into consideration. Then you can add your features, your additional components into it. If it's a bar that you're going to short 3-bar reversal going up and down, you want a long wick. You want to make sure that's 2 downward candles in a row. That's entirely up to you. It's going to match your trading, your style, your time frame you're on, and the instrument you're trading. Some perform better than others. So that's a great question, JD. I'm glad we had the opportunity to grab that one. And let Dakota finish his process where he can really nail it down as exactly what he does. Because that question may have been somewhere for him as well.
Yeah, for sure. We do have some follow-up questions. People are curious where they can access that video that you guys made. It is in Discord somewhere. You're going to have to search around a little bit for it, unless Robert has it handy. But just search around in Discord.
There's a Discord. Exactly. Coach Jay, I believe. Look, Coach Jay is on. Man, he's on the ball. Look at that.
He's on it.
Exactly. Coach right Jay to the channel. Coach Roberts, NT Plow webinar. Coach Jay, my man. Way to go.
And a couple more questions. Did you guys ever track any results from it? Did you ever let it go? How did it end up going?
No, we didn't. We only did the webinar portion of it. But if you look, there's been some great feedback on it because JD, this isn't a lot of it's a long-term hold stuff. It's just traders say, hey, this market pumped up and it looks like it's stuttering and it flipped around. I'm gonna take a short for a little bit, and they walk away with $200, $300, $500. Take 2 or 3 of those, close, walk out for the day, and that's it. Just go. It's when we just start getting greedy, when we start looking at the best of the best traders that are putting up some bigger numbers, and I might not be that well versed in it. So I just want to take my money and I want to go. I just want to take what the market's going to give me, make enough that I can apply it towards my payout, and just keep building up. It's you want the long dollar or the short dime. Just keep going, just keep plugging away, rinse and repeat over and over again. You'll find out what's going to work that way. As we added items to this criteria to this process, it got worse and worse. So jump in there, take the money. I know a lot of traders are using it. I have a couple of traders that I help outside, and they think it's fabulous. And this is actually, I built this on a couple different platforms. So, we'll give that to traders also. It's really simple. It's just a very, very basic strategy.
Yep. The old KISS methodology. Keep it super simple, guys. There's your answer.
Yeah. How's that trade doing? Since it's not on my screen, I can't see it.
Let's check back on it. We are trading at 57.
That's the important one.
And a quarter right now, just above VWAP, just a couple ticks above VWAP at the moment. So, still grinding higher. We are still long 6 at 57.63. So we're almost 10 points in the money, close to 10 points in the money on the balance of this trade. We're offering. Let me pull up Dolby's charts one more time. We take a look.
Yep.
They are. We're offering 2 at 57.80 in the orders and 57.81 in the orders. Those
You
are
have 6
a
longs
couple-
still?
6 longs, working 4 more offers, and holding 2 as a runner.
Great.
All right, next up, here's an interesting question. What is an acceptable? This question comes from Frank. What is an acceptable amount of time to dedicate to trading before calling it quits? The stats prove the majority fail. No need to give some generic response of never quit or keep going. We're not in really the business of giving generic responses, but I will tell you this, Frank. Prop trading, the way you know it now, it didn't exist 20 years ago, so it's a completely different animal. You have the advantage of time, the way prop trading is set up right now. 20 years ago, you would have had to put up, $25,000 of your own cash. And then your learning curve was as long as your money lasted before you could put together a new stake to start trading with again. Now you pay $50 a month and you can go for as long as it needs you to take to put together a solid strategy, something that's reliable and something that you're confident in. But in your experience, Robert, what do you think an acceptable amount of time is to dedicate to trading? You have an opinion on this?
I do. It's Frank. No need to give a generic response of never quit, keep going. I like that. Unfortunately, that's something I'm going to give you. It's because it's not. It's a generic response. It's just that it's different per trader. I am one stubborn mofo, and I just don't quit until I really get to do something. It's me. It's my personality. Others just say, I'm going to try this, and they know right off, this is not quite for me. It's not what I thought. I don't necessarily call that quitting. It's when you continue to try and over again, then you fail, and then you try, and then you finally like, I'm not going to do this, and you quit. If something is not for you, that's okay. I tried playing basketball. I'm really good at baseball. I tried playing basketball. I didn't quit because it's a height thing. I'm 5'6", so it just was like, just wasn't quite for me. Baseball worked out perfectly fine. I did bodybuilding, worked out fine. I did karate, worked out fine. Those didn't have that type of better qualifications. With trading, height don't matter. Speed don't matter. Intelligence doesn't matter. Time doesn't matter. Money doesn't matter for the most part. There's a little things, but you don't have to jump in with all your money and throw, like JD said, the 25 grand at the market. Buy yourself a 50K combine for $49 and give it a shot. You get a month. So the amount of time that it takes to quit, I don't know, man. That's going to be up to you. It's going to be up to you of what your tenacity is like, what your discipline is like, what your consistency is like, what drive you have, and then time. Let's say that you are trading for a year. Just throw out there. You're trading for a year and you're really struggling. Well, did you change instruments? Did you try a different strategy? Maybe you did. Maybe you went back, switched to something else, to options or forex, and then came back to futures. Whatever it is you're doing. What happens if you had a change in your family? You just had a child or had a death in the family. You needed to move or a different job. All of those things can be stumbling blocks or just hindrances. But did you quit? Nah, you just kind of push that boulder out of the way or push it down the road a little bit more. I'm not going to say it's all sunshine because it's not. It's not easy. Trading is hard. So don't let anybody kid you. And it's really up to you as to how long you want to stick with it, how much time and commitment and dedication you want to put into it, and if you are flexible enough to try different things to find out something didn't quite work for you. As I said before, I traded those low cap stocks, trying to catch momentum runners at the open with a bunch of shares, and was getting destroyed. A long time. I didn't quit, but I did back down, and I did walk away a couple times, saying, maybe I just got to gather my thoughts. This might not be for me. And I go back at it, and I kept getting bitten that bug, and say, no, I got to keep doing this. So again, I didn't quit it, and I thank goodness I didn't, because if I did, if I gave myself, it was around maybe November, December, the person said, hey, I'm going to take some vacation time over the holidays. And I wasn't quitting, but I'm like, me too. I'm going to take a break through the holidays. I got to get right in the headspace. And then we reconvened right after the first of the year, the 2018. He helped me out through February. And wouldn't you know, a couple months later, it just worked out perfectly fine. So you never know when that thing, that one little key is right around the corner. And we're going to finish this up. There's a little cartoon, there's a meme. And I think everybody has seen this. If you haven't, we'll find it. But it's a person that they're dug the ground, cartoon, with like a shovel and stuff, and then they went down, they went sideways underneath, they're going, and then they finally just quit and they gave up and they walked away. And the next 6 shovels, they would hit a diamond mine. So it's really up to you. You know, what do you want to do with it? How much time and energy do you want to put into it? And then, yes, unfortunately, there are some time you do need to call it quits if it's just something that is not for you. And there's no harm, no foul in that. I've left things as well. We all have. So we just have to make our own decisions on that. So Frank, it's not exactly the generic answer, non-generic answer, but it's just kind of a variable depending on the person. But thanks for the question, and I wish you the best. Reach out to us. Reach out to the coaches in Discord. Stick around Topstep TV. You're bound to learn something from somebody else.
For sure, Frank. And keep surprised of your trading journey. We're always eager to hear the stories of our traders from our traders. All right, folks, with that, we are out of time for group coaching. It was a good one. The house account is still along at 5763, 6 slots at the moment. We'll be keeping you apprised of what happens with that trade. Stick around, though. We're going to be right back. We've got Strategy Lab with Anne-Marie. She's going to be joined by Hogue and Coach Robert. You got another hour of Coach Robert coming your way. All right, we're going to take a short break, and we will be right back with more Tradertainment for you.
Welcome back. We got Hogue on the other side. You have me right here, Coach Robert, and you have Anne Marie. I got it right this time.
There
Anne
you
Marie,
go. You got
and
it.
right in the
First
middle.
try.
Yeah. Who's taking over? Hogue's a little under the weather, but sir, I appreciate you coming back on for the segment. It's always fun when you're around, and we'll be taking the reins from you there, and you can rest your voice. But please chime in as sharing your wealth of knowledge. We all appreciate
Of course. Always appreciate being here with you guys.
Thank you. All right, so we have the house cow trade. It's still on. We're still long. It was just still holding on to that. Hasn't had a lot of movement, but based on the time, 1 o'clock Central Time, we should start picking up a little bit more, and we'll keep bouncing back into it. Looks like we're hovering around point of control. So we're not going to see too much movement, but if we do, we will certainly keep you abreast of how that trade is doing. But my understanding is that Anne Marie has a trade on, and I do not on my YM project. We'll talk about that in a minute. So Anne Marie, welcome back again to the show, Strategy Lab, one of my favorites, followed by my other first favorite segment, group coaching, and then my other first segment, fast markets. Yeah. All right, so let's talk about your trade, Anne Marie. What do you have going for us? Let's break it down and get into some strategy talk.
So what we've got is a long engaged, and the reason that I have the long engaged is twofold. One, I am using your ADX that talks about that directional motion and the strength of the directional motion. And right now, our directional motion is sideways. And so if we have a sideways directional motion and that's on the decline, it's suggesting that at some point that sideways is going to break, and it's either going to accelerate with more downside or accelerate with more upside. And so since we're making higher lows, I said, all right, this looks like a long at the top of my prior hourly candlestick formations. And you can see that the lines I have in play are 42, 472, which I think is a little bit of a floor at this juncture. And way below that is the bottom of the range, where if this doesn't work and I get stopped out, then I'll reset and we'll have another trade on the long underneath there. But I am positioned in the same direction as the house account this afternoon, and that is a press into those higher areas. I am using that ADX differently to you, so I'd love for you to pop into that and say, hey, if I were looking at this 1 hour and I saw this ADX doing this, I might wait for XYZ. So I'd love for you to put some color on that and say, all right, if I were sitting in here, I would do that. Because again, the great part of Topstep TV is that we bring all our ideas together and we go, all right, what can I pick apart that fits inside of my strategy? So if you were giving me some feedback in terms of saying, hey, this is what I would be waiting for based on how I like to trade, tell me what you think about what's happening in this 1 hour chart and your thoughts around it.
Absolutely. First of all, thank you for jumping onto the ADX bandwagon. And for those that don't know, it doesn't tell you the direction of a trend or how long or fast. It just gives you the momentum of like how strong is that trend. So, Anne-Marie, I'm glad you jumped on there, and I'm sure you're playing around with the threshold levels. It just means what direction is it going. I like to see it on that little bit higher threshold. Make sure I'm actually getting to those trends when they are on the stronger side, and that ADX is curling up like that. So it's pretty good. One thing I will caution though is that in the suggestion. Using ADX on a higher time frame like that may be a bit too behind as far as the reaction goes. For example, if you had the ADX, what is your period set at? 10? 5? Look back on it?
Let's see. I'm using the ADX with a combination of the stochastic. And so the stochastic has to be rising at the same time as I see it breaking out. So I'm sort of using it twofold. But for the ADX here, let's see what my input is. I have it at 6 and 6. So it's a little bit tighter. Yes, it's a little bit tighter than yours, I think, because your time frame is so much faster than mine.
Yeah, it's actually, I'm not even using a time frame. That was one of the things I was going to mention. My ADX is 10. That's a DI length. Directional index length is 10. So it's basically a 10-period look back. Now, if I'm using a 6-period look back on an hour chart, I'm trying to make a decision on the current candle based on information from 5 to 6 hours ago. So I'm just saying that it might be a little bit too far back on an hourly chart. So my suggestion would be this. Keep the hourly chart. Keep going. You can see that. It's what you used to. It's how you operate. You can see the bands, the VWAP bands, and all that stuff going on. Then have a second chart up there and maybe cut that in a third. Maybe a 10, 15-minute chart, even 5. And then throw the ADX on that. Say, ooh, I'm looking within this 1 hour candle now. This thing is really starting to curl up in me. That trend is really making a strong direction. And you'll see that in the candle. Because you'll need 2 or 3 candles in a row before it starts to flip that ADX around. And that's 2 or 3 hours of time before you see a reaction. Might miss out on something that you could have grabbed if you were looking at a faster time frame for the decision and then trading off of the hourly for the remainder. That it's a suggestion.
Gotcha.
I know ADX is really good for a lot of people.
Yeah.
Just a thought. Yeah, just a thought.
Yeah.
And that's one reason I like using the tick charts. Range bars are my favorite, but for now we're using the tick charts. And on the left side of my chart, I have 1,000 ticks. That would be my quote larger time frame. And then I'm trading off of a 100 tick chart on YM, and that's where the calculations are done. So I can look and say, all right, this is really pushing. I'm breaking. The ADX is moving up. I have those funky configurations of those 2 MAs that I have on there, and I have my volume profile on there. What are we doing? And I go, this thing looks like it's pushing. It's driving hard. ADX is up. I'm breaking my threshold. My MAs are pushing. And then I can look to the left side and be like, ooh, I'm looking right at a really strong resistance area. I might not want to take long here. And those are all part of that trading plan that we put in there. As plotting out a couple of key areas, putting the 2 charts up, looking at one, and then confirming on the higher, quote, time frame, even though it's not a time frame, a higher tick chart, higher value chart. That's kind of how I'm using it. I'm glad you're jumping on that bandwagon and taking a look at it, but that would be my suggestion.
I just added
ask,
it on one of the type ones in one of my other platforms. So yeah, all right, yeah, go ahead.
Hope's up next.
Well, Anne Marie, you're on an hourly chart there, right?
Yes, sir.
YM hourly. All right. So at 6, what is your ATX currently reading? What number?
19.
1950.
1950.
So that would be a low probability of continuation of any kind of
Exactly. It would
trend.
mean it's staying in the range.
Right.
So the reason that I took the long and I'm leaving it, though I should have probably taken a little bit off of there, but I haven't added yet, is that my stochastic has started to turn up. So the stochastic moves very fast, right? It's got all kinds of wiggles in it. And so my thought is, if it's turning up and I know that my ADX is slow, then my pullbacks are still buy zones. So adding on my pullback just so long as I hold the floor ought to give me a pretty solid trading range. I think it's going to break out to the old highs. And so that's how I'm positioning the trade, with about maybe 45 ticks of a stop.
That explains a lot. Yeah, thank you. I know that there are a lot of automated traders that use ADX for even, it has to be above a certain number to even participate.
Interesting.
From what I remember, I was right around 35.
Oh, hello.
Hey, there's Dolby.
Hello. How's everybody doing?
What's up, Dolby?
Been a while, guys.
It has
You're
been
early.
a hot minute.
Not on until next hour.
I know. Well, hey, I got this house account trade on, which is pretty exciting stuff. So figure.
Let's go.
Might as well talk about it because we're sitting in a pretty sweet trade so far. We're long 6 at 57.64. We had 10 on initially, and we're able to get about 4 of them off around 71.72. And we're looking for extension up to 57.80s. And then maybe if ES is feeling really spicy, we can get up to 5,800. For the last two are going to be holding for the auto liquidator, as they say.
Nice.
That's a very lofty target, 5,800, which also happens to be the weekly kickoff high.
So is it that lofty then, Hogue?
It is lofty. I do like that. I'm always ready. I'm always good with lofty. Yes.
Absolutely.
We've been stuck in a 1 hour range for a long time, and we're not going to stay in this range forever. So we're just kind of making the bet to see which way we end up going. We're going to go to the upside, or we break out to the downside. Hopefully, it's to the upside.
Well, right now you got Anne Marie behind you 100%.
Add 5 more.
Hey, wait a second.
Just kidding. We're not going to add any of this. We're good with where we're at. We're going to keep the 6 and let it run.
I love the higher lows that they're putting in. Yeah, and I love the higher lows. You know, we're putting in some higher lows. We're working through some stuff. But today, remember, today is one of those digestion days. We had 3 pretty big moves that chopped back and forth right after the FOMC. And when we're traders, we realize that big motion, we just got to digest. And then we've got the new contract from the rollover perspective. And so there are a lot of things that put us in a space where we just need to realize that we're in a choppy environment. Our candlesticks will retrace. So we just need to have patience with the motion. And that's exactly what the house account has done. It's really nice.
Yeah, there's nothing to do here other than wait. Let it play out. Let the trade do all the hard work. There's no reason for us to overthink it.
The risk is off.
Risk, yeah. I mean, we're already break even plus some. I mean, our break even is plus $500. So
it's free. Just let it play out.
Yeah, let it play.
Can't get any cheaper than free.
No.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And we're not going to get a better entry than 63 or 64, wherever we got. And that was a slick.
Sweet.
Slick entry by JD, Andre, and myself, actually. So this trade was put on a long time ago. So if chat, you're not familiar with this house account trade, this was put on, I think it was Andre, JD, and myself during Power Players who were talking about buying the bottom range of the 1 hour, kind of 1 hour low. So you can kind of draw this box right here. So pretty obvious, bunch of 1 hour candlesticks all smooshed together. And we figured, well, they might try to do a little stop run down below. And so we bid 5 at 64 and then bid another 5 at 62s and got both. And lo and behold, we got our little run to the downside and it shot right back up again, which is exactly the behavior you want to see in a range trade. So we got pretty much everything that we wanted out of this trade so far.
Since we put in that low, even in very short time frames, Dolby, we're putting in higher highs and higher lows. I mean, it's a good looking trade.
Music to my ears, Hogue.
What's going on with Delta today?
Delta currently is negative 900 in the S&Ps and positive 700 in the NASDAQ. So if there is an implication with negative Delta in the S&Ps, we may be trapping some shorter time frame shorts off that low. Now you see we just another little break to the upside here, looking good.
And this trade's 1 hour anniversary is at in about 3 minutes. So we've had this one for quite a while.
How to know we're short-term traders.
Did we get anything for anniversary?
Oh, sorry, 2 hour anniversary. 2 hour anniversary, not 1 hour, 2 hour anniversary.
Oh, man.
We better take it out for dinner or something.
Well, it is taking us out to dinner. Unrealized up $3,000, Hogue.
Nice. No, I like that.
I do like
you
the
guys
higher
really
highs.
thought that. You guys really thought that through. I mean, we took one look below the initial balance. That's when you guys bought into this thing. You were looking for that sweep below the IB. You got it. You executed. We're back above the VWAP. We're back above the point of control. I could easily see us, honestly, reaching the other extreme of the initial balance, which is all the way up at 84 and a half, 84 even, which, I think that's pretty much where your target is, isn't it, Mr. Dolby?
That's some of them. Yeah, we have the ambitious target of
pretty close.
800s, but Yeah, I mean, if you're trading like an hour range, or in this case, I think Hogue, you're saying the initial balance. I think going from low to high or high to low is something that happens with some regularity, with sometimes a little, pissed
In
off
essence,
in
you've
the
got a
middle,
failed downside auction below the initial balance. Target is the other extreme of initial balance. So your exits are perfect, and then leave the runners on.
Wait, where is settlement? Is it well below us?
57.62.
Okay.
Yeah, it is below us.
Yeah, I just looked at that because I wanted to see the same thing, where we were going. You guys, there was a great trade that you pulled into. I checked our Topstep daily levels that get put out every morning. That's a nice little plug for you. But that's what I took a look at, Emery. Same thing, same thought process. We're like here all the time. It's like in the middle. Isn't that something? Because you were like, "Where's settlement?" I'm like, "I'm just looking at it." That's the whole point. That was a great trade. 57.62. We got you.
Yep. And we waited a long time to get into this trade too. I think we're even talking about not getting filled in this trade because we had it on for probably a good 15 minutes before we got any action on it. But, if you're trading price over momentum, patience is everything. I mean,
that's exactly right, especially on days when we see this whipsaw and we reach above and below at the same early morning spaces. When we retrace, we know, hey, listen, we just got to put the brakes on, do whatever you need to do to just say slow and steady, and not trying to get too crazy doing things that are just going to end up being bananas for you.
Focus on the extremes. If you go looking for trades, you're going to find them. There was excellent patience getting into this trade.
I know. It was. We have had some, I'm sure they're going to put a clip up with that, but that is a great spot to help people realize, listen, if you really want to manage your risk, patience is going to be one of the number one things that you focus on, really focus on, and work on development of that patience through process. That's going to be so key. It's why so many of us fail. Ultimately, it's because, one, we don't manage our risk well enough, and two, once we see how to manage risk, we aren't consistent enough in its application. And that's, what's the difference between a guy who can never get out of double A to a guy who's in the bigs, right? It's going to be consistency and whether he can hit the curve. But outside of that, that's, of course, I'm a huge baseball fan, so all of those, forgive me, everybody, some of you are in there and you're like, what are you talking about? But it is very, very key. Consistency is the same thing. It's just, whether it's diet, your exercise, your sleep patterns, whatever it is. And truly, it's the hardest thing to do as a human. It's so hard to be consistent because we just want to do whatever we feel like doing at the time,
And I want to add 50, but I can't. That'd be very.
You should have added 5 when you said.
Tell me about it. It's okay. A little bit of patience goes a long way. If you don't want to trade with a ton of size, then trade with time and just take your sweet time in trades. You can get a lot of value out of a great entry and taking a lap around the block and coming back an hour later.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
for sure. Well, Robert, what's shaping up in terms of what your charts are looking like right now? Talk us through what you're waiting for.
Yeah, I'm waiting for I want to say breakout. That's wrong. Just to get away from a resistance zone they have marked out. You can see on the right side of my chart is YM. It's between so we're gonna start with the 42,000s. That's where it's at. So think of 42,000, 516 to 526, but 10-point area that I have of resistance marked off, and that's using the chart on the left side. It's a resistance zone, just with all the wicks, with the market wick, other than the morning, because it's just right the very first thing, 8:30 8:30 to 8:36 this morning, Central Time. It just pushed right through and back down. But that's just the open half-hour shenanigans that always happens, that's part of the process in this particular instance, which to avoid it. It's all part of the plan, which I will share in the chat again. So we forget about that, and the rest of the time it's all different. It's all wick based in the right top of these candles.
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes.
How'd you get those zones? How'd you get those zones? I might have missed that.
Nope. I just visually looked and plotted out where the candles, the bodies of the candles, and the wicks of the candles, the separation there just tells me that price entered that area, traded in that area, and then got out of that area, not through it, the other direction. So every time it came up to this area that I'm marking as a resistance zone, which it's at right now, and again, that is the 516 to 526, about a 10-point range. And every time it gets to that area, it gets out of it, as it just did right now. It came close, entered it, and left it. Now, I told you that to tell you this. The ADX was pushing up, so it was getting stronger in the directional movement, but it was right at that resistance area. So even though I'm matching, hey, we're away from the point of control, rule number one, we're out of the, well, that's actually rule number two. Rule number one, we're not in the beginning of the US market. Three, we have to have the ADX over its threshold and driving up. And then four is we don't want to be right where any hard lines are as far as resistance above or support below for coming down. Those are just four criteria we need to meet. And the reason I'm doing this, Anne Marie, is so everybody can follow along. And I am not making a judgment call on this. I'm not saying, well, I think it's going to go higher. Markets, it's facts over feelings. The market doesn't care what I think. Okay, so I had to put rules in place. Those are the rules we're following. We have to have it going in the direction, strong in the direction, not in the first half hour, not at point of control, not at a really strong resistance level. And the resistance is where the price keeps bouncing off of and rejecting. And I do this so it can be clearly seen and anybody can use the same levels and same areas. So we're not going to have the exact same trades, but at least we'll have the same idea. So we should not be looking at, hey, if somebody's following the same YM project process and they have a trade at 11 a.m. and I don't, and mine's at 11:25, well, there's something's missing there. What wasn't followed? So we can all go back and look. This is the chart. These are the settings. Okay, it didn't meet. Let's say it was around a point of control. Why did you take that trade? That's not part of the plan. That's somebody going, oh, I think it's going to go higher. We just want to try to put I hate to say robotic process, but at least a set of rules and follow those rules. And maybe they don't work. And we go like, oh, okay, I get this now. So I guess we don't have to wait until it does, X, Y, Z. And we'll modify it. But that's the whole point of this. We do this for a month. I get about another week. And then we do this again for October. And we're going to pick another product. I'm not going to pick it. Chat's going to pick it. We may end up with soybeans or something. I don't know. I don't have a clue. But We're going to do this. We're going to work out a process. Yeah, I don't know what it's going to be.
Robert, I think what you just explained is an excellent example of why it's important to look at things in context, because that ADX, if you're looking for a big breakout, you have to be careful when that breakout is up against a resistance area, because that ADX I've seen it kind of preempt people into getting into, breakouts that just don't happen. And then I think that's one of the things that retail traders do a lot, is we're always looking for the big breakouts, and that ADX can kind of encourage you to do so prior to an actual breakout. So I think, it was a really good example of always using every tool that you're looking at in context.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Very true.
We're right at that zone now. We're trading around that 42.516. We're right there right now. I have my green MA, which we know that's calculated it's a faster MA calculated on the close, and the red is a longer MA calculated on the open. So that should give us a better, a clearer direction. Because if the closes are going higher, they're upward candles. It's gonna that WMA is calculated on a 20 versus 25 period. It's going to respond sooner on the close, whereas the 25 WMA on the open on upward candles it's gonna hang back a little more. We'll see that separation. That looks perfect to me. So we have a couple things. I have that MAs curving up. We are not hovering around the point of control. We are coming up into a lower volume area based on the volume profile on the US market as well as the whole day market. But we are right up against that resistance zone. So I didn't match all my criteria for a trade. And I tried to do this, Hogan. I'm glad you brought that up. I tried to do this So I'm not going, well, this MA and that MA and this MA and this VWAP all have to be the same, because those can all be the same and still be bad. What I wanted to do is say, I want a directional movement. I want it out of a choppy area. I want to have strength behind that direction, which is the ADX. And I don't want to be walking into resistance and support as a wall. So I think I believe anyway, that I have a lot of the areas covered when we may get stuck in. I've done it myself. Man, this thing is flying. And I'll put a trade on, like, what the heck? And you scroll back and it's been resistance. Like, I didn't see that. And other times, as you think it's bouncing back and forth, you think it's going to break out when it doesn't. And then you look, it's hovering around the point of control where a whole bunch of contracts have been traded. It's just going to stay there, just like it is now. We get that ES trade on here. It's not going to do anything right now. It's just hovering back and forth. A lot of contracts, a lot of volume going right there. A lot of activity, buys and sells, bids and offers. They're all going back and forth, just making the markets facilitating trades, exactly what it should be doing. And until it runs out, it's going to stay there. And then we'll figure out which way it's going to go after that. If I had a gut feeling, we're going to be pushing up, which is why I love the ES trade, which is why I keep my eye on this YM trade to make sure we follow our rules. And hopefully we put a trade on and we get something out of it. If we don't, we don't.
Robert, it sounds like with every and any tool that you're looking at, you're establishing a hierarchy of nuance. Which nuance that you're seeing from the tools that you're using is most important in the current context?
Which is most important in the current context?
That's a hard question.
That's
right?
a real
I know. It's a hard question.
Yeah.
Dalton calls it the ruling reason. There's always reasons to take a trade. There's reasons not to take a trade. What is the ruling reason to take the trade?
I'll have to put them as equals, John. We're out of the opening. We're out of the first 30 minutes of U.S. market, so that rule does not apply anymore. We're out of it. We're done. So we only have the MA directions. Are we away from the volume point of control, which we are. So now there's only two. We need market direction, which we have. And do we have the ADX? Sure, it's curling up a little bit, but I'm not over my threshold yet. And I'm also right up against that resistance area. Now, by saying that, those three have to come into play. So there's not really one because they all cancel each other out. If ADX is crazy, MAs are screaming, we're not at resistance, but we're right in the point of control, we're not trading. So they're kind of equal when it comes to that because we have to match them all. Now, my feeling on this, again, this is a hunch, this is a gut feeling, this is speculation. If we break out of this resistance zone, which we're seeing at its in right now, that means the direction is going to continue. Our MAs are fine. The U.S. Open is gone. We're beyond our point of control. We are out of our resistance. And at that point, our ADX would be up. Looks like it's a high break to the high side. We'll end up going long, jumping right on that bandwagon of the ES trade on the house account with a long trade in YM. We'll keep you abreast of
all
those.
the nuances would line up at that point.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That's the whole name of the game. And we're screenshotting these and I'm putting them in that folder so everybody can see the process. Full transparency. I screenshot all the trades, all the charts, all the markups when there's trades going on. So it's all going to be right there. It is not going to be, it is right there. Including the plan.
What time of day did you draw these ranges for resistance and support? I mean, I'm thinking as a new trader trying to follow along. When did you look at it and go, you know what, this is probably going to hold?
Yep. So 8:30 Central, the market opens. I don't do anything until at least 9 a.m. Central. I don't do anything during that first half hour. I hate it like a passion. So I wait till then.
Gotcha.
Yep.
You know, that works perfectly for the YM too, because in the first 30 minutes, the chart really sent us its ranges. I am flat right at this area at 521 because it's old congestion. So what I'd like to see is have it pull back, test that VWAP, and then run again. Not sure if it will, but that's what I'm going to look for. So outside of that, it works really. That holding out for the first 30 minutes works so nicely using the YM. It really, really does. You can see a ton of things happening that clear out what it is that we're looking at super well. And I love to use that opening range candlestick from Globex to see how price action's moving around it. You can see that's why I have these markers here. I have the Globex high 5 a.m. candlestick, and then the Globex close of that 1 hour candlestick, and then the low sitting right here. And you can really see that we legitimately have traversed about half that range all day long, right? So we've been 50% higher, we've been coming down to the baseline and holding it, but it still is telling us that it ought to have upside projection. It's just a space. You know, running a combine is very difficult if you're used to slinging size and having an account that can have all kinds of drawdown. And so it's sort of like when we trade the house account, right? We can look and we can have these, you know, $10,000 fades and then come right back up and do well. And it's fantastic to see in the live environment. But when we're trading combines, we don't have that luxury because what we're learning to do at the outset is manage risk. And so for me, it's the rise up, take some profit, get out, rise up, take some profit, get out, and slowly build the account balance up rather than slinging and leaving wide runs, because you can really put yourself behind the 8 ball, which I've done, you know, 62,375 times. So, so that's just one thing that I want to note. The hourly candlesticks work so well here, and it's just, I love that we chose the YM. I'm very sad to hear there's going to be a new instrument coming next month, but nevertheless, I love the attention that's been put on the YM in general.
We can still trade it.
Such a fun market to trade.
I didn't actually. Yeah, it is pretty good to trade. I actually didn't pick it. It was a thing that we did for. We just asked the chat. We just kept laying out products. Hey, what about these, right? And then the chats went. You know,
I remember.
What we'll do is we'll just take YM. Yeah, we'll take YM off the list for next time, just to find out if there's anything else that goes on. And they'll probably hit me with a hard one, you know. But it's okay. Hey, this is the whole point. I was kind of hoping it was going to be something a little different, you know, but. We'll put the process together. It's going to stay there, and we'll see how it goes. Toby, check in on that ES trade. I don't think it's doing much more.
Going nowhere. But we're doing a great job holding it. Diamond hands.
All right.
Hands up here. Not on the mouse.
Boom.
Just holding. Nothing to do. We're sitting in the middle of the range. Indices aren't moving. I've been saying that I think the 1 p.m. time slot's a little bit slow for trading. I don't know how y'all feel about that, but I think 2 p.m. maybe MOC will spark this up a little bit and kind of get it going.
For sure.
We're kind of talking about the 1 p.m. slot in general, just like behind the scenes. And like, is 1 p.m. traditionally slower than 2 p.m. or even other times of the day? Is it one of the slowest times to trade?
I would think that it is in general, but the real slowest time to trade is that, you know, 11:30 to 12:30, where everybody leaves their desk and goes to get something to eat or whatever. And then it starts picking up. What I think we're noticing over the recent past is a lot of grinding motion because traders are really trying to position into the power hour of the day.
Yeah.
And I suspect that's the reason that it gets a little bit quieter. But, you know, way back in the day, we would talk about the 2:30 reversal, which would be, you know, the 1:30 reversal for your neck of the woods. And then, of course, the noon balloon for hours around 1 p.m. because the VIX has a tendency to stall right about 1 p.m., 12 noon Eastern time. 1 Eastern time, 12 noon Central. I know. Yeah, 1 Central, 12 Eastern. And that's the noon balloon where the VIX tends to peak. And when the VIX starts peaking, then the markets start ramping up. So all kinds of little things back there that could affect us. But I think today it's got to be about the digestion that might turn out to be indigestion. I don't know. In the broad market. Yeah, we just have to see what happens. I think it's a big deal, actually, to see what the traders are going to do.
Yeah, I think so. Did that pull back, the YM pull back to your potential new entry? I know it just dropped back down right about 42.504.
No, I see a POC at 42.497 and then 42.490. So that's ultimately where I'd like to see. Maybe I'll put one here at 42.87 and see if it comes to me.
Yeah, be careful about 87. It's a low volume area right below that. Yeah. If it
all right.
Like 86, 87, right after that, there's a pretty good low volume area all the way down to 55.
Oh. That's interesting. Let me see if I can see it. No, I want to know the thoughts. That's why we evaluate. Now, I don't see that on my volume profile. And so, are you looking at volume by time? I mean, from X. How are you getting that low volume node?
Oh, yeah, 10 it's 10 a.m. Well, I have one volume profile starting at 8:30 Central. And that has it's a low volume area, but not as big as the low volume area started an hour after that. So I forget the first half hour, and then an hour later I have this other one that's showing up. So what we're doing is we're getting everything, including the beginning of the market, and then everything after initial balance. And that's where the large ones, which makes sense because during the U.S. market, the U.S. Open, that first 30 minutes, it was flying all over the place, going up, going down, going up and down. So it had a very flat volume profile with a little pocket there. But as the day went on, that low volume area kept getting deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper as we went.
Okay.
And there it is on the screen on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Yes, it's getting really exciting, y'all. We're like,
what is yes? Really? Is the paint drying already? That's what we call them, candles are painting.
It's drying
how
fast.
you doing over there?
Trying fast. Hogue, I need you to get out and push on this ES.
I'll do my best.
So the way Hogue's shirt is looking,
he's going to use the Volvo.
I don't know.
He's going to use the Volvo.
Yeah, I don't know if it says.
Yes. Yeah, that I'll do. It's a beast.
Look at Hogue's shirt. Does it say crew or brew? Let's have a poll. No, don't make a poll. There you go. Well, Dobie, I think it's going to be pretty good for Power Hour. I think we're going to get some movement because what do we know, right? There's not a lot of guarantees in the market, but one of them you can kind of count on is that the market is not going to stay in the same place forever. So the longer we stay and we hang around here and we just chop, sooner or later it's going to move out of that area. So it's not a bad thing.
No, and honestly, it's one of the reasons why I enjoy trading ranges or any range trade on large time frames because the market is not going to stay in the range forever, and eventually it will have to break out. And the larger time frame range that you're playing, the larger the breakout will be. So your risk reward typically tends to be a lot better if you can play like a half hour, 1 hour sort of range. You just have to be cognizant of what your risk is going to be because the liquidity runs, stop runs, whatever you want to call it, will be deeper or larger than, say, like a base hit stop loss. Because if you're going to trade on a 1 hour time frame, then you got to open up your stop a little bit to accept that risk, or just have a lot of patience and really kind of hone in on having a tight stop and a really good entry if you don't want to adjust it. But yeah, I mean, I'm looking for big time size on this trade. There's no reason why we can't get up to 5,800, 5,780. Like this 1 hour range will not hold forever. The bigger the range, the bigger the move. So you just got to wait. That's it.
Yeah, it's dropping some good knowledge right there. I think, especially if I love range trading myself. It's, these sloppy sideways days, music to my ears. I absolutely love them. I do. I'm
Reversion trader
crazy
for
about
sure.
them. I know. I have such a hard time with trends sometimes, but also focusing a lot more on changing that, which is, as we talk here in Strategy Lab and we have these trades on, we really have to realize that we have to measure improvement on ourselves in our work really daily, or else we'll look back in a month and go, oh my gosh, I'm the same place I was last month, or oh my gosh, I'm in the same place I was 3 months ago. You've got to set markers, hold yourself accountable, and look at them and go, how can you get better? And for me, that's, hey, listen, your brain loves the range, but although the market does range most of the time, a lot of money can be made in the breaks. So
100%.
how about learning to adapt? And so if I feel I've got something, I'm always on to the next thing to try and get better and work at it, really, because I love trading, right? I'm mad about this work. It's fantastic. I could do it, I hope I get to do it forever.
Well, as long as the markets are around and you're around, probably not separating you two anytime soon.
Yeah, I'm saying. It's going to be interesting. I hear the Scandinavian countries are supposed to have fantastic internet. So as I broadcast from Finland for you guys, then we'll see. I'm crossing my fingers that I'll have some pictures of the Aurora Borealis for you. But they've got
When do you go?
so many lakes and so many. Pardon?
When do you leave?
I leave the first week of October, and I'm there until November. Yeah.
Very nice.
So, yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. It'll start getting
Time for
very
that.
dark very soon, so the depression will set in.
Yeah, right.
I know.
Take a lot of vitamin E.
Yeah, I'm going to carry around a happy lamp. I've already got it packed.
That's how it's done.
Yeah.
I'm dying to go myself. I think we talked about that last time. They've got those igloos
we
out there. I'm
did.
taking a
We
run
did.
up. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Little bit
Well,
of
we
a
talk about
Dorito.
watching paint dry, and we talk about you have Dorito Dobie going on over there. What's
Yeah,
up?
1 minute. 1 minute Dorito on the ES. We have 1, 2, 3, maybe 4 lower highs on the 1 minute, and 1, 2, 3, 4 higher lows. So we are very, very range bound. It's starting to move a little bit lower. We'll see if buyers come back in again. But there's some microstructure at play there.
Okay, so we're actually getting a little more volatility on this, a little more price movement, and I'll show you if they do a quick switch over onto my charts. I'll show you exactly what I'm talking about. We had it pick up a little bit, and we actually had it slow down a little bit, and there it is. I'm going to talk you through this right now. Let's see, 31, and I got to get rid of that one. Okay, so what I did on the left-hand side, I'll make this actually bigger so we can see. Spread it all out. Make sure we have... and Dobie, if something happens, please jump in. Right in there, Hogue as well. So what I have is I plotted out, this is a 1,000 tick chart. The reason I have 1,000 is because I want to see the bigger picture, so I can have a little bit more higher time frame, but solidifying what its resistance and support areas are. It's easier to see, and then I have the 100 tick that we're doing the trading off of. Last week, it was a 500 and 100, but this time I actually made it bigger to the 1,000 tick, just so I can fit more room on the chart itself. So what I just did, and yeah, you can see these pretty well, I block off in half-hour segments. I'll actually make them bigger and smaller like this we can see. Every half hour. Okay, so this is what I like about these being a non-time chart. See this first one on the left-hand side, how wide it is? That's a half hour's worth of time. Okay, and since it's a tick chart, it's going to plot a candle every time 1,000 ticks of up and down movement happens. So the faster this up and down happens, doesn't necessarily mean the further, the faster it happens up and down, it's going to plot those candles and print those candles and paint those candles on the chart every time 1,000 ticks of movement happens. So the first half hour, there's a lot that happened. Here it is, this whole side. We have a whole bunch of candles. But then see how it's slowed down? The next half hour is literally less than the first half hour also. And then it reduced again, and then it reduced again. Well, look where we have it right at this last one, 11:30 to 12. Ooh, nope, that's my mistake. I made 11:30 to 12:30. Shame on me. It should be 11:30 to 12. That's why it looks bigger. There we go. 11:30 to 12. There we have it. So this is how we can use these, Anne-Marie, as a tick chart. But if somebody is interested in looking at the time-based stuff also, you can reference it this way. So, I mean, it's a little manual, but if you really want to see it, this is what you're looking at, okay? Every half hour, I plotted out what actually happened. The smaller these get, the less price action happens, the less movement happens, the less volatility happens.
Volume.
Which means probably the less volume. Yeah, the less volume that happens. So we can see that, and it doesn't necessarily mean handle volume. It means volume of movement up and down. Okay, so we can have, although it shows candle volume, it's not showing it like on a 5 or 10 or 15 minute candle on the tick. How much volume was in that 1,000 ticks that just plotted, that just moved? And we can clear this out like this right here. So every half hour, that's what it looks like. And what that's telling me is it's slowing down, but this last one is a little bit bigger. This is our 12:30. We go 12:30 to 1 o'clock. It's about the same. I just want to give everybody a different point of view as how I'm looking at these things. Just a little while the market is slow here. This is 1 o'clock to 1:30. Mm-hmm.
So how do I use that? What does that? I understand what I'm seeing, but how do I say? How can I use that to make me trade better?
Awesome.
What
Great
do
question.
I need to look at?
Great question. I'm going to just use a drawing, okay? Now we see these, how they're getting smaller, which means not much time has passed. I plotted 30-minute sections, so those would technically be a 30-minute candle. So you're looking at a 30-minute candle, but since they're getting smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller, it's taking a lot more time to process 1,000 ticks. Less volatility, less volume, less price action going on. Now, what happens? Let's pretend that this last 30 minutes was actually here, where I just circled in blue. What does that tell me? That tells me the market picked up like crazy because it was big at the beginning, got a little less, and it kind of stayed the same amount of volume, same amount of volatility, same amount of movement per ticks. But then all of a sudden, if we pretend that this blue that I just drew was the next 30 minutes instead of these three, we can go, whoa, okay, something happened in the market. What just happened? We have more volatility. I need to pay attention right now. This can help us out with the paint dry. So we'll just glance over and look at it on our screen while making a sandwich or something and go, I don't know. Nothing's happened over there. I'm not going to sit and watch the charts. And then once we see it start to spread out, we see a lot more volatility come in. All right, well, now it's time to come back to our chart and see if we can actually place a trade on. Okay, I just want to give a little bit of a heads up now. Once we get the custom indicators in here, we can actually code one to say, hey, I'm looking at this chart, but also superimpose a 30-minute chart on top of my tick, or a 30-minute chart, superimpose it on top of my 1 minute or a 15-minute, however you want to look at it. I have some on TradingView where I superimpose a daily chart over whatever time frame I'm looking at, so you can see where it actually is. So I have an hourly candle, but if it's a static hourly candle, what happened in that? I don't know. But if I have it overlaid, just highlighted on top of a 61-minute candles, you can see what happened. You can see, wow, this thing hung around the bottom for almost 50 minutes. And then last 10 minutes, it shot to the top. I can't see that on a static candle, which I like to know. Information is power, right? Knowledge is power. The more information we can get like this by still keeping it simple, I think this is a really cool way to do it. This is just an added thing that with the slow market going on right now, I'm going to throw out there that for those that are looking at these weird, funky looking charts, you'll be like, I don't understand this. Okay, well, hey, we just plotted a 30-minute chart directly over this 1,000 tick chart, and that's what it would look like.
Is the YM dancing at the point of control on your chart right there?
Show is 42488. It's not going nowhere. It sounded funny. Make sense? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
John, anything to add to that? We got just a minute or two here before we close up and move on to the next segment. And I hope you're feeling better, my friend.
I'm doing all right. I'm hanging in.
All right.
I don't know what it is about cold medicine, but it just makes me high, man. I
can't take it. I
it's
get
so bad.
loopy. Yeah,
It's so
I get
bad.
loopy. I can't take it.
I feel like my head is floating about a foot off the top of my neck.
Yeah,
And
same.
I'm just kind of floating around up here. It's
Same.
It's crazy. It's the worst part
Yeah,
of having a
I-
cold is the medicine.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. Kind of get you.
Drag.
Oh boy, how's that Dorito doing there, Adobe? And I'm kind of glad
We're
that you're on
still
power hour right
in
now.
a bag. We're still in a bag of Doritos, unfortunately. But we're still in the house account trade, which is amazing. So we are currently up 1529 realized. We're unrealized 3,200, and we've been sitting on this unrealized $3,000 for like an eternity. We're still waiting for this upside to break out of 57.74-ish, and we're carrying this sucker to the next segment. I'm not doing the out, but we are taking this trade to the next segment. This might be the longest trade in the house account history so far. This might be.
I have a good yep. I think it is too as well. And congratulations on it. It was a great entry, super entry for that team that was working on it. Got close to right around settlement, right at the bottom there, and held on to it. That's another win for the Topstep team for sure. Let's see what happens in Power Hour. I'm going to jump on too. I'm actually going to be doing, I think, some chat work in the background. But if I see a YM trade, if this thing breaks out like we talked about during the segment, I will jump into that trade. We will plot it out, and I will take those screenshots so we can follow on that process. We got one more week to go on this YM trading journey. Wonderful job on that ES trade. Anne-Marie, it's always a pleasure when you're here. John, thanks for kicking it up a notch and jumping on here at the last second. We really appreciate that and hope you
can't stay away.
Oh, we can't stay away. No. All right, we got coming up next. We have Power Hour. Hopefully it's a Power Hour. It's not a low Power Hour. But Andre's coming back on the screen. We're going to hand him over the keys. Dobie as well. Mohammed. Everybody likes Mohammed. Mohammed A. And Hogue, you're on the list. I'm not sure if you're here or not. It's entirely up to you, buddy. But this has been Strategy Lab. Stay tuned. Power Hour next. We'll see you all in a bit.
wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands and I flip that. I keep broke with the wolf pack, I ain't never look back. Got a couple bands.
We are back. You guys know him. You guys love him. Lower left. Wow, looking very, very fresh. Mohammed joining us from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Mohammed, welcome to Power Hour today. Please tell us what you're wearing and what it stands for and what's going on in your neck of the woods.
Yeah. This is 23rd of September is the Saudi National Day. Everybody is celebrating out there, and I am here stuck with you, enjoying the time. I just skipped. I only skipped the fireworks, which I hate. Actually, I don't know why people are looking at it. So I have fun time 2 hours ago, and I just left them to, making some money. And who hates to make some money? But this market is doing nothing. Actually, I mean, it should do something. We should celebrate here. However, It looks maybe the Saudis are off, so the market is off.
Yes, indeed. You're looking very, very good. Thank you for spending some time. Thank you for being stuck with us today, Mohammed. Upper right, we got Jack in the house. And lower right, we got Dolby Time. We got a house account trade on. We've had this house account trade on for a couple hours now. Let's give everyone an update about our position.
Well, Dre, we got in this thing around 11:30-ish, give or take a couple minutes, and we're still in it. So this is the longest house account trade in house account history. And we'll see what happens here, man. But it's been a super good entry. We had 10 around 63 evens in the ES. Took 4 off at around 70, 72-ish area. And we got 6 left, looking for initial balance high, which is right around 5780s. Also the 1 hour and daily range high and 4 hour range high. We'll try to get off 4 there, and then the last 2 will hold for 5,800. We don't get stopped out.
I like it.
So waiting for this range to break.
Yes, absolutely. All right. Well, in the upper left-hand corner, see the hashtag Power Hour. I'm going to throw it to my man, Dolby Time. Got a little tweak to hashtag Power Hour now. Tell all the folks about it.
We do, Jay. Put me right back on the spot. So hashtag Power Hour has moved from @Topstep on X to @Topstep TV. So we have gotten that other Twitter handle or X handle up and running. So Topstep TV now has its own dedicated Twitter handle. So we'll be running all of our hashtag fast markets and slow markets through there. So chat, this is your test. Are you actually listening? Or are you just watching? Send them all to @Topstep TV. Send us your battle stations, winning trades, tick picks, whatever you got. Send it to us, and we will find them and put it on air within a couple minutes.
Thank you.
Get those tick bits going.
Yeah, that came in a little too smooth, I think. Yes, tick picks.
Got to enunciate.
Absolutely. Yes. Okay. Jack, welcome aboard. I go to you for what are we seeing here on the Fed Watch for the November meeting for 25 basis point cut or 50 basis point cut?
Let's take a look.
They cut by 50. Yeah.
At our good friends, I'm seeing 50-50 for the November meeting of a quarter point or a half point cut. Flip a coin.
Yeah, anything can happen there. Okay. Again, that's, was it November? What date is that meeting? It's like right after the election?
November 7th. Yeah, we got November 7th and we got December 18th, and then we are done with the year 2024.
It's crazy. That's wild. 2 more meetings. And Jack said 50-50 chance of either 25 or 50 basis point cut. All right. All right, Mohammed, what's your take on the markets today? You said it's slow. We're taking you away from the fireworks at home there. So maybe we'll get some fireworks here in the market. I got a Delta update from my man Hogue just before we cut on. It's pretty much Delta neutral right now. And
today actually is very, very strange. It's so strange if you just look at previous, let's say 10 days, 20 days, we never see such a small true range from high to low. You can imagine the high is around 20,160, let's give it, and the low is 19,160, and this is only 100 handle or 100 points from high to low, and this is nothing compared to the average of 400 every day. So we might have another 300 move or up or down. However, it's very slow. When I see it this way, the only way, ask yourself, what is the only way to make money today? The only way is if you have a target somewhere high, the only way is to buy the breakout and you add in that position until you come back there. This is the only way, and you have a solid stop here or the other way around. For example, you sell here, you have to keep selling until your stop loss. So if you do this or that, you might make some money like I did today buying the market. I bought somewhere here and I keep adding, I think 5 contracts until the market goes up, and that's it. And I get $4,000 for this combine, for the other combine actually, yeah. If you do it selling the market, I think you'll get stopped out so many times. So that means if you would like to have a comfortable trade, that would be the buy trade, not a selling trade. The selling trade requires to take higher risk, to take your stop should be at very extreme, and you will be lucky if the market keep you there. So I would rather going long, buying the extreme down, looking for any sort of a trap between this low or this low. If I see the market dump here and come back, then I will put my stop here and run this sucker to high. This is how I do it. Other way around, if the market take out this high, okay, which is 20,125, and we see a juicy red candle, then I will go short with a stop over here. So the market tend to do, especially if it's very slow, because traders are so anxious now. Their patience they will run out of patience. So what they do, they run into their direction, stop the other way around trader, and then it stop the original traders. So I would like to see trap before I take any trade.
Okay. Let's keep an eye on that. Looking for a long. What price would you be looking for a long? You said here, but what price would that be?
I don't know. I need to see a break below 20,057, this area, up to 20,047. Then after I see a green candle, then we can determine the price. I don't know what's the price.
Okay, 20,057.
Mohammed, do you have any insights into ES? We have a house account trade on the ES right here. Do you have any levels for the ES?
Let me see, of course. ES looks better than the Nasdaq. Better than the Nasdaq. I mean, the struggle for the ES is this highs, which is 5,000. Yeah, at current price, 5,770. This area is making a lot of troubles for buyers. We see sellers coming around here. However, stop loss is very tricky actually. You can see a lot of support area. Usually when I see this, usually it will flush them all. Usually. However, let's take the middle one, because you have a nice you have a nice entry around 5,764. Yeah, I think your stop loss is just perfect. Your stop loss is just perfect, because you can see here we have a pivot, a pivot. Okay, so where is the middle one? This is the middle one. So your stop loss should be below that one, which is around 64. You're just perfect. Holding that position.
Sounds good to me.
I think the target will be 5,785.
Okay.
He looks.
There
Well,
you go,
my
Dolby.
job's done here. I'm gonna head out. You guys watch this thing. Everything's in the right spot.
Thank you, Mohammed.
Great.
Right.
I appreciate holding these positions longer in the house account. I love seeing it good. What are you on now? 3 hours? Something along those lines?
Yeah.
At least. Yeah, 3 hours of pounding.
This kind of entry at a nice spot there. Let's talk to the risk team to ask them to hold this position for tomorrow.
Oh, yeah. Cares. Hey.
Overnight?
Oh, that could be interesting.
At least with 2 contracts.
I mean,
Because
how
when you
get up to like?
It would be a new one.
Where's Brett
Yeah.
at? You pipe him in.
Yeah.
Pipe in Brett.
When you look to the daily, I mean, the market is just already broke the highs here on the daily, and not even that is even tested. So staying above this level, we can see the new high here at 5,950. 950. So it's worth it to keep 2 by end of today, and with a stop at entry, you are losing nothing.
Like this. Yeah,
I
let's
love
reach
it.
out to Risk. Yeah, did you hit up Risk yet, Dolby time? See if we can do this.
Oh,